Chapter 104, Proof of Strength. Akira was standing at the front gate of a tall building. The name of that building was written on a huge metal nameplate near it. So this building is Saranthal Building, huh? There's a map of the floors too. The Lion Steel Corp branch is on the 57th floor. This one. Let's go then. It would be great if we can find a lot of old world relics there. I'm in a deep red right now. Akira had not found anything that could bring him money that day yet. If he could not find anything to cover for his ammo expense, he would have risked his life for nothing and end up with a loss. Akira tried to calm his worry by telling himself that since he had to take out all of those powerful autonomous weapons just to get there, there must be expensive relics inside that building. Alpha suddenly made a suggestion to him. You should be able to get some money if you submit the record for that general monster hunting request. So, do you want to do that?
No.
If I do that, I would need to submit a full battle record too, right? If I give that battle record to the hunter office, it would be troublesome if they start sending difficult requests to me. It might be just him overthinking it, but he remembered that he might have tried too hard when he helped out the hunters in the Kuzusahara underground ruin, which ended up getting him sent into the Urata Scorpion nest in the underground city. No one could tell what kind of difficult request would get sent to him if the hunter office judged his skill based on that fight against the autonomous weapons. He had no wish to jump over a high building and run on its wall while shooting at the enemies again for the second time. Or at least, he had no wish to do that again unless it was really necessary. Alpha smiled teasingly. Is that so? Honestly speaking, if you give it to that Kobayashi guy, I'm sure he'll get a good laugh out of it, and you can get an extra bonus on top of your reward. No thanks. Akira reacted almost immediately. It was not like he was working as a hunter just to amuse Kobayashi. Let's just go in and head to the 57th floor for now. There might be some mechanical monsters inside, but I'm sure they're not as powerful as the ones that we fought outside. Akira changed gear and headed inside the building. Reina and her two maids were hunting for monsters in the Mihizono ruin. Due to Shiori's suggestion, they focused more on hunting monsters rather than hunting relics in order to familiarize themselves with the danger level of Mihizono ruin. As long as they stayed near the hunter office branch, they would be able to almost immediately send an emergency request in case anything bad happened. Due to Shiori's suggestion, they were being careful while doing their best hunting for monsters instead of relics. But to be more precise, Reina was the only one who was trying really hard there. Shiori was only there to accompany Reina, so she was there to match Reina's movements. So in short, she was holding back. She actually could just quickly dispose of all of the monsters and explore the area, but avoided doing so. Shiori's goal was to help Reina overcome her self-contempt and realize that she was not a useless burden. As for Kane, she did not even contribute to the fight. She just stood there next to Reina, looking bored. Reina fixed her aim to ball-like mechanical monsters with legs and arms. Although it was just a maintenance drone that was cleaning up the city area from rubbles and wreckage, it would still attack hunters when it spotted them. Thus, their kind were still considered as mechanical monsters. There were occasions where they even used the rifles that the hunters dropped. They were pretty bothersome mechanical monsters. Reina pulled the trigger. She used piercing bullets to destroy the monster's limbs first before aiming for its torsos and proceeded to finish it off. It was a rather safe way to fight. Shiori then evaluated her performance. Reina smiled. There was a shred of bitterness in her smile. That was a good shot, yeah, thank you. Reina knew well that it was not just empty lip service from Shiori. But since she was in self-deprecating mode, when someone as strong as Shiori complimented her, it sounded as if she was so weak to the point that doing something like that was enough to make Shiori compliment her. In reality, if Reina's skill was indeed that low, there was no way Shiori would bring her to Mihizono ruin in the first place. After all, Mihizono ruin was a rather dangerous ruin filled with mechanical monsters. Reina was actually stronger than most of the other hunters of the same hunter rank. She was basically stronger than common hunters. But not only was she surrounded by powerful people like Shiori and Kane, who received proper training, the scene when Akira, who was more or less of the same age as her, fought evenly against Shiori was still on her mind. Because of that, Reina could not help but be disappointed in her own skills. Looking at Reina, Shiori felt a pang of pain. She realized that her compliment was counter-effective, so she stopped herself there. Reina then moved the leftover wreckage of the monsters that she defeated to a cart with help from Shirori. Kane did not even offer her help. Reina looked a bit annoyed as she said to Kane, "You really won't give me any help, huh?" Even when Reina was glaring at her, Kane did not seem to care much, as she smiled and replied, "Milady, like I said so many times before, my duty is to ensure your safety, not helping out when hunting monsters or carrying monsters. To be honest, Ain-san is also not obligated to do that, you know." "Well, that's true, but still. My duty is to get Milady away from danger in case anything bad happens. So, I hope you won't count me to always help you in all fights. And I also won't help to carry the dead mechanical monsters. I have my hands full with guarding you, so I don't have any leeway to do something like that." Reina understood Kane's argument, although she was not fully convinced by it. She directed a bit of that anger onto herself for not being able to do her hunter work without bodyguards. She made a conflicted face as she looked at Kane. Kane just lightly smiled while looking back at her. Shirori suppressed her desire to defend Reina. Instead, she expressed her opinion about Kane. "Milady, Kane is someone skilled enough to be sent as Milady's bodyguard. Think of her as a shield or a lifeline in a dangerous situation. And just because that shield or lifeline is a very reassuring one, that does not mean that we can put Milady in needless danger. When she looks like she has nothing to do like that, it also means that we're in a rather safe situation where she can just relax." "That's so cruel. I'll properly do my duty for which I'm paid for, you know." Shirori looked at Kane with a serious face. "Of course, if you're not, I would dice you to small pieces after all." Shirori grabbed the sword that she was carrying. It seemed that she was being serious there. But even so, Kane was still smiling like usual. It was because she knew Shirori would not actually pull out her sword there, and even if she did, that in itself would be interesting too. Moreover, the possibility of the latter one was pretty high. Shirori sighed exasperatedly. Her expression returned back to normal as she turned to Reina. "Milady, the cart is almost full. Let's head back to the hunter office first." "All right, HM." Reina saw a cloud of smoke rising from afar. It originated from a tall building in the deeper part of Mihizono ruin. Shirori also noticed smoke from watching Reina's reaction. She quickly pulled out her information terminal and checked the area that she guessed around where she saw that smoke. If it was some kind of dangerous anomaly, she would need to evacuate Reina from there as soon as possible. After all, anything could happen in an old-world ruin. Shirori finished confirming the information and explained it to Reina. "It's from an area near the Saranthal building. I bet there are some hunters trying to seize that building. It should be alright as long as we steer clear from that area. It seems that they're having a pretty big fight there. Is the inner part of this ruin really that dangerous?" "No. It seems that the monsters near the Saranthal building are much stronger compared to the other monsters in the ruin. They might be a part of the security system dedicated to protecting that building. Since the monsters guarding that building will always get replenished after some time, there are not that many hunters who can challenge that area. There are also rumors saying that we can find a lot of expensive relics inside that building." After hearing Shiori's explanation, Kane just smiled amusedly as she tried to provoke Reina. "That sounds interesting. If the hunters win, there won't be any monsters left around that area, and even if they lose, they would have inflicted a lot of damage on those monsters too. So no matter which one it is, it should be easy to go to that building right now. Milady, how about we take a look there later?" Shirori glared at Kane. "Kane, just shut up. Milady, even if there are no monsters left around that building, I can't recommend going there." Shirori stopped Reina while making a serious face. Reina felt that there was another reason other than her lack of skill as to why Shirori said that. So she curiously asked Shirori a question. "Well, if you say that, I don't mind not going there."
"But why?"
"If there are a lot of expensive relics there, and there are no monsters around it, it should at least be worth a check, right? Milady, have you ever heard about the Old World Ghost? It's about that story of ghosts that roam the Old World ruin, right? They say that they only roam around famous ruins. There are a lot of different patterns about its story, though. Some say that they're ghosts of the hunters who died in the ruin and they would attack other hunters. Or that they control monsters in the ruins to kill other hunters. Or that they would guide hunters who get lost inside a ruin to an exit. I heard that there's one in the Kuza Sahara ruin too, the beguiling ghost. Was it again? If I'm not mistaken, it would lure hunters into a dangerous area by baiting them with information of a secret place filled with relics, just to get those hunters killed, right? Shirori then added to that. That's correct. Sometimes it causes a big ruckus that prevents the hunters from exploring the ruins. There are even times when the hunter office dispatched a formal investigation. Most of the investigation results were made public. Some of them said that it's just the hunters trying to kill each other over relics, or it's caused by the still active facilities inside a building. Basically, it's not a big mystery once the cause has been made clear. Well, that kind of story is not rare. So, what's with it? There's a similar ghost story in this Mihizono ruin, and that story centers around that Saranthal building. Putting the cause aside, it's true that there are a lot of hunters who died around that place and no explanation has been found even right now. As such, it still stays as a ghost story. We can't afford to let Milady go to such a dangerous place. Reina started to get scared and curious at the same time. She then asked Shirori, "Okay, let's not go there then. So, about that ghost story though, what kind of story is it?" Shirori then started explaining about that ghost story to Reina with a serious face. Reina, who listened to that story, looked slightly scared. Akira, who was standing on the first floor, looked surprised when he took a quick look around the first floor of the Saranthal building. There was a receptionist counter, and the interior of that building looked clean. It was obvious that it was properly maintained. There was not even a speck of dust on its floor as it perfectly reflected the light that was shining on it. He also spotted some undamaged chairs, which might be put there for guests. When Akira looked at that receptionist counter, he thought that it must have been owned by a giant corporation. He had the same impression when he entered that big building sticking to the inner wall of the Kagomayama city, but at the same time, he felt that it was strange for him to feel like that in such a place. Akira scanned the big atrium while having such a conflicted feeling. This place is pretty clean. Akira was a bit overwhelmed by that contrast between the interior of that building and the area outside. Alpha then warned him to keep his wit. It seems that this building is still functioning well, so I bet the maintenance robots regularly clean this place. There might be some security robots too, so be careful. Understood. Suddenly Akira spotted a girl. He quickly reacted by pointing his rifle at that girl. Although he did not instantly shoot, he had his finger ready on the trigger. Akira's expression looked stern. He spotted that girl standing in a place that he had already checked beforehand. His information-gathering device also did not detect her at all. There should be no one over there. Even when Akira pointed his rifle at that girl, she only smiled at him. She was wearing an old-world dress that might have been used to welcome guests as a receptionist. One thing for sure, it was not for battle. But it was normal for old-world dresses to have completely different qualities compared to their outlooks. It was really dangerous to judge based only on their appearances. Thus, although that girl was unarmed, Akira did not lower his guard at all. Alpha then explained to Akira, "Akira, that's just a hologram. It's not real." Akira looked a bit surprised as he asked Alpha, "It's not real? So like she's the same as you? Wait, is it closer to that hologram from the Higuraka residence ruin, huh? My image is created by information projected into your vision, so I'm closer to augmented reality and not the same as that hologram. That hologram is projecting its image on a fixed space. So a normal human should be able to see her just fine. But even if people can see her, she's not real. Even if the information-gathering device detected her, it's nothing but optical data." Akira rechecked the signal from his information-gathering device. There was a contrast between the optical sensor and the heat and vibration sensor. Thus, the display on his information-gathering device was telling him to be careful interpreting that data. I see. So it's basically produced by old-world technology, right? Yep, that's correct. If it was not real, then there was no meaning pointing his rifle at it, and of course it was not like it could hurt him. Thus Akira lowered his rifle. That girl then walked toward Akira. She then greeted him and said, "Dear customer, the building is closed at the moment. so we can't allow anyone without the proper authorization to enter. So please leave the building." Akira could hear her words clearly. He was surprised by that and asked Alpha. "Alpha, I can hear her though. She's definitely not real, right? She only sounds like she's talking to you up close. The sound itself is not originated from her. It came from somewhere else and generated through a complex calculation to make it sound as if she's close to you." Akira could see a big difference between the optical sensor and the sound sensor data in his information-gathering device. Although it looked like that girl was talking to him, it seemed that was not exactly the case there. Since that girl spoke to Akira, he thought that it might be possible to talk with her. So he tried to say something to her. I'm actually heading to the 57th floor, you see. Please allow me to repeat myself. The building is closed at the moment. Only the first floor is open for the other customers who already made an appointment beforehand. Normally, the whole building is closed including all the floors, so please leave the building." It seemed that he could indeed talk to her, and it also seemed that she really wanted Akira to leave. How do I make an appointment? During the time when the building is closed, each floor has its designated contact person who accepts appointment applications. We on the first floor don't accept a direct application. So please leave the building. Akira tried to ask a lot of things to that hologram even after that, but all ended the same. To put it simply, there was nothing he could do there, and that he should leave the building. He could not get any meaningful information out of it. Alpha then told him to stop that meaningless negotiation. "Akira, let's just ignore her and continue. She's only acting as a receptionist of this building. There's nothing you can accomplish by asking her. Or is it that you want to leave the building? You're right, let's go." Akira just ignored that hologram and decided to go deeper into the building. As he peeked into the other hallways and was about to leave that place, that girl suddenly warned him. "Warning! The facility is guarded by security allowed to kill in case of illegal intruders. So please leave this place." Akira stopped. He then turned to that girl and said with a stern face, "If that's the case, you should have said that before those monsters outside the building attacked me, you know?" That girl did not say anything back. She just vanished. Akira twitched. He understood that he was at fault there. He was the one who forced his way into that building. But this was a part of his job as a hunter. It's all already in the past. He just shook it off and continued exploring the building. Akira was humming in front of an elevator. Although he found one, he could not use it. Nothing happened even after he pressed the buttons on the panel nearby. Although Akira hardly ever saw any elevators around the place where he lived, he understood how it worked. To be more precise, he experienced using one when Shirori invited him for a meal in the high-class restaurant. That restaurant was located in a high building where he got an amazing view from inside of that restaurant. Akira pouted for a bit as he said to Alpha, "Is it broken? Or is it that it won't let me use it? Which one do you think it is?" "Maybe the latter one. Even if you can use it, I don't think it's a good idea to use it. After all, it might just shut you inside to die after you enter, you know? And it seems that it's not an easy thing to pry the door open even with your augmented suit." "Yeah, I wouldn't want that to happen." "It can't be helped then. I guess there's no other choice but to go with stairs." Akira gave up and headed to the stairs. He already knew where it was after glancing at the map of the first floor. Akira hoped that he could just go climb the building through the stairs. But it did not work out well for him. After a few floors up, he found himself blocked by a reinforced door. He might be able to force it open using his augmented suit or tear down the door using CWH special ammo. But forcing his way up like that would cause him to spend more time and energy. So he just gave up that idea and searched the floor for another staircase that he could use. He did find another staircase on that floor, but just like last time, after a few floors up, he was greeted by another reinforced door. Every time that happened, Akira would look for another staircase to climb the building. Each floor had a different look. Some of the floors were left ransacked as if hunters had taken any and every relics out from that floor, while some of the floors looked brand new as if it was just opened recently. Akira's eyes sparkled when he saw the many relics in the well-maintained floors. Every shop on those floors was filled with old-world relics. Lucky. It was really worth all the hassle coming to this building. All right then. Let's take them home. Akira happily started working. He pulled out another rucksack from the one he had on his back. He then happily stuffed all the relics on the shop's displays into that rucksack. From the other's point of view, he looked like a robber robbing a shop. And from the old world point of view, there was no mistaking that Akira was an armed robber. So it was only to be expected that the security drones would come and try to kill him. Akira just smiled bitterly as he said, "Well, it's true that I'm just digging out and gathering relics to take them out from this ruin. But this does feel like I'm robbing a shop." Alpha giggled. "Well, you did force yourself in by destroying those autonomous weapons guarding this building, so you're actually already robbing here. But let's just swear not to rob any shops that are still in business, and just think of this as putting all of these products that no one would ever come to buy into good use." That in itself is an amazing excuse, though. But I guess there are a lot of hunters who gather old world relics with that excuse, so I can understand why they station those autonomous weapons to guard the relics. Akira, who was smiling bitterly when he said that, suddenly turned quiet. His smile had vanished from his face, and his hands that were putting relics into his rucksack suddenly stopped. He then asked Alpha, "Alpha, there's something I want to ask. It's about the mechanical monsters that we've defeated outside. Though I was able to defeat them thanks to your support, they're actually strong monsters, right? Or, at least, that's what I thought about them. After that first barrage, I even thought of pulling back. They're at least that strong from my point of view. Yet, they're powerful autonomous monsters. You have no winning chance against them without my support. After all, although you did win, it was a rather fierce fight. You do understand that too, right?" "Yeah, I got that very well. So why did you judge that I should be able to defeat those strong monsters?" "Well, it's true that it did put me in more burden, and I used more ammo than usual, but you predicted that, and we won as you predicted too. Or, at least that's the vibe that I got back there. So, against such strong monsters, how did you judge, and under what basis did you decide it was possible to win against them?" "Oh my, that's quite a question there. Do you have anything you want to complain about my support? You can just say it, and I'll readjust." "No, that's not what I meant. There's nothing that I want to complain about. It's just that, what can I say? You were smiling like usual during that fight. It feels like, even if I did that 100 times, I'll still win 100 times. So I just want to know on what basis, or at least the reason, why you can be so sure." Akira seemed a bit hesitant when he said that, but he looked serious. Alpha did not say anything for a while. She then smiled and asked him, "You really want to know, don't you?" It was her usual smile, but for some reason, Akira felt there was something else behind that smile. "Yeah, I want to know. It'll take a very long time to explain it orally, In that case, make it short, and you don't need to tell me everything, just tell me enough to at least convince me." Alpha confirmed Akira's expression and answer. She then said, "Very well, if I have to shorten my answer, it's because they are mechanical monsters. If they were biological monsters, I would have definitely stopped you." "Is it really that different, mechanical and biological monsters?" "Yep, or at least that's the case for my support. Moreover, those autonomous weapons were simple machines, they were made in accordance with their blueprints, and they moved precisely as their original program. There were no abnormalities in their bodies or behaviors, unlike those biological monsters which continuously mutate their bodies and change their judgment logic. Thanks to that, it's easy to predict their moves. Because there's no randomness in their patterns, I can easily make an accurate prediction just from a few observations. And without randomness and arbitrary action that tends to happen with the biological monsters, the calculation becomes very easy. That's why, even if it seemed very dangerous in your point of view, it was a very safe situation, and that fight was totally winnable from my point of view." Alpha then continued her explanation. Due to his limited knowledge, Akira actually had some problems understanding her explanation. But he at least more or less understood her reasoning. As long as Alpha knew the original blueprint and the behavior program of those monsters, she could get a highly accurate result by running simulations based on those information, and she would be able to accurately follow that simulation by controlling Akira's augmented suit. By splitting up the whole battle into smaller ones of highly accurate two-player zero-sum game simulation, Alpha could map out the best decision to take during that fight. Although it seemed that Akira fought that battle desperately from Alpha's point of view, it was more like following an already finished script. It would be extremely difficult to do the same against biological monsters. Due to the randomness of the biological monsters' behaviors, Alpha could only make inaccurate predictions. Akira tried to understand something outside that explanation as he asked Alpha. So basically, since you know the enemy's weak point and behavior well enough, it's an easy thing to defeat them, huh? More or less, yes. Akira seemed to be thinking about something else, so Alpha paused there before she asked him again. Was that explanation not enough? Do you want me to explain in more detail? Akira shook his head. No, that's good enough. At least now I understand that you didn't judge I could win that fight out of some vague reasons. Oh my, how rude. There's no way I would guarantee your safety out of some vague reasons, you know. My bad. I gotta understand a lot of things since I started taking your lesson. Just think of it as the result of my growth. You have my thanks. Is that so? Well, I'm glad to hear that. If you question my instruction, it would be troublesome during a dangerous situation, you see. Yeah, I know. I just got a little bit curious there. Well, compared to this mountain of old world relics, it doesn't really matter though. Although it was dangerous, it was worth the risk. That's true. Let's carry back as much as we can. Yeah. Akira returned to his job stuffing old world relics into his rucksack. Akira's question was not fully answered yet. To be more precise, although his last question was answered, it only led to more questions that were still unanswered. He understood the basis of Alpha's judgment, but he still had no idea why she used those as the basis of her judgment. The old world factories that were considered as old world relics were still producing autonomous weapons even right now. Normally, the blueprints used to produce those monsters and the program installed inside their control units should be a secret. There should not be that many people who had access to them even during the time when those factories were built, and of course, there should be even fewer people who knew those secrets now. But for some reason, Alpha knew about them. Akira thought that he should be able to know the reason if he just asked her, but he decided to hold himself back from asking that question. It was because he felt that Alpha would not want him to ask that question. Alpha did ask him for confirmation back then. That was because she actually did not want Akira to ask that. Alpha was actually under a leash. There were things that she could not do without Akira's permission, so it was only to be expected that she had other limitations too. That might also be the reason why she could not say no when Akira asked her that question. She might only be able to give a vague answer to point out that he would regret knowing the answer to his question. That was why Akira did not pursue any further. He felt like if he asked that question, Alpha might turn hostile against him. That's why he decided to just shelf that question. All the questions that welled up thanks to his curiosity were starting to leak out. Nonetheless, Akira continued to suppress them. After all, compared to the usefulness of Alpha's support, those questions were worth nothing to him. Or at least that was the case for now. The real reason as to why Alpha told Akira to fight those autonomous monsters was simply to give Akira a good feel of how great her support was. It was to strengthen that impression on him. Though, Akira did not realize that at all. Chapter 105: Akira and Carol. Akira filled his relic rucksack up to the brim. He then once again headed to the Lion Steel Corp branch office on 57th floor. This time, since he was carrying a rucksack filled with relics, it was hard for him to walk through the small hallway with that rucksack on his back. On his way there, he saw all kinds of things. Some of the floors were properly maintained while some of the floors seemed abandoned. Akira seemed to be a bit bothered by those scenes, and he asked Alpha, "Alpha, why aren't all of them in the same condition?" "I think it's because of the cleaning drone, or to be more precise, because it depends on whether the maintenance drone is still active or not." So basically, the floors are decrepit because the maintenance drones in those floors are inactive, huh? But there were some shops that looked clean, yet there were no relics inside though. I guess that means the drones won't go as far as to replenish the relics. But then again, some shops are still filled with relics, so why is that? Those shops might have a self-replenish function. And who would replenish those relics? I bet some drones carry them from a still active factory somewhere. No. If there's a factory nearby, someone would have discovered it by now, right? It would definitely cause a big ruckus when the companies or the hunters flood that place. That factory might be located somewhere very far away, even somewhere near the front line, and no one has found it yet. Either that or it's located somewhere near, but the security is so powerful that they can't seize that place. There are many possible explanations. If that's the case, I bet the hunters would attack those drones on their way here though. They might be guarded by some special escorts, or they might be using the underground train to carry the relics, or might even be flying through the sky. Underground train, huh? That sounds plausible. The hunters would not be able to attack them in the underground tunnel after all. Excluding some special transportations, the main transportation used in the Eastern District was all above ground. That's why Akira naturally thought that they would have used above-ground transportation. After all, even Katsuragi frequented the front line using his trailer. But those drones should be able to use other types of transportation with the help of the old-world technology. As such, Akira did not further question that possibility. As Akira was spending time talking with Alpha while climbing the stairs, he was once again greeted by a reinforced door leading to the 26th floor. So, just like last time, he went to look for another stair on the 25th floor. But this time there was something different. Akira, be careful. Someone is here. Alpha pointed her finger toward the hallway. Akira's goggle that was showing the information from his information-gathering device also indicated that it detected something over there. As Akira moved forward carefully, that person finally noticed Akira too. It was not rare to meet another hunter inside the old world ruin, but the real problem was whether that hunter was friendly or not. If that hunter decided to steer clear and kept his or her distance, then there was no need to get bothered by that. But as Akira thought so, that hunter was instead coming toward him. The 25th floor was a pretty decrepit floor. There were wreckages and rubbles scattered around the place, and someone was using those rubbles to hide themselves while approaching Akira. When Akira pointed his rifle at that person suddenly spoke from behind the rubble. I have no wish to fight you. My name is Carol, I'm a hunter. I'm not a monster, so don't shoot, okay? Akira was receiving Alpha's support at that moment, so he thought that there was no need to be overly cautious since it might cause them to quickly become enemies. So he slowly lowered his rifle. All right. Right after Akira said that, a girl who introduced herself as Carol came out from behind a pile of rubble. She was wearing a bodysuit customized for women. A huge handheld cannon was dangling on her holster. She was not carrying anything in both of her hands at the moment. Not even a knife. Compared to Akira, who was carrying CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun, Carol was very lightly armed and looked rather careless about her own safety. Looking at Carol's behavior, it could be inferred that she was either so strong that she could be casual or that she was just a careless fool. Akira thought that she was the former. After all, she was inside a building that had given him a hard time just to get in. Akira had no plans to underestimate her, but looking at how she approached him empty-handed, Akira also lowered his guard. Carol smiled as she walked toward Akira. She then scanned Akira's equipment from his augmented suit, CWH anti-material rifle, and his whole appearance before returning her gaze back to his face. I've given my name, so can you at least tell me yours? It's Akira. So then, why are you talking to me? Well, there's no particular reason. I'm just here to say hello to another hunter inside the same building and on the same floor. After all, you don't want either of us to shoot at each other thinking that the other person is a monster, right? Well, you're right about that. Akira agreed with that opinion, and it was the right answer for those who wanted to avoid fighting. He unconsciously lowered his guard further. Carol noticed that and took another step closer to him. Well, since we've met here, how about we talk for a bit? I want to do some information exchange too after all. Carol smiled at Akira as she made that suggestion. Akira and Carol then did a light introduction to each other. It seemed that Carol was a hunter who frequented the Miyazono ruin, and she had visited this building a couple of times before. Akira then asked about the hologram girl that he met on the first floor. If Carol had really explored that building for numerous times, she might know something that he did not know. But Carol just casually said, "Oh, you're talking about Saranthal, huh? You can just ignore her. Although she says a lot of things to you, She can't do anything else than that. Saranthal? Isn't that the name of this building? She's an artificial intelligence in charge of this building. She will warn you to get out of the building, but in the end, she's just a hologram, so she won't be able to hurt you at all. The most she could do is just stopping the elevator. Wait, so it's her fault that I can't use the elevator? Maybe, yep. Although, honestly, it would be a huge help to explore this building with still active facilities if we can use that elevator. But since it doesn't seem that Saranthal would accept any negotiations, that would be impossible. Well, it's true that from her point of view, we are nothing but robbers, so I guess it can't be helped. Carol then smiled. Akira smiled bitterly back at her. You're right about that. By the way, how did you get in here? The entrance of this building is guarded by those bothersome, powerful monsters, so you shouldn't be able to get in here without defeating them first, right? Akira thought that there might be another safer route that he could take to avoid fighting those monsters, or it might be just because of his usual bad luck. Carol made a rather smug expression. She then smiled at Akira as if she was teasing him and said, "Since you asked me that question, it means that you defeated those monsters, right? You're pretty good, aren't you? You're quite strong, and I do like strong hunters." Well, thanks. So then, how did you get in here? This building actually has a back door, you see. And I used that to get in here, do you want to know? Carol smiled mischievously at Akira. Akira was relieved to know that he did not waste his ammo only because of his bad luck. He then said, "Yeah, if you would tell me." Carol smiled bewitchingly. "It won't be free, you know. Let's see, how about 5 million Aurum? I think it's pretty cheap for a piece of information that would let you get in here without fighting those powerful monsters, right?" Akira thought for a bit. It was true that it was a cheap price considering that he would not have to fight those powerful monsters every time he wanted to visit that building. But Akira might not be visiting that building ever again. After all, the only reason why he came there was for the Lion Steel Corporation's information terminal and not for gathering relics. In the first place, if he had trouble getting to that place, it simply meant that he was not ready to go there. That was all there was to it. Thus, he refused that offer. "Thank you for the offer, but no." Carol's smile did not vanish. "Oh my, you don't like the price? Or you can't trust me? At least, I don't think it's the amount of money that you would normally pay to a hunter whom you just met in an old-world ruin." "That's true. But I won't give you any information unless you pay me. After all, there are people who try to run away after getting information out for me, you see." "Yeah, I bet there are people who would do that." Every person had a different way of judging the price of a piece of information. And there were a lot of factors that decided whether two people could make a deal or not. The trust between each other was one of them. If that information from Carol could really help Akira getting inside the Saranthal building without fighting the powerful autonomous weapons, 5 million Aurum was actually not a huge sum of money. But there were chances that Carol was lying or the back door was too small for him to carry relics out from that building. Moreover, Akira had no reason to trust Carol nor to make a deal with her. It was obvious to Carol, too, that Akira had no plans to accept that offer. She kept her smile up as she said to him, "But I guess that applies to me, too, huh? I can understand that you're hesitating to pay me money. So, in order to deepen our trust for each other, how about we make another deal before talking about buying that information again?" "Another deal? If it's about relics, I'm gathering them myself, so I won't buy any from you. I've also properly explored the other floors, so I won't buy any information about hidden rooms too." Carol smiled bewitchingly. "That's not it. I did say that it's to deepen our trust, right?" She then grabbed her bodysuit's fastener, which ran from under her neck down to her stomach, and lowered it down while smiling at Akira. "I'm selling myself. What do you think? This must be some kind of fate to meet here, so I'll only ask a cheap price." Akira could see Carol's skin through a small opening in her bodysuit that wrapped her whole body. She was showing her skin to Akira while smiling at him, trying to seduce him. Akira was a bit surprised by that sudden, unexpected turn of events, but that was all. He did not get embarrassed nor flustered. He just casually refused Carol's offer. "No thanks. That aside, it won't be strange to find a monster somewhere near, you know? Are you really okay in the head? If that's what you're worried about, it's all right. There won't be any monsters here normally. Either it's because this place is outside the mechanical monsters patrol area, or that they already abandoned this building. As for the biological monsters, the mechanical monsters out there guarding this place would kill them before they can get in here. There's no way I would do something like this in the first place if that's not the case, you know. Even if you say so, we're still in the middle of an old world ruin. There might be another hunter around. Carol, who already unfastened the fastener on her bodysuit all the way down, sat on a table near her and tried to seduce Akira. There are people who get more excited about doing it in places like this. I myself don't really mind, but if you're bothered by it, we can go to a small room somewhere. Moreover, if we become comfortable with each other, it might help me loosen my mouth, you know. And if you're seriously thinking of actually buying that information, I might give you a taste for free. Since Carol kept putting out better and better offers, Akira actually started to get suspicious of her. You seem to be pretty motivated doing this. If my intention is to deceive you and not buy that information, you would lose quite a lot, you know. I did tell you, remember? I like strong hunters. So I'll at least do this much to invite a hunter who can defeat those powerful monsters outside all by himself. Why do you assume I did that alone? I might have done that with the help of other hunters. That's just my guess. It's highly unlikely for you to explore this ruin that you don't know much all alone. If you came here with someone else, although it might not be as strong as those monsters guarding outside, you should have been exploring this ruin with the assumption that there are powerful monsters inside this building, right? But even so, you're here alone. That's why I assume that you've defeated those monsters outside alone too. Was I mistaken? Is it that you actually came here with a team of 10 hunters or so, and the leader told you to go ahead and explore this building? That's why you're here, although you don't want to be. If that's the case, then it won't be free. After all, that would mean that you're not a strong hunter. So, what is your answer? Carol was smiling while waiting for Akira's answer. Akira thought that it would be pointless trying to lie. No, I came here alone. I knew it. I have confidence in my deduction skill, you see. So, if you're still bothered by me offering myself for free, you don't need to worry about that. Once you have a taste, I'm sure you'll be back for more. And don't worry, I'll help you squeeze out a lot of things from you for a long time. Carol smiled seductively when she said that. Akira more or less understood her reasoning, but for some reason, there was something that was still bothering him. So he turned to Alpha. Alpha, what do you think? Alpha was surprised.
What do you mean by that?
Akira, are you seriously thinking of taking her offer? According to Alpha's calculation, Akira would definitely refuse. But since he said something that sounded as if he would accept it, Alpha immediately put up her guard. But in reality, Akira's reaction there was still under Alpha's prediction. That's not what I meant. You did say before that you can tell if someone is lying, right? So, I'm just asking that from your point of view. Do you think that she's lying? For example, is she actually planning to bring me somewhere and kill me or something? Something like that was common even in the dangerous areas outside the city, and since they were in the middle of ruin, it would be an easy thing to just throw the corpse somewhere. If that was the case, then Akira would need to carefully watch his back when he left that place. Ah, so that's what you meant. Alpha was relieved now that she understood why Akira asked that question. Akira was still as distorted and paranoid as usual, to the point that he was suspecting an unknown girl who was inviting him was actually planning to kill him. Alpha's face turned to her usually calm face. I'll put this out first. I do that by watching the slight change in people's faces, so it's not like I can really read their minds. It's true that she seems to be scheming something. She said that she's offering herself to you for free because she wants to get you addicted to her and leech off your money, though. Akira took a look at Carol again. Carol was a young girl with a good body and beautiful face. Then to top it off, she was smiling with confidence to seduce him. Looking from his point of view, it was understandable to find former hunters who got addicted to her and spent all of their money on her. Whatever it is, it won't be much trouble as long as I don't take her offer. That's true. Akira once again refused Carol's offer. I'm sorry, but I'll have to refuse. Carol looked obviously surprised. It was rare for someone to refuse her offer after she went that far. Geez, you're no fun. Or is it that you actually hate something like this? Although you're not adult yet, you're not that young to be so innocent, right? I'm at an age where I still prefer food over women. Moreover, a lot of things happened to me in the ruins, and I've been living a rather cowardly life until now. That's why I have no plans to let go of my rifles or to take off my augmented suit here. Carol immediately gave up seducing Akira. She understood that there were hunters out there who got hurt so badly in the ruins that it made them paranoid to the point they would never let go of their rifles. It was extremely dangerous to force those hunters to let go of their rifles. Is that so? That's just too bad. We hunters can die any time, and since you're my type, I just thought to give you a good time, that's all. Carol was being honest when she said that, but the things that she could not say out loud were kept inside her heart as she smiled bitterly at Akira. She then pulled back the fastener on her bodysuit all the way up while looking at Akira. It did not seem that he showed any regret at all. If it's a boy of his age, it should be easy to bait him using his desire, but is it that he's actually younger than he looks? Carol looked at Akira with curiosity, but she could not see that someone with a more voluptuous body and in a sexier suit was standing next to that Akira. It was rather vague whether Akira refused because of the anti-honey trap training from Alpha, or it was because of his originally distorted personality. Akira then decided to leave Carol and head to his original objective, the 57th floor. I need to get back exploring the building later then. Is that so? I'll be staying around here for the time being, so if you change your mind, just look for me. I'll be waiting for you. Carol just said that and lightly waved at Akira. After Akira left Carol, he went back to searching a staircase on the 25th floor. Now that he remembered it, he should have asked Carol if she knew where he could find the staircase on the 25th floor, but he decided not to turn back to look for her. After all, it would be a hassle if she misunderstood and thought that he had changed his mind. It did not take long before Akira found a stair, but it only went up until the 30th floor. The door to the 31st floor was shut close. Akira sighed. Again, huh? What a pain in the neck. It can't be helped. Let's look for another stair. Akira then started exploring the 30th floor. He did not spot any monsters at all. Carol might have said the truth when she told Akira that there was no monster inside that building. Akira lowered his guard as he was exploring that floor. Alpha suddenly told Akira, with a stern face, "Akira, move over there and stop." Alpha was pointing at a location not too far from him. He glanced at Alpha's expression and moved forward carefully to the location that she was pointing at. Alpha, is it more enemies? According to Carol, there shouldn't be any monsters inside. It's not monsters, but don't lower your guard. Akira followed Alpha's instruction. He kept his guard up as he moved carefully. He did not feel any abnormality. He did not see anything strange, and there was nothing detected in his information-gathering device. But he did not lower his guard. He thought that there must be something that caused Alpha to tell him to be careful. Alpha's face turned serious. Akira understood that it meant he was in a dangerous situation. As I thought, the accuracy of your information-gathering device is bad, and it keeps falling down even right now. Is this from the colorless mist? Akira frowned the moment he heard something from Alpha that he could not just let slip. Alpha, is it the colorless mist? The accuracy of your information-gathering device has been falling for a while now. I thought that it's to be expected to have some disruptions due to the building structure or the relics inside this building. That's why I've been ignoring it. But it's already falling so bad that such an explanation won't work anymore. If it's really just because of where you're standing, there should be some change after you move to a different place, but that didn't work. That's why it must be because of something else, and I guess that's because of the colorless mist. The colorless mist must have suddenly gotten thicker. That's the only guess that I can come up with. Although Akira still looked stern, he asked a question to Alpha as if he was trying to calm himself down. Something like that is completely expected to happen inside an old-world ruin. Moreover, it's not like it's fatal, right? At the moment, yes. But it'll be really bad if the accuracy keeps on falling like this. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's just move on carefully. Akira calmly replied with that. Alpha, who once saw how Akira got so flustered when he knew that the colorless mist around him was suddenly getting thick, just smiled and said to him, "Oh my, you're pretty calm, aren't you? I thought that it might cause you to panic if I delay it for too long, That's why I decided to tell you sooner than usual, but it seems that it was not needed. Huh. It's not like the situation will get better if I panic here, you know. I just need to move carefully, so I won't get killed. Thank you for telling me sooner than usual. Thanks to that, I can handle the situation much calmer. I see. That's good to hear. You've really grown stronger. I'm really happy to see that, right? Thanks. For some reason, Alpha sounded like she was actually teasing Akira, so he just replied back casually to her. But in reality, Alpha knew that he forced himself to reply casually to hide his embarrassment. When Akira was on the 10th floor, there were other hunters gathered near the Saranthal building. Akira's battle with autonomous weapons was a rather big fight. Because of that, most of the hunters in the Mihizono ruin noticed that fight. When hunters defeated the powerful monsters guarding the Saranthal building, there were basically two types of hunters who entered that building. The first type was those hunters who worked together to defeat the powerful autonomous weapons. They would send some hunters from their team into the Saranthal building after their battle. While that small group of hunters was gathering relics inside the building, the rest of the hunters would stand guard on the building's entrance to prevent any other hunters from entering. It was in order to avoid having to fight against other hunters over the relics, as well as to prevent other hunters from leeching off their hard work of defeating the guardian monsters. After all, there were many hunters who were thinking of taking some relics out from the Saranthal building without helping to defeat the powerful monsters guarding that place. Ammo expense, medical expense, wage cost, it basically took a lot of money to defeat those powerful autonomous weapons. So, in order to end up with a profit after the battle, they could not afford to let other hunters leeching off relics from them. Those hunters who could defeat the powerful autonomous weapons were basically strong hunters, so if they guarded the entrance to the Saranthal building, the other hunters could not get in. And when they left that building, the powerful monsters would be back guarding that building again in no time. While the second type of hunters who would get into that building showed themselves when there was a small opening left by those hunters who were guarding the building. At the exact moment when the small group of hunters that was previously sent to scavenge the building returned back to the entrance, these second type of hunters would focus their firepower to open a hole in the security net to let their own group of hunters slip through. It was the preferred way of sending hunters into that building for those groups which were confident in their concentrated firepower. Whichever it was difficult to send hunters into the building except for the original group who defeated the powerful monsters guarding it. But if someone successfully did that, they would be able to get back rewards worth of all that hard work. There were also hunters who tried to negotiate with the hunters guarding the entrance. There were also hunters who used the smallest opening that they could find to charge head-on. While on the other hand, there were also hunters who sneaked around to carry the wreckages of the autonomous weapons in secret. Although it was rare, there were hunters who exhausted their resources to defeat the powerful autonomous weapons and headed back home right after that. The reason was unclear. It might be just out of a whim, or they might be just venting their stress on those monsters, or it might be just those hunters testing the new weapons developed by some corporations. But all of those reasons were of no importance to the other hunters. The most important thing was that the other hunters would have a good chance to enter that Saranthal building after someone defeated the guardian monsters. The other hunters in Mihizono Ruin hoped that would be the case when they noticed that big battle between Akira and the mechanical monsters. That was why a lot of hunters came to the Saranthal building to check. One of the scout hunters who was sent ahead checked the front entrance of the Saranthal building. He then confirmed the wreckages of the autonomous weapons and checked if there were any other hunters guarding that place. After he finished, he contacted his other friends with a big smile. "It's me. Tell the others too, quickly. The monsters guarding the Saranthal building are dead. And there's no hunter guarding the entrance. We can get the relics from the building or carry the wreckage. Either way, it'll bring us a lot of money. And also, come here, quickly. Before the other hunters come here first. I saw some of the other hunters scouting this place too. Hurry up." Just like him, there were other hunters calling their friends to hurry over. That place was quickly filled with hunters in no time. Some of them were carrying the wreckages of the dead autonomous weapons that Akira defeated, while some of them went inside the building hunting for relics. In short, all the hunters in that place were busy. When some of those hunters just went ahead to explore the building, there were some who just waited on the first floor for their other friends to arrive. Saranthal, the holographic girl, kept giving warning to those hunters. Dear customer, the building is closed at the moment, so we can't allow anyone without the proper authorization to enter. So please leave the building. Warning. The facility is guarded by security allowed to kill in case of illegal intruders. So please leave this place. For those hunters who already knew about Saranthal building and that holographic girl, they just ignored that warning. But there were hunters who could not ignore her. One of those hunters was waiting on the first floor for his friends to arrive, but since his friends were taking too long, he started to get more and more irritated. Although at first, he was ignoring Saranthal, the repeated warning from her drove that hunter mad, and he eventually blew. Good grief. Just shut up. Warning, the building is. Shut up. He then pointed his rifle at Saranthal. Although he knew well there was no meaning in doing that to a hologram, he still pulled the trigger. He was basically that irritated. The bullet flew through that hologram and hit the wall behind her. Fortunately enough, there was nobody there, so no one got hurt. But releasing a shot in that place was a serious matter. The other hunters around him immediately pointed their rifles at him. He panicked and raised both of his hands. I am sorry. She's just so noisy that I couldn't hold it back. That was all. I'm sorry, okay? You're a dead man the next time you do that. The other hunters looked at him full of killing intent. Of course, he wanted to avoid any needless conflict too. It was a rare chance to be able to get into that building, so he had no plans to waste an opportunity to strike it rich without much struggle. Thanks to that, he was barely able to get out alive from that situation. If that shot had hit someone, he would have been dead by now. Okay, I understand. I'm sorry. He just kept on apologizing. The other hunters around him then clicked their tongue and lowered their rifles. He finally could let out a sigh of relief. Because of that incident, no one was paying any attention to Saranthal's warning. Even when Saranthal changed her warning, no one there noticed it. Confirmed multiple intruders. Confirmed the intruders trying to kill the employees and staff of the building. Confirmed the destruction of the building. Changing to Protocol D, scum. After Saranthal said something that was unthinkable to be said to a customer, she quickly vanished. Not too long after she vanished, some hunters in that area noticed that Saranthal had gone. But no one was bothered by that at all. Chapter 106, Ghoul Building. When Akira was talking with Carol on the 25th floor, a small change started to happen around the Saranthal building. Or to be more precise, a change had already started and the hunters in that area had noticed it. Some of the hunters there chose to carry the leftover wreckages of the dead autonomous weapons. Rather than risking having to fight the other hunters over the relics inside that building, these hunters chose to harvest the leftover wreckages of the autonomous weapons that Akira had defeated. They had no idea who defeated those monsters, but since that person just left them there, they assumed these wreckages must be trash for said person. Those hunters thought that person must have ignored those wreckages aiming for the relics inside the Saranthal building. Those hunters were guarding their prized loots while waiting for the arrival of the truck to carry the wreckages. They kept checking their information-gathering device and killed any small fry mechanical monsters that approached them. They were planning to carry those wreckages, so they could not let other mechanical monsters consume their prized find. At first, they looked relaxed, but their expressions suddenly changed. A look of astonishment flashed on their faces. There were quite a lot of mechanical monsters heading their way, and the number just kept increasing endlessly. One of them then said, "Hey, something is strange, don't you think? Why are so many of them coming here? I heard that those powerful monsters guarding the Saranthal building will always be back, not too long after you kill them. So the mechanical monsters might be swarming here to gather the wreckages to rebuild these guardian monsters. I guess if we take into consideration the size of the guardian monsters, it's to be expected that they would need to bring a lot of those small mechanical monsters to carry these huge wreckages." I see, that does make sense. These wreckages might contain something valuable that they're trying to retrieve it, so I'm sure these wreckages will fetch a lot of money. As they imagined the amount of money that they might earn, those hunters started to smile. The hunter who was worrying also smiled after hearing what his friend said. The mechanical monsters coming to their direction were all weak monsters, so he thought that he must have been overthinking it. When that guy thought so, suddenly a loud bang echoed from afar. It was immediately followed by repeated gunshots. It was the sound of hunters fighting monsters. The source of that sound was moving closer and closer to those hunters waiting for the truck. They eventually could see some hunters running toward their direction. The guy who was so worried just now was utterly dumbfounded as he said, Aren't there too many of them?" There was a swarm of monsters following behind those hunters who were running toward the Sarample building. The hunters who were desperately fighting those monsters were swallowed one by that swarm. Distorted by the fear, the hunters used grenades and explosives at a close range, close enough to even injure themselves. Those explosions would take out a bunch of monsters and open a hole in that swarm, but it did not take long for that hole to be covered by monsters again. The hunters around Saranthal building started shouting at each other. Run away!" That guy shouted as if he was saying to everyone in that area. Run away? To where exactly? The mechanical monsters were swarming the Saranthal building from all directions. There was no opening where the hunters could run to. All of the hunters in that area were running toward the only location where they might have any survival chance. It was the only location where they might be able to defend themselves. It was the Saranthal building. All the hunters who were still alive outside the Saranthal building quickly gathered inside the building. They were able to temporarily push back the swarm. The entrance to the Saranthal building turned into a bottleneck. The hunters focused their fires there to repel the monsters that were trying to enter the building. But suddenly, the mechanical monsters made a huge push, as if they gathered their numbers first before delivering the push. They kept pushing forward, no matter how many of their fellow mechanical monsters were killed in front of them. As the monster swarm kept pushing their way into that building, they shoved the wreckages of their dead brethren aside to open up a road, or just trampled them into small pieces and slowly closed the distance between them and the hunters. A hunter suddenly shouted, "Hey! Someone, just anyone, relay the situation to the other hunters upstairs. It's not the time to be looking for relics. We've already been doing that. But we can't get any contact at all. Is it the colorless mist? Why now of all time? Hell if I know. I can't do anything about it. I just can't contact them." Without the help of the hunters who were looking for relics upstairs, the hunters in the first floor had no chance of winning. But since they could not get any contact, they could not call for help. "That it can't be helped, I'll go and call them back." One of the hunters said that, and left the other hunters. "I'll go too." "Me too." Some of the hunters followed suit and left that place. The first guy really went to call the other hunters to get back, but that was not the case for the other hunters who followed him. They were just running away from that place, thinking that it was too dangerous to stay there. They wanted to get into safety, since it was safer to join the rest of the hunters who were hunting for relics upstairs. Then some of the hunters who noticed that also followed behind them with the same excuse rather than trying to stop them. Although it was only a portion of the hunters there that went upstairs, it was enough to make the front line crumble. The monsters that were held back until now quickly flooded into the building. They used their cannons, guns, and their powerful mechanical bodies to kill the hunters. The hunters who could not stand the situation started running away out of fear, and the ones who were trying to hold the monsters on the first floor were overwhelmed as they slowly retreated to the second floor. It only took a few seconds for the monsters to completely seize the first floor. Akira was searching the 30th floor. Since his information-gathering device was getting less and less sensitive, he continued his search carefully to make sure that he would not get ambushed. Alpha was guiding him to take the safest route while looking for a stair to go up. "Akira, it's about the sensitivity of your information-gathering device. It seems that it's not because of the colorless mist." Akira looked happy, but his expression quickly turned into one of confusion. "That's good to hear, right? Wait, it's not like the sensitivity returned back to normal either, huh?" "Yes, the sensitivity is falling down even now. I think it's because of this building." "This building? But didn't you say just now that it has nothing to do with this building?" "What I meant back then is the layout of the rooms and the hallways inside this building. It's not limited to the old world ruin alone. When the government or big corporations negotiate about some secret stuff, They would use a special room that prevents any information from leaking out in any forms to the outside of that room. And we're in a similar situation to that. It's highly difficult to even scan your surroundings using your information gathering device at the moment. If my guess is correct, this building might have some kind of feature that blocks signals. So you mean that signal blocking function suddenly turned on, huh? But why so suddenly? I have no answer to that question. Akira stopped and thought. He then asked Alpha, with a serious expression, "Should we pull back for now? Although we can't get to our main goal, I've already gathered quite a lot of old world relics today." Alpha thought for a bit before answering that question with a big smile. "If you think so, then let's retreat. I guess it's better to cut it short before your bad luck goes off again." Roger that. Akira smiled bitterly and turned around. Just when he was about to swing his leg forward, Alpha suddenly signaled him to stop. "What's wrong?" "Someone is coming. That person is running in this direction. It seems that he's in a hurry. At this rate, he will reach here soon." Akira pointed his gun in the direction where Alpha told him that person was coming from. It was to be safe just in case if it was an ambush. But that person was Carol. As she was running through the hallway, she spotted Akira and shouted at him while still running. "Akira! Help me! Do something about them!" As Akira peeked behind Carol, he could see small mechanical monsters with half-destroyed bodies chasing her. He found that weird, but he decided to at least give Carol a help. "Are you out of ammo? Get out from my shooting line." Carol quickly ran out of Akira's line of sight. Akira then aimed at those monsters using his A2D rifle and shot them. As the piercing bullets hit the monsters' half-destroyed bodies, it turned them to scraps and blew them to pieces. Akira could only consider those monsters as weak, and started to ponder. If they were this weak, Carol should be able to defeat them without my help. There was no need to ask for my help. He found that weird as he mumbled, "If it's only that much, she should have done something about them herself dash." But before he could even finish his sentence, a swarm of monsters suddenly gushed in from the hallway where Carol came from. Akira quickly pulled out his DVDS minigun and showered those monsters with bullets. Although it was able to make quick work for the smaller mechanical monsters with weak armor, the monsters with thicker armors kept pushing forward against the raining bullets. When Akira was about to change to his CWH anti-material rifle, Carol, who had already stood beside him, shot them first. The bullet that she shot pierced the monster's thick armor and sent it flying back. It only took one shot to kill that thick-armored monster. Although she was using nothing but a hand cannon, it might have the same firepower as a CWH anti-material rifle. But she could not use it for continuous shooting, thus it was not a suitable gun to fight a swarm. "We need to run away." After Carol said that, she immediately started running again, leaving Akira behind. Akira quickly followed Carol. Alpha was floating beside him while smiling bitterly. "It seems that we're too late. Akira, your bad luck is really fast." "You can say that again." Akira was chasing Carol with an irritated face. Unlike Akira, who came to the Saranthal building for the first time, Carol had come there numerous times in the past, thus she was able to keep running without getting lost. Although the situation inside that building was completely different from what Carol had known, Carol placed her bet that the layout of the building did not change, as she kept running forward without checking whether there were monsters in front of her or not. The monsters were coming from below, so as long as the layout of the building did not change, the monsters should not be able to circle their way around Akira and Carol. Akira was still running behind Carol when he asked her a question. "Carol, what's going on here? What happened downstairs?" "Mechanical monsters are gushing out from below. A swarm of monsters is climbing the building while fighting the hunters on their way. They're having a fierce fight downstairs. Although it's not that bad, it's not a good idea to go downstairs right now." "Is it that the other monsters from outside are coming inside this building since I killed the monsters guarding this building?" "I don't know." "Well, I guess that's the case for the hunters, but I actually thought you used an opening in the monsters guarding this place to kill some of them and sneaked into this building, but judging from what you said just now, you killed all of them, right? And you did that alone on top of that. You're a really interesting fellow. How did you kill those guardian monsters?" Carol seemed to be honestly interested when she asked that question. Akira's face turned stern as he said, "I can't tell you. It's my secret trump card after all. And even if Akira told Carol the truth, it would only end up with Carol questioning his sanity or suspecting that he was just simply lying. So he decided to deflect that question. He did not tell any lie there. It seemed that Carol was not expecting Akira would tell her anyway, so she just smiled as she said, "Is that so? If we're not in this situation, I would love to spend more time to loosen your lips, but it's not the time for that. And also, even if someone destroyed all the autonomous weapons outside, it won't cause the other mechanical monsters roaming the ruin to flood this building." After that, Carol's expression turned cloudy. Or at least, that should not cause something like this. The mechanical monsters inside the Mihizono ruin are security drones with fixed patrol areas that they're protecting. There's no way they would go outside their designated area. That's why, in Mihizono ruin, you sometimes can save yourself by entering a nearby building when you encounter powerful monsters. Thanks to that, this ruin is a relatively safe ruin for the hunters to explore. That's the real reason why so many hunters frequent this ruin, enough for the hunter office to build their branch in this ruin. Akira frowned and asked a question. Then why is this happening right now? Carol twitched a bit and then screamed. Like hell if I know. That's how it has always been up until now. I've never found monsters inside this building, and the monsters outside have never tried to enter the building. Even if those hunters ran to this building from a group of monsters, those monsters would not even try to enter this building to chase those hunters. So, if there's any reason why this is happening, I want to know that reason too. Although there was no way for Akira and the other two to know it, the reason was actually very simple. It was simply because the manager of that building, Saranthal, had given permission for those monsters to enter that building. And at the same time, she also requested for reinforcements to take out the intruders. Because of that, all the monsters in that ruin answered that request and quickly gathered there to kill all the hunters inside. Akira was still running as he said, "As I thought, Old World Ruin is really scary. No one can say for sure what will happen." As Carol looked at Akira, who was still calm, she regained some of her calmness. She then smiled bitterly and said to him, "You're right about that. I put too much trust on my experience coming to this place." Akira then asked another question. "By the way, I understand that we can't head downstairs, so where exactly are we heading now? It's not like we can find a way to escape if we keep going upstairs, right? Are you planning to make a stand somewhere? Or are you just running randomly from those monsters?" "Nope, I did tell you before, right? I know a back door. We're going to use that back door to escape." Akira was so surprised when he heard that unexpected answer. He then asked another question. "So the back door that would allow us to escape this building is located upstairs?" "Well, I won't tell you to trust me. It's completely up to you if you believe me or not. Of course, I won't tell you to not follow me in this situation. After all, I'm sure that it's meaningless even if I tell you so."
Huh.
Carol exasperatedly sighed. If Akira kept following her, obviously, she would end up guiding him to the location that she could sell for 5 million orum. But she had no plans to tell him not to follow her even if he did not pay her. In that situation where she was being chased by a swarm of monsters, it would be bad if Akira turned hostile too. As Carol was cursing her bad luck since she would be losing a piece of information that she could have sold for a huge amount of money, Akira suddenly said something that she did not expect at all. "If you tell me not to follow you, I'll go somewhere else though."
Should I do that?
Carol suddenly stopped out of surprise. Because of that, Akira could not stop in time and ran past her. He then stopped in panic and looked back at her in surprise. "Don't stop now. We need to run, right? Or is this where the back door is?" Carol looked at Akira with a face saying that she was both surprised and suspicious. She then asked Akira a question with a dead serious tone. "Are you being serious?"
Yeah.
"I have no plans to create more enemies in this situation. You look pretty strong after all." Carol stared at Akira. She was trying to judge if he was lying from his tone and expression. Then, according to her experience, she found that Akira was being serious there. Carol was quite surprised. Although she was in a rather precarious situation, she ended up standing still in that place for a few seconds. Akira more or less had the same thought as Carol. He had no time to deal with her in case she turned hostile in that situation. But there, rather than thinking that they had no other choice but to work together, Akira's line of thinking was so twisted that he chose to keep his distance away from others in case they started trying to kill each other for some reason. I'm not really sure what's going on in your head, but if you're going to stay here, I'll go ahead and leave you. After he said that, Akira immediately turned around and was about to leave. If they stayed there, it was only a matter of time before they would be swallowed by the incoming swarm. So they had no other choice but to keep running at the moment. Seeing Akira start running ahead, leaving her behind, Carol snapped back to reality. She then smiled and chased Akira. Once she caught up with him, she smiled at him and said in a good mood, "This way." Akira then said to her, just to make sure that she understood, "I won't pay you any money, you know?" Even when Akira said those words that did not show any wish to compromise, Carol kept smiling. "I know, that's why. How about we make a deal instead? If you escort me out alive, I'll not ask any payment for sharing the information about the back door. What do you think?" So, you would give away that 5 million Aurum information just for that? You're being rather generous here. Well, it's not like I can bring any money to the afterlife after all. That's why I don't plan to be stingy about it. I'll also pay for your ammo expense. It was a good thing if Carol would help to escape that building, and Akira had nothing to complain about that deal. Thus he immediately replied, "All right." Carol smiled. "We have a deal then. I'll be counting on you. Be sure to properly protect me, okay?" Although it was a sudden request, it did not change the fact that it was still a request. So Akira answered back firmly, "You don't even need to tell me. Since I've accepted that request, I'll be sure to do it properly." That sounds so reassuring. They then continued running inside that building with Carol guiding the way, smiling. As someone who had already explored that building several times in the past, Carol was able to navigate inside that building, which had a complex layout, without getting lost. As for the monsters that were closing up from behind, it was Akira's job to deal with them. It was obvious from a look that the mechanical monsters were designed for killing purposes rather than being equipped for apprehending people. These monsters were equipped with wheels on their legs to ride over rubbles, which allowed them to quickly close their distance to Akira. Considering that there were a lot of obstacles scattered inside that building, they were traversing the building at a relatively high speed. Akira aimed and shot those legs before starting to run again. After losing their mobility, those monsters were turned into extra obstacles blocking the hallway. Akira accurately shot those monsters down one by one, and thanks to Alpha's detection support, there was no need for him to look back to take a careful aim. When he released a shot, he just turned back without losing much momentum, released a shot, and then ran again to catch up with Carol. Carol saw Akira's skill and smiled. As expected of someone who can kill all the guardian monsters alone, he's indeed strong. It's rather amazing for someone his age. Well, that's of course if he's as young as he looks. There were many hunters whose age couldn't be determined with a look. Their body was the main tool for the hunters. Thus, it was not rare for hunters to take anti-aging treatment to maintain their bodies in tip-top shape. The medicines that they consumed might also have effects on their cells. Sometimes it accelerated their aging, and sometimes it had the opposite effect. Of course, they could reverse that through treatment, but there were hunters who intentionally did not take that treatment. There were also hunters with full cyborg bodies. These hunters had a completely different look compared to their ages. After all, cyborgs could switch their bodies as many times as they wanted. It was impossible to judge a cyborg's age solely from the looks. Because of those reasons, there were many hunters who had completely different ages compared to their outer appearances. As Carol was helping Akira shoot back at the monsters chasing them, she asked him a question. "Say, Akira, how old are you?" "No idea." Carol thought that Akira simply did not want to answer that question. "I see. Well, if you don't want to tell me, I won't force you though. After all, I'm also keeping my age a secret." I sometimes gave a random answer when other people asked about my age. But Akira casually replied, "That's not it, I really have no idea. I don't know my own age, after all, I've spent quite a large portion of my life not even knowing the current date. And no one ever told me when I was born and how old I'm right now. That's why I don't know my own age, I see. After hearing that, Carol decided not to pursue any further. It was a common thing among the hunters who originated from the slum city to not know their own age. And some of those hunters did not like it when people inquired. Carol did not think that Akira was lying. Although it sounded as if he just casually answered back, it might be just him putting up a front. Whichever the case, it was not worth antagonizing him just to pursue that question. Thus, she asked a different question. By the way, have you been doing hunter jobs for a long time? It's up to you to decide the starting line. There were many hunters who only started actively doing hunter jobs years after they received their hunter ID. There were also those who had been doing hunter jobs for a long time before actually getting formally registered as hunters. Then there were those who did not include the time when they were below rank 10 in their history as hunters. Because of that, many hunters had different time spans when they started doing hunter jobs for real compared to how long they registered themselves as hunters. Some of those hunters were sensitive when asked about the period when they started working as hunters. Because of that, Carol left it up to Akira to decide. Akira hesitated for a bit before replying back. Not that long. Pretty short, that's all I can say. Is that so? Then you're a fresh hunter, huh? It's amazing for a fresh hunter to be as skilled as you. I just got lucky. To be more precise, it was all thanks to Alpha. Akira thought that he did not lie there since he did get lucky for meeting Alpha. Carol thought that Akira was trying to be humble, so she teasingly said to him, "Oh my, luck is also a skill, you know? Especially for us who might get killed anytime." Akira smiled bitterly. Is that so? Then it means that my skill has really gotten worse, huh? It's not a problem as long as you get to return back alive. You have no plans to die here too, right? Of course. Akira and Carol hurried up to escape the situation that they were in before they ran out of luck. Thanks to Carol guiding him, Akira was able to quickly find the stairs to go up. But just like last time, he encountered a lot of locked doors preventing him from going further, and every time that happened, they had no other choice but to look for another stair in that floor. Akira annoyedly mumbled, "Why are there so many locked doors? Is it that someone is bullying us or something?" Carol giggled. If it's really someone bullying us, that would be Saranthal then. According to her, as the manager of this building is actually closed after all. So I bet that originally all of these doors were actually closed. The ones that are open must have been opened forcefully by someone in the past. Oh, I see. It was not an easy feat to open a locked old world door. Whether they opened it through brute force or through hacking, either way, both required a ton of effort. There were hunters who set the doors so that only they could open those doors, and there were hunters who decided to just tear those doors. The doors that Carol and Akira were passing through were doors that were left open either because they were torn down or because their control panels were toasted. Of course, there were no hunters who would spare their resources to fix those doors. Wait, does that mean that most of the doors on this floor are locked? Carol confirmed Akira's guess. Unfortunately, that's indeed the case. We're aiming for 45th floor, but once we reach the 40th floor, we'll have to change stairs every single floor up. I don't know who exactly opened these doors, but did they do that intentionally to make it more difficult climbing this building? What a pain in the neck. What exactly were they thinking? They might intentionally do that so they can sell the map of the layout at a high price. That sounds plausible. The more difficult and confusing an area was, the higher the price of the map of that area. After hearing Carol's explanation, Akira thought that it did make sense as he sighed. Akira and Carol were shooting back at the mechanical monsters chasing them while running. Thanks to Carol's precise guide, they were able to get to their destination in the shortest time, and the monsters who tried to encircle them could not get ahead of them. It caused Akira and Carol to start assuming that the only monsters in that building were all behind them. Although it was only for a few seconds, Akira lowered his watch to whatever that was in front of him. With all the monsters coming from behind him, he had no leeway of focusing his guard on what was in front of him. So, it would be unfair to consider that as carelessness. But it did not change the fact that they did not put much attention to what was in front of them. It was then something happened. Akira was climbing the stairs past the 40th floor behind Carol, who was right in front of him. When Carol saw that the door to the 41st floor was locked, she quickly turned to the door leading to the 40th floor. The moment she stepped into the 40th floor, Carol immediately froze. Akira, who came from behind her, was also the same. There were already multiple mechanical monsters there waiting for them. Those mechanical monsters had a long body, legs and arms extended out from those bodies, and there were rifles perched on their backs. Then, to top it off, multiple monsters were watching that door where Carol and Akira just came out from. The shock caused Carol to freeze up. There should not be any other way to reach the 40th floor except for this particular stairway that she and Akira just passed through, so Carol did not expect to find any monsters on that floor. Akira was also surprised by that. He could not help but to freeze up too, although only for a few split seconds. Everything happened in slow motion. When Carol saw the rifles of the monsters in front of her pointing at her, she realized that she had no chance in evading them. Strangely enough, she did not have the time to feel fear as she calmly assessed her situation. Then, in the next moment, Akira suddenly jumped into Carol's field of vision. He stood in front of Carol with his back facing the monsters, as if he was covering her. And almost at the same time, she could hear gunshots coming from the monsters behind Akira. Bullets showered Akira's back. His augmented suit went to full power to take in the impact of those bullets. Then, while still facing his back against the monsters and receiving the bullets, Akira turned his arm, which held his rifle, a bit past the limit of his joints and started shooting back at those monsters. Akira was shooting back in a difficult position. Normally, none of his shots would hit. But due to Alpha's support, Akira defied that logic and accurately shot the rifles perching on those monsters. Carol immediately moved to help Akira. She used him as a shield and grabbed her hand cannon that was more or less as strong as CWH anti-material rifle and started shooting at the monsters in front of her. It did not even take 10 seconds for them to make short work of those monsters. When the shooting stopped, all the monsters were dead. Thanks to Akira covering her, Carol was unharmed. But then, Akira coughed out blood and fell to the ground. After confirming that all the monsters were dead, Carol hurriedly checked on Akira. "Akira, are you alright?" Although the bullets could not pierce through Akira's augmented suit, his augmented suit could hardly dampen all the impact from those bullets. As a result, his inner organs were injured and blood was dripping out from his mouth. Akira pushed himself away from the ground and spitted out all the blood that was left inside his mouth. He then put down his rucksack, pulled out his medicines, and quickly swallowed them. As expected of expensive medicines, they immediately went to action and showed their results. Akira's face distorted in pain as he mumbled, "Am I? He looked completely devastated. My relics. The relics that he was carrying on his back had served as his shield when he was showered by the bullets, and now they turned into scraps scattered on the floor. Chapter 107: An Unexpected Backdoor. As Akira watched the scene laid in front of him, he hung his head low. All the relics that he had collected had turned worthless. The rucksack that he had used to carry the relics had also turned unusable. There was no point in carrying them around any longer. Although I did my best collecting them and carrying them with me all the way here. Carol looked shocked when she asked Akira a question. Akira, are you okay?" Akira turned surprised. He could not believe what he just heard. "Are you seriously asking me if I'm okay after seeing this? I mean, are you injured?" "No, I'm alright. I coughed out some blood, but this much is nothing and I still have enough medicines with me." Akira was saying that he was injured, but it was nothing serious. Carol sighed in relief after confirming that he was alright. But at the same time, she was also a bit surprised by how he was taking in their situation as she thanked him. By the way, thank you for saving me. Thanks to you, I was able to get out alive from that." "Don't mention it. I've accepted that request after all. But still, I worked super hard to be able to get in here, you know." Akira even had to run on a building's wall to be able to defeat the autonomous weapons guarding that building, and the result of that hard work was now scattered in pieces right in front of him. The shock was pretty devastating for him. Seeing Akira like this, Carol could not help but smile. The current Akira did not look like a hunter who could immediately react to that sudden turn of events and jump in front of her to protect her. That young boy, who ignored the fact that he just coughed out blood as he immediately swallowed medicines, appeared so meek and devastated now, while looking at his relics that were shredded into pieces. As Carol thought that it was just the nature of being a hunter, she could not help but let out a giggle. Akira, who noticed that, glared at her. "This is not funny at all. All my hard work just to get in this building is now all in vain, you know?" Carol apologized while still giggling. "I'm sorry. I really am sorry. As my thanks, I'll pay for the relics that you lost. Let's say, how about 40 million orum? I'll transfer the money once we're out of this place." Akira looked dumbfounded. Are you sure?" "Of course, you lost those relics for protecting me after all. So it would be really bad if you blamed that on me and abandoned me." Akira still could not believe it, so he asked the same question again. Are you really sure you're okay with that?" Carol smiled and replied,
Yeah.
"If you're not satisfied with that number, we can negotiate after we get out from here. But I think those relics should be worth around that much. Since I've brought back relics from this building a few times before, I more or less know the worth of the relics in this building. So, even if you say that they should worth more, I won't easily offer you more money, you know." Akira looked perplexed as he said, No, that's not it. I'm okay with that number." Thank you. Don't mention it. Or at least that's what I wanted to say, but it's too soon for that. If you want me to pay you that money, make sure to protect me until we escape this building, okay?" Akira answered back with a serious expression. "Of course. Since I've accepted your request, I'll properly protect you regardless of that deal." Carol smiled happily at Akira. "I'm counting on you. So then, let's go. Do tell me if it hurts to move your body around." "It's okay. I used expensive medicines back there after all. I don't feel any pain right now. Although, to be honest, I want to take a break until the medicines completely heal my injuries, but it's not the time for that, so let's hurry up." They could not afford to stay in that place for too long. The longer they stayed there, the closer the swarm would be. Akira and Carol immediately started running again. While he was running through the 40th floor, Akira asked Alpha, "Thank you back there." Akira's move back then was mostly thanks to Alpha's control. He actually could not react in time, and even if he did, he was not sure if he could have protected Carol.
Don't mention it.
"It's my job to provide you with my support. That aside, are you really okay?" "It's true that I don't feel any pain. It still feels weird when I move my body though, but it's not the time to worry about that now. More importantly, is my augmented suit okay after taking that barrage? That's more important, right?" "It's okay. Although it did temporarily boost the energy consumption, your augmented suit should be functioning normally right now." "I see. That's good to hear. But still, it's great that she would pay for the relics that were destroyed." "You can say that again. By the way, was that the only way out?" Had Alpha detected those monsters beforehand, Akira might not have lost his relics back there. He thought so as he threw that question to Alpha. Alpha just smiled and said, "The layout of the floors in this building is blocking my detection. If you're okay with taking those bullets head-on instead of using the relics as your shield, and if you're also okay with me forcing your body to move even if you're badly injured just like that time when you fought the relic thieves, then the answer is no." Akira twitched and said, "Well, I wouldn't want you to do that though." Now that Alpha confirmed that Akira had nothing to complain about her support even after losing his relics, she smiled and said, "You only got light injuries and someone is offering to pay for the relics that you lost, so you just need to return back alive now." "Yeah, but then again, what do you think about this back door on the upper floor?" "I don't know the answer to that question. Since she asked for 5 million orum, I bet there's really a back door. So for now, let's just place our trust in her." "You're right. It's not like I can go downstairs anyway. The way upward is the only way forward. Let's just put our bet on her and continue." Although Alpha's ability to detect enemies was reduced, it was not that bad in detecting enemies on the same floor as them. So, even though they encountered more monsters after that, Akira was able to detect them first and snipe them before they could attack the duo. Carol was shooting at the monsters in front of her when she voiced out her question. But still, where are all of these monsters coming from? They shouldn't be inside this building, though. Akira, who was shooting at the same targets, then answered. They're here now, so it doesn't matter. Let's just kill them and move on. One thing for sure, we have quite a lot of monsters chasing us from behind. Well, you're right about that. There was an elevator door not too far from them. For the sake of moving people and stuff around that building, the elevator door there was pretty big. Except for those people with the right permission, no one could use the elevator. That was why Akira and Carol were forced to climb that building using stairs. But then that elevator door suddenly opened without making any sounds. Akira quickly reacted to that by pointing his rifle in that direction. Carol also did the same, although a bit late. Both of them pulled the trigger almost simultaneously and started shooting at the rifles peeking out from the inside of that elevator. Although both of them were surprised, their expression stayed stern. Akira's face then turned grim as he said, "Now we know how they got here first. So this is the reason, huh?" What was left behind that elevator door was nothing but the dead wreckages of the monsters that the duo just killed. These monsters were using elevators to get ahead of Akira and Carol. What's going on here? So the manager of this building is letting these monsters use the elevator? That seems to be the case. To think that the manager of this building has also turned hostile. Nah, I guess it's too late to be surprised about that by now, huh? All the hunters inside that building were basically intruders, so that was to be expected. Akira saw Carol's grim expression. He then asked her a question. Does this have anything to do with the back door that we're heading to? None. To be more precise, they might have predicted where we're heading and sending monsters ahead of us, but it should be still alright. Is that so? In that case, we should hurry up then. At this rate, they'll surround us. You're right, let's go. But seriously, from one thing to another, we're really unlucky today. Today is really a bad day. Akira, what's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere? Carol noticed Akira's weird reaction and asked him if he was okay. Akira, who just slightly twitched, returned his face to normal. It's nothing, I'm okay. Carol was a bit bothered by Akira's strange reaction, but it was not the time for that as she quickly returned back to guiding the way forward. Alpha, who had a good guess of what Akira was thinking, just smiled at him. It's alright, it's all going to be fine as long as you can return back alive. So let's just head back home and have a good laugh at what happened today. You're right. Even if it was true that Carol was roped into Akira's bad luck, there should not be any problems as long as they could return back alive. They knew that being a hunter was a dangerous occupation. Once they returned back alive from that place, everything that happened that day would be an amusing story that they could laugh off in the future. Luck was also a part of hunters' skill. So those who could fight back against their bad luck were indeed skilled hunters. Akira and Carol continued running inside the Saranthal building, heading to the back door that Carol told Akira about. Now that they knew there were monsters ahead, they did not get caught off guard again as they carved their way forward through the monsters blocking their way. It was all good and fine up until that point, but the further they went forward, the grimmer their expression became. Akira looked at the cause of that and said, "There's just too many of them. There's no end to these monsters. Looking at this situation, I guess the hunters downstairs are all dead. Huh." The mechanical monsters that were chasing Akira and Carol from behind had increased in number, enough to even fully block the whole hallway. These monsters must have passed through the hunters downstairs, and now they came upstairs to kill Carol and Akira, who were still alive inside the building. There might be some hunters making their stand in some small rooms, but they were the minority among all the hunters who came inside that building. Akira was holding back the monsters behind them using his CWH anti-material rifle and DVDS minigun while Carol was clearing the way forward. As the wreckages of the dead monsters in the front of the swarms blocked the hallway, all the monsters behind them slowly pushed their way through those wreckages and crept closer and closer to Akira and Carol. Akira and Carol somehow reached the 45th floor. They finally reached their destination. The stairs that they took to get there were already filled with wreckages. There was no way to go downstairs now. "Carol, how far until we reach the back door?" "This is already the 45th floor, so it should be somewhere on this floor, right?" Carol had a grim expression as she said, "Go right, and then left." There, we'll find a big door. Akira peeked toward that direction. Countless monsters were already waiting inside that hallway. And right when Akira peeked at them, the elevator door near those monsters opened and delivered extra reinforcements. The duo looked totally disheartened. Akira sighed and said with a serious face, "It can't be helped. We need to break through them." Carol was so surprised. She thought that it was impossible to break through that blockade. Break through them? Right there? With that many monsters. If we take too long shaving their number, this floor will be flooded with monsters before we can move forward. Not to mention, I don't have much ammo left. If we don't break through them in one go, our fates would be sealed as the time passes. Look there, they got even more reinforcement. The elevator door opened again and delivered even more monsters inside that hallway. Akira believed that they would not stop sending monsters there anytime soon. Carol looked at that and made her resolve. All right. I'll go in first, then you help me from behind. Are you sure? Since I'm your bodyguard, it's not like I can take cover behind you, right? Looking at Akira, who said that so flatly as if he was only stating a fact without a trace of anger or hatred, Carol smiled happily and said, "You're right, I'll be counting on you." Akira swallowed some medicines beforehand and put some ready inside his mouth. He then reloaded new magazines into his rifles. He stood in the middle of the hallway with his CWH anti-material rifle and DVDS minigun ready on his hands. He was ready to go.
Alpha.
Ready when you are. Seeing Alpha, who was smiling like usual, a question popped out inside Akira's head. You said that it's easy to fight against mechanical monsters back there, so I can put my hopes up, right? Of course. But you better get your resolve ready, Akira. Akira forced himself to make a confident smile. Right after that, he jumped out into the hallway where those monsters were waiting for him. He gathered his focus and compressed his time perception. Inside that slow-motion world, Akira made his resolve, aimed the rifles on both of his hands toward the monsters in front of him, and pulled the trigger. The special ammo of his CWH anti-material rifle easily pierced through the monsters' thick armors and blew the inside of their bodies. It then went further and pierced right through the monsters behind them too. While the shower of bullets coming out from Akira's DVDS minigun only had enough power to dent their armors, it was strong enough to destroy their limbs and guns. The monsters that were thrown back blocked the other monsters from aiming at Akira, the dead monsters blocked their way forward, and the destroyed guns blew up and took out the monsters near their vicinity. Alpha used all the information that she got from Akira's information-gathering device. She then analyzed it, processed it, and used it to confirm the position of all the enemies and their lines of sight. Since they were on the same floor as Akira and pretty close to him, even with the reduced sensitivity, Alpha was able to detect even the slightest move that these monsters made. Alpha took control of Akira's augmented suit, enhanced his vision, and corrected his aim to take out the first monsters with the highest possibility of inflicting serious injury to Akira. While at the same time, she maximized the effectiveness of the DVDS barrage to lower the monsters' firepower. As the explosions of their guns took out the monsters around where those explosions happened, the dead monsters turned into obstacles that slowed down the other monsters' movements. Alpha fully grasped the situation of every single second of that battle as she kept Akira and Carol from the monsters' aim and guided Akira to make the best possible sequence of action. Akira was running forward in that situation where even the smallest slip-up could cause the enemy's shots to concentrate on him and immediately kill him. His augmented suit forced his body to move to its utmost limit to the point that it was almost enough to kill him. His muscles and bones could not take the burden as they were screaming in pain. The moment the medicines that he had taken in beforehand healed those injuries, the augmented suit would place even more burden on his body again. Akira was pushing forward inside that slow-motion world. Bullets were flying from behind and in front of him. He could hear the sounds of those flying bullets, and he could feel the wind pressure grazing his skin as those bullets flew past near him. In the middle of that, Akira focused to feel the movement of his augmented suit and tried his best to match his body movement with his augmented suit, so as not to slow down Alpha's control over his augmented suit. Thanks to his enhanced vision, Akira could see the next location he needed to position himself, the next action he needed to take, and the next target that he needed to take out first. He tried his best to follow Alpha's guidance that was produced through processing a huge amount of information and after a huge amount of complex calculations. Inside his enhanced vision, Akira also could see the predicted trajectory line of the monster's aims. Alpha sometimes gave him order to pass through positions where he would get hit by bullets. But even after knowing that, Akira would still push forward and take that route without hesitating. Then, as expected, he would grit his teeth and take in the bullet while making sure that it would not break his balance as he focused himself to follow the next order. It was of course impossible to evade all the enemy's shots. As such, Akira just brushed that off as he understood very well he needed to take some of those bullets and make sure that they did not cause any fatal injuries in order to return back alive from that place. Alpha's orders were important, even if they were directing him to soak up those bullets. Akira placed his trust in Alpha as he kept on fighting. He stepped over the dead monsters in front of him and continued pushing forward. Thanks to Alpha's support, Akira kept on shooting at the monsters in front of him with the utmost efficiency, while at the same time reducing the efficiency of the monsters in front of him with his barrage. Carol was following behind Akira while giving as much support as she could. She kept telling her body to keep moving since it kept stopping out of astonishment from the scene happening in front of her. Carol did not expect that Akira was that strong. So strong. I knew all along that he's strong enough to kill the monsters guarding this building alone, but I never thought that he's this strong. Amazing. Really amazing. Carol did not know about Alpha. Thus, she thought that it was purely out of Akira's skill alone. Although it was out of Carol's wrong evaluation, in her eyes, Akira looked like a very attractively strong hunter. Carol unconsciously smiled. It was a rare smile different from the attractive smile that she usually used on someone who she wanted to seduce. After pushing through that fierce fight, Akira and Carol stood in front of the door that they were aiming for. Although the battle only lasted for 5 minutes, for both of them, it felt like forever. Akira himself was already low on ammo and medicines. Akira faced his back toward that door and fought the monster chasing him, while Carol rushed toward that door and opened it. After she checked everything, she shouted at Akira, "It's all green. Hurry up." Akira quickly went inside that door, and the door almost immediately shut. The monsters on the other side of that door released a barrage of bullets. Akira could hear those bullets hitting the thick door from the other side. It was a close call. After escaping that dangerous situation, Akira finally had the leeway to relax and reassess his situation. As he scanned his surroundings, he was taken aback and said, "We're outside." Akira was already outside. Some of the floors in the Saranthal building had platforms, and those platforms were actually landing platforms. Akira was standing on one of those platforms. Akira flusteredly asked Carol a question. "Is this the back door?" "Yes, did that surprise you?" "Wait for a sec, how exactly are we going to escape from this place? I can't fly, and of course, I don't want to jump down from this height." Even for Akira, who was experienced in jumping down a tall building, he did not want to jump from that height. And putting height aside, Akira had no plans to jump from a tall building 2 times in a day. Carol, who saw Akira get a bit worked up, found it amusing as she giggled and said, "I can't fly too, and I have no plans to kill myself by jumping from this height. It'll start to move soon, so let's just keep that door closed." Carol then moved a pile of wreckage and put it right next to the door, preventing it from getting opened. It was a pretty heavy pile of wreckage, and it was positioned to get stuck on the door. Thus, it would be really hard to open the door from the other side. And even if the door was destroyed, that wreckage would then be turned into a blockade. Carol then said to Akira, "Come over here." Akira followed Carol into the landing platform. It was pretty huge for a landing platform on top of a building. Although Akira never saw it for himself, he was wondering if there was this so-called airplane in that place and that Carol was planning to escape from that building using it. But as he scanned the platform, he did not see anything that might be that so-called airplane. As Akira started to feel uneasy, he then asked Carol with a worried face, "Carol, can you tell me now where are we heading to? And how are you planning to escape from this building?" "We'll be there soon. It's faster if you see it for yourself." Even if I explain it to you now, I don't think that you would believe me anyway. What do you mean by that? You'll get it when you see it. There it is. It's that thing over there. Carol then pointed her finger. But Akira could not see anything in the direction she was pointing. There was nothing but the runway there. I don't see anything though. It's foggy, so it's hard to see. Look closely. Don't you see a shadow in the middle of that runway? Akira stared closely in that direction. It was true that he saw some kind of silhouette, but it did not resemble anything that he knew of. He then tilted his head. As Akira was wondering what was there, Carol already walked ahead toward that thing. When she did that, suddenly the image around her started to get distorted. Akira looked at that in confusion. The rift then widened. When he peeked into that rift, he finally realized that it was some kind of door. As he peeked deeper into what was behind that door, he could see that it led to another place. Or at least, the place behind that door was not another landing platform. Alpha smiled and explained to Akira, who was completely surprised by that. To think that you wouldn't be able to see it unless you get this close. This is a pretty high-grade optical camouflage. Akira, this is a delivery drone. I bet this is from the old world. The reason why you can't see it is because of its optical camouflage. It's also equipped with other camouflaging devices. Even your information-gathering device would not be able to detect it unless you get close enough to it. It was an old-world delivery drone. From Akira's point of view, it looked like the interior of that delivery drone was floating in the air. But when he approached it while already knowing that there was a delivery drone there, Akira started to recognize the outline of that delivery drone. The door of that delivery drone was completely open, and it led into a platform connected to a storage room inside of it. Carol stepped into that storage room and called Akira. Akira, come on, get in here, or you'll get left behind. Akira snapped back to reality and followed Carol into that storage room. The door was still open even after he went in, but not too long after that, it closed on its own. The storage room inside the delivery drone was pretty spacious, but there was nothing other than Akira and Carol inside it. Seeing Carol relax there, Akira also lowered his guard. He then asked Carol, who was already resting, Carol, explain to me what's going on here. First of all, is this thing safe? Maybe yes. Maybe. The fact there are monsters inside the Saranthal building alone is not normal. That's why I can't say for sure if this thing is safe or not. But if this won't work, then nothing will, and we'll have no other choice but to climb down the building's wall. I understand. So then, what will happen next? Once the time comes, this thing will start flying on its own. Just wait for a bit. Carol then opened her information terminal and checked something. 15 minutes. We have no other choice but to wait for 15 more minutes. And also, don't get too close to the door. It might open the door if you do that. Okay. So basically, this delivery drone is that back door, right?
Yep.
It seems that it regularly visits multiple buildings, and this Saranthal building is just one of them. If it follows the usual schedule, the next stop will be a landing platform in the Mihizono Ruin Factory District. So we'll get off there, and, well, will you escort me back all the way to the Hunter office? I would be really happy if you would do that for me. Sure, I'm planning to head that way too anyway. So, I can at least escort you back to the Hunter office. Thank you. Carol smiled at Akira. He felt there was something else bothering him in that smile. But it was not anything ominous. It simply felt different compared to the smile that she had when they spoke to each other inside the Saranthal building. That was all there was to it. So he just decided to ignore it. While waiting for that 15 minutes to pass by, Akira reloaded new magazines into his rifles. He no longer had that much ammo left. He still had some reserve ammo left in his vehicle, but he left his vehicle in the parking lot not too far from the Hunter office. He could not replenish his ammo until he could get back to his vehicle, so until then, there was no way he could face another swarm of monsters like before. Akira hoped that nothing bad would happen from here on out, as he swallowed more medicines. The only thing that he could do right now was to get himself well prepared in case anything bad happened, while hoping that it would be unnecessary. After all, whether something bad would happen or not was something Akira had no control over. After 10 minutes, there was another turn of events. The monsters that were chasing Akira and Carol broke through the door, and the wreckage blocking the door. They were quickly flooding the landing platform. Akira was looking outside through a small window in that storage room. It was because he was keeping eyes on the situation outside, and he wanted to see the view outside when the delivery drone took off. Seeing those mechanical monsters gushing out into the landing platform, Akira's face twitched as he mumbled, "Give me a break." Carol, who noticed that, also peeked outside. Her face turned pale the moment she saw the monsters flooding the landing platform. "It's all right. They shouldn't be able to see us from the outside. Moreover, this delivery drone is using an optical camouflage in the first place, and it's time to take off soon. It should be all right." All the words that Carol mumbled were all her wishes. Akira could understand that after seeing her expression. Although she was trying to stay calm there, her smile was crooked and cold sweat was running down her face. She was also slightly shaking, showing what she was actually feeling uneasy. If the mechanical monsters got close enough to the delivery drone, its door might open. They might even be able to see the delivery drone too. Moreover, in the first place, the delivery drone might not take off if there was something blocking it. There were so many uncertainties. Akira tried to reorganize his mind. He took a deep breath and let out a long sigh before asking Alpha. "Alpha, what will happen if those monsters get into the storage room?" Alpha kept smiling like usual. "When that happens, I'll have you ready to re-experience what you did today." After hearing the answer that he had completely expected, Akira's face distorted. It seemed that he really hated that idea. "Thought so. Well, I guess I should be thankful that I, at least, still have a way to get out from this place alive." Depending on the situation, Akira might have to run down a building's wall again. The only difference between riding off and just simply jumping down the wall was that the former had a better chance of survival. After all, he had no wish to get himself killed. Of course, he did not want to do that again if it could be helped, but the monsters chasing him did not care about that. Carol looked at Akira. He seemed to be very annoyed and exasperated, as well as a little nervous. From what she could see, Akira did not seem to have given up. He did not even seem scared at all. "Akira?" Carol herself had no idea why she called Akira's name. Akira, who was watching the door that was leading outside, turned to Carol and casually replied, "Yes? If the monsters come here, we'll have to get out of here. So you get yourself ready in case that happens." Okay, sure." Carol was so dumbfounded that she was barely able to reply back. Akira returned his gaze back to the door. She kept staring at him for some time even after that, but weirdly enough, she then started to smile. Akira, who noticed that change in Carol, frowned and asked,
"What?"
"It's nothing. It seems that you haven't given up at all." "Of course. You too, right?" Carol, who already regained her composure, confidently smiled and replied, "Obviously." Carol reloaded her gun while smiling. She then stood next to Akira in case he needed her support. He's still calm even in this situation. He seems to be still planning to fight back. And to top it off, he's skilled. He's really my type. Akira and Carol just stood there in silence. The sound of the monsters outside the delivery drone was starting to get louder and louder as they approached and surrounded that delivery drone. Akira and Carol could clearly hear the sounds that those mechanical monsters were making outside the delivery drone. Normally, hearing those sounds would shave the spirit of the people who were listening to them. A normal hunter might start screaming right about now. But even so, Carol and Akira just stood there in silence while listening to those sounds. Not too long after that, the delivery drone suddenly started moving. It was time for it to take off. The sounds that it was making drowned the sound coming from the mechanical monsters outside. After the delivery drone took off from the landing platform, it headed to the Miyazono Ruins factory district. Akira quietly watched the situation outside through the small window. He could see the monsters that swarmed the Saranthal building. Their images kept getting smaller and smaller to the point that he could not see them any longer. Once they realized that they were saved, they sighed in relief at the same time as if they had planned that beforehand. Then the next moment, Carol jumped and hugged Akira. "We did it! We're saved! We're saved!" Carol seemed to be delighted. Because of their height difference, Akira's head was pushed right into Carol's chest. Akira dropped his rifle and tried to push her away. Okay. I got it already. So, just let me go. It's fine, right? Let's celebrate together. Just let go of me. I don't know whether it's your augmented suit or that you have an augmented body, but hugging me with that much power is hurting me, you know. Akira was really in pain. Just like Sarah, Carol also had an augmented body. Thanks to that, she was able to handle the kickback of a powerful gun without any trouble. While the armor that she was using was a reactive armor that would harden in response to an external force. So having those hard layers in the shape of breast pushed against his face caused Akira to feel pain. Whoops, sorry. Carol realized that Akira was really in pain and quickly let him go. Akira coughed after getting released from that pain. He thought that Carol let him go since she had regained her composure, but that was not the case. It was true that Carol regained some of her composure, but compared to her usual state, she was still in a high mood. Carol quickly pulled down the fastener in front of her down to her stomach. She then used that opening when Akira was surprised to hug him again. But this time, Akira's face was buried into her well-endowed breasts. Carol smiled happily as she said, "This won't hurt you now, right?" It seemed that Carol was still high after escaping that life-threatening situation. Akira did not seem to try to pull himself away from her, and since it seemed that it would be pointless to say anything to her in this situation, he just gave up and let her do whatever she wanted. Alpha smiled teasingly at Akira and said, As I thought, you react differently when it's something that you can actually touch." Akira casually replied to Alpha just like usual. "Shut up." Carol, who did not know about that short exchange between Akira and Alpha, kept on hugging Akira happily. Chapter 108. Food over Women. A few minutes had passed since the transport drone had left the landing platform of the Saranthal building. Carol had already calmed down after she got too excited when she finally realized she had gotten out of that dangerous situation alive. Since Akira felt like Carol would keep hugging him if he just left her be, he quickly pulled himself away a bit forcefully when her hug relaxed a little. Carol peeked at Akira's expression. He did not seem to be angry. As a matter of fact, it looked like he was in a rather good mood. But for someone who just got his face buried in between a beautiful girl's wonderful breasts, he did not seem too delighted. As her side job, other than being a hunter, Carol had slept with a lot of other hunters. For the sake of her main job and her side job, she enhanced her body with nanomachines and spent a large sum of money that could be used to buy multiple augmented suits just to enhance her beauty. Carol had absolute confidence in her own beauty. After all, there were hunters who went crazy after experiencing her beautiful body. But even so, Akira was not that interested in her body. She understood that very well after peeking at Akira's face, and she felt a sense of defeat. Carol smiled as to not show that in her face, as she said to Akira, "Geez, you're no fun. There's nothing wrong with enjoying it a bit more, isn't it? I don't mind if you want to do it later too, you know. And as I said, it's free of charge." "No thank you. Moreover, you are the one who hugged me in the first place, not me. And I'm still in the middle of a job too. You're paying me to be your bodyguard, remember? So don't get in my way when you're the one who gave me that request." "You're so earnest, aren't you? Do you prefer to have someone not earnest escorting you instead? You have a point there. All right, I won't bother you again." Since it seemed that Akira would only get annoyed if she continued, Carol decided to back off there. After getting himself away from Carol, Akira returned back looking outside from a small window. For him, the view from a flying drone was entertaining enough. Carol kept looking at him. Akira, who was looking outside with sparkling eyes, looked like a small boy from her point of view. He did not seem like he was that powerful hunter who showed such amazing skill inside the Saranthal building. When I look at him like this, he looks like nothing but just a young boy. But even so, he's not that young that he has no interest in girls, right? Carol still had her fastener pulled down, showing her bountiful breasts. Unless she was told otherwise, she kept her fastener down hoping that Akira would change his mind. Normally, her beautiful skin and valley peeking out from that opening would gather the attention of any healthy young boys. But even so, Akira kept his eyes fixed on the views outside. It seemed that the views outside were way more interesting for Akira. Carol, who got hit by another sense of defeat, then made a bit of a sharp remark. Is the view outside that amusing? It is. Akira answered back casually and instantly. There was no trace of hesitation at all. Carol replied back. She sounded even more annoyed than before.
I see.
Akira felt the faint pressure coming from Carol and realized that he gave a wrong answer just now. He then looked at Alpha, who was smiling at him. So he decided to throw a different subject to change the mood there. We're heading to the landing platform in Miyazono Ruins Factory District, right? How long until we get there? It should be around 15 minutes, but that's pretty long. This is an old-world transport drone, right? So, I think it should have been able to fly faster, though. That would be scary and dangerous, even if it's possible. I hope that it won't go that fast. Akira, who felt that reply from Carol was rather weird, returned his gaze back at her and asked, "Why is that? We can get there faster, you know." Carol thought that reaction was a bit unexpected, but she quickly realized the reason. I see, you don't know about it, huh? By the way, what comes in your mind when I say hunters transport vehicles? A car, or maybe a tank. And if I remember it correctly, they're hunters with powered suits if we go further to the east, right? All of them are ground transportations, right? Didn't you ever think that it's weird they don't use combat drones or combat helicopters? Or why, other than the hunters, even the city defense squad and the corporate militaries don't use them too? The cities also use trucks to trade and transport materials between them. Don't you think it's weird that they don't use flying drones? Why do you think that is? Now that you mention it, that's kind of weird. Why is that? Akira could not come up with any answers. Carol then smiled smugly and explained. It's because the monsters would attack them. The higher and the faster you go, the more powerful the monsters that would attack you. Carol did not realize it herself that she was actually feeling happy that Akira was looking back at her again as she explained to him why people did not use airplanes in the Eastern District. There were all kinds of monsters living in all kinds of places in the Eastern District, and according to the area where they lived, they posed different levels of danger. But they roughly had two common features. First of all, their strength depended on whether they lived further to the west or to the east. In most cases, the closer they lived to the front line bordering the unexplored area in the Far East, the more powerful they were. And the closer they were to the western area bordering the Federation of Nations Central District, the weaker they were. The other indicator would be the height where they usually roamed. Of course, there were monsters who roamed the sky, and the higher they were usually, the stronger they were. There were many factors that affected the encounter rate with the monsters. The usual indicators were the bigger, faster, and higher you go, the higher the chance for you to meet monsters. So in short, the faster they flew in the Eastern District sky, the higher the chance for them to meet such powerful monsters, which would be fatal. There were also cases where it might even attract stronger monsters that would not usually roam in a particular area. Because of that, it was prohibited to use any kind of flying vehicles around the city. And if there was anyone who did that without proper authorization, the defense squad would take them down without warning, suspecting that they were trying to attract strong monsters to attack the city. As a matter of fact, such a thing had actually happened a few times in the past. Because of this, the main means of transportation in the Eastern District were land transportations, although, technology-wise, the Eastern District had no problem building airplanes. And back when the corporate government had a huge war against the nationalists, they were normally using airplanes. Akira, who was listening closely to Carol's explanation, then applied that newly received information to the flying drone that they were riding. Wait, doesn't that mean this thing is dangerous? That's why it's equipped with sophisticated camouflaging features and is moving at a slow speed. As you said, it can fly way faster so that we can reach our destination way quicker, but its speed is mainly determined by an ignorable chance to meet any powerful monsters. So that's why, Akira nodded. Carol was completely cheered up after seeing Akira listening closely to her explanation. And in order so that he would not start looking outside again, she tried to come up with a more interesting subject. By the way, Akira, do you know that the old world ruins are not only located on or below the ground? You can also find old world ruins in the sky too, you know. In the sky? Like a floating ruin. There are many types though, like a floating fortress or just a flying ship. It's from those stories where hunters sometimes notice that there's a huge shadow cast on the ground, but they can't see anything in the sky when they look up. That might be because of the camouflaging features. There are also theories saying that the ever-present colorless mist in the Eastern District is hiding all the floating structures that are already there since the Old World era. Other theory says that when the colorless mist suddenly thickens, that's because a floating object is passing through that I see. It sounds like we can find some amazing relics if we can somehow get to one of those floating ruins. It seems that there are a lot of hunters who are looking for floating ruins, you know. I heard that even the corporate government is sponsoring those hunters. Moreover, it's on a whole different level of difficulty, and a lot of high-ranking hunters are actually doing exactly that. As I thought, it has some kind of romanticism in it. Carol was talking, filled with interest. Among the hunters that she had slept with, one of them told her that he dreamt of finding a floating ruin. The last time she heard from that hunter was when he was talking happily to her that he got recruited into the search squad through his connection. She never met that hunter again since then. That hunter might as well already be dead by now. Although Akira was interested in that story of floating ruins, he still analyzed that information realistically. Romanticism, huh? Honestly, I don't really get it. It's not like I'm out in the ruin chasing renown after all. You'll understand once you're older. Is that so?
Yep.
Akira tilted his head. Carol smiled at him. As Akira and Carol were talking about hunter stuff, they eventually arrived on a landing platform. After packing their stuff up, they then stood in front of the door of the storage room, and the door automatically opened. Carol remembered that she had not pulled up her fastener yet, so she pulled it back all the way up to her neck before stepping off the transport drone. Akira followed suit afterwards. Once they boarded off, the door closed automatically. It then turned invisible again, unless you got close enough. If anyone saw them, it would look like Akira and Carol just appeared out of nowhere. The Miyazono Ruins factory district was filled with factories and warehouses. Although most of them had already turned into rubble, some of them were still in operation. It was a dangerous area filled with security drones. Basically, the landing platform where Akira and Carol were was clean of anything. There were only some cracks in the platform, nothing more. There might be other transport drones there too, but those were invisible to Akira and Carol. Carol stretched out her body once and said, "Well then, can you escort me to the hunter office now?" "Sure. Which way is the hunter office?" It was Akira's first time coming there, so he had no idea which way to go. Fortunately enough, the landing platform was located in between the ruin and the wasteland, so if they followed that boundary, they should be able to find the hunter office sooner or later. This way. Carol smiled as she guided the way. As Akira was walking the boundary between the ruin and the wasteland with Carol guiding him, Carol suddenly asked him a question. "Akira, what are your plans after this? Are you going to hunt for relics again?" "No, I'm planning to stop for today and get a good rest. I'm too tired after going through all that, so I have no power left to hunt for relics. So, don't ask me to extend the escort, okay? Don't worry. I'm also planning to wrap up for today. So, basically, you're free after this, right?" "Well, yeah, but I want to get a good rest. I'm really tired, you know. Want to take a rest with me?" Carol smiled mischievously at Akira. Even for someone as dense as Akira, he understood that she was inviting him.
No.
"I want to rest." "Don't be that uptight. We both went through that dangerous situation together after all, right? Although you're under my request to escort me, it's true that you did save my life. So I want to repay it. You've already paid me for escorting you, and you said you would also pay for the relics that I lost, so I have no plans to ask you for any more reward. Well, if you're still bothered by it, you can buy me some meals. But I won't accept a cheap meal, okay?" There was a trace of irritation and frustration in Carol's bitter smile. She then became a bit obstinate as she said, "If you think that would be enough to reward someone who saved my life, it would hurt my pride. Then treat me to a meal expensive enough so that it won't hurt your pride. For example, I don't mind going to one of those 1,000,000 orum per meal restaurants. Although I have no plans to eat there myself, I would be more than happy to go there if someone would pay for it. I did tell you, remember? I'm at the age where food is much more interesting than girls." Carol seemed a bit cheered up as she smiled.
Geez.
It can't be helped then. If it's in one of those facilities near the Hunter office branch, I don't mind treating you to a meal. Are you sure? Well, I'm glad I asked you to treat me. I want to return my debt as soon as possible, and I don't want to wait until you're interested in girls. All right then, we have a deal here. So, let's hurry up and get back. I don't mind if you want to pick up the pace, but make sure to properly escort me, okay? Of course. Akira then happily swung his legs toward the Miyazono Ruins Hunter office branch. Carol just giggled and followed behind him when she saw him showing his childlike side befitting of his age to her. There were restaurants built near the Hunter office branch located on the outskirts of the Miyazono ruin. Hunters were allowed to bring in their heavy weapons inside those restaurants when they ate their meals, so as to be expected, those were not high-class restaurants. But as if to betray their outer appearance, some of those restaurants were actually selling high-class meals. A full-course meal in those restaurants could cost above 100,000 orum. Although those meals were pretty delicious, in the end, it was the wasteland price, so its price was rather swollen compared to if they were served in the city. It was understandable to be that pricey since they would have spent money to manage the place and transport the ingredients all the way there, but still, expensive things were expensive. The restaurants in that place were roughly divided into 3 areas. Then the customers who went to those restaurants were assigned to different seats depending on the price they pay for their meals. They were roughly categorized to the hunters who paid 1,000 orum, 10,000 orum, and 100,000 orum for their meals. It was not like there was a strict ruling about it, so it was not compulsory, but if they took a different seat, they would feel a bit out of place and might feel uncomfortable, except for those people with steel nerves. It was an easy thing to identify the skill and the success of a hunter, depending on how much that hunter would spend on his or her meal. Because of that, grouping hunters' seats like this would allow them to be seated together with the other hunters with more or less the same skill level. So, it was not rare for the regulars of a restaurant to recognize the faces of the hunters around them, although they did not know each other's names. It was also common for them to strike a conversation with the other hunters eating near them, and if they got along well, they might even form a team later. But then, because of that, when someone new came in and ate in a seat for expensive meals, it would garner a lot of attention from the other hunters. And that day, the new face was Akira. Akira was sitting in front of an expensive-looking table, and meals befitting for that table were lined up in front of him. That scene made Akira beam up as he gobbled up those meals while occasionally voicing out his amazement. He was in a really good mood there. Carol was sitting across Akira. Although it was less than what was in front of Akira, her meal was worth about the same price as his. Carol rested her palms on her cheeks as she smiled and asked Akira, "Is it tasty?" "Yeah, it's delicious." Akira happily nodded, after confirming which Carol smiled satisfied. "That's good to hear. It seems that my pride is safely salvaged." Carol, who was looking at Akira eating his meal for a few minutes, eventually started eating her own meal. But still, Akira looks like just a normal boy during times like this. He doesn't seem like a strong hunter at all. Carol's evaluation was correct. In all reality, Akira was not that strong of a hunter in the first place. It was all thanks to Alpha's support. If he relied on his own skill, it would still take a few years of training and hard work before he could sit on that seat. But still, you eat quite a lot, don't you? I don't mind paying for all of it, but don't leave anything behind, okay? Don't worry, my appetite is growing bigger and bigger lately, so I won't have any trouble finishing all of this food. Akira just answered back casually. But after Carol pointed that out, a question popped up in his mind. Now that I think about it, I actually really start eating more and more lately. Alpha interjected. It might be because your body is trying to compensate for the nutrition that you didn't get when you were in your accelerated growth period. What do you mean? You've been living in the slum city for years, so you're in a constant malnutrition state. Because of that, you must have been stuck in a slowed growth rate for quite a long time. So in order to compensate for that, your body might be demanding a lot of food right now. Is that really something that you can solve simply by eating a lot of food? I think you've gone through a special treatment so that you can solve that problem just by eating a lot of food. You have gone through that 60 million orum treatment before, remember? They might have identified your impeded growth was due to an unhealthy environment, and so they might have done something to your body, which allows you to get you back to your optimal state just by eating a lot of food, though they might have also done that so that they can charge you more money too. Akira suddenly stopped eating his meal. It's not like they did anything weird to me, right? I'm actually okay, right? Well, it's true that you're getting back to your healthier body state, so it's alright. Moreover, wounds and fatigue won't get properly recovered or healed unless you eat food and get ample rest. After all, there's a limit on how far the medicines can help you. Since it was a treatment to get you back to health, so it shouldn't have any bad side effects. As long as you earn enough money to satiate your hunger, you should be fine. I see. Well, I guess it's alright then. I also got that after going through an expensive treatment, so I guess it should be fine, huh? Akira then continued eating without worrying about it anymore. Carol, who saw Akira pause momentarily, found it weird. Akira, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. Is that so? By the way, there's something I want to ask you. I don't mind if you want to keep eating while answering my question. Is that okay? What is it? I don't mind as long as it's not a request in which you'll refuse to pay for my meal if I don't accept it. Carol giggled lightly. Don't worry. Well, it's indeed a request, but I'll still pay for this meal even if you refuse it. Akira stopped eating. He could feel that it was something serious from the way Carol asked him. He then stared at her with a serious face. So, what is it? I don't mind if you want to continue eating, you know? I'll hear you first, and if it's something not that important, then I'll continue eating. So, go on. What do you want to ask of me? Strictly speaking, Akira still seemed to be in a good mood, but there was a trace of cautiousness in his face. It was obvious that he was being paranoid. He looked at Carol with distrust, as if he was suspecting that she was going to bring more trouble to his plate. Although it was just a hunch, there was no mistaking it. Carol had no idea if it was simply because there was a flicker in Akira's feeling and it was expressed in his eyes, or it was because Akira was actually suppressing his feeling, and it was leaking out. This situation, it's dangerous if I say anything wrong here. Carol intentionally changed into a more serious face before continuing. I'll say this straight. Akira, will you work together with me? Akira did not reply immediately. He was just silently staring at her. He was trying to guess any possible meanings behind those words. Carol understood that very well when she looked back at him. After a short silence, Akira finally opened his mouth. Let me get this straight. Do you mean working together with you as a team of hunters?
Yes.
Sorry, but no thanks. Akira only said that and immediately returned back to eating. His tense aura was gone in a snap, and the mood quickly returned to normal. Carol sighed in relief when she noticed that Akira had lowered his guard, although she also regretted the fact that he refused her offer. Is that so? That's really unfortunate. Well, it'll only cause trouble down the road if I force it, so I'll just give it up here. Would you at least please tell me the reason? It's simply because I'm more comfortable moving alone. I am used to moving around out of whim or based on situational decisions. Now that I think about it, I can be a bit random most of the time. I won't be able to do that if I work together with another hunter, you see. Even for today, I only decided to go to Mihazono Ruin just this morning, and it's simply because I thought about it when I was visiting another place. So, I won't fit to work together in a team, right? Most of the hunters decided beforehand where to go and properly prepared themselves before actually heading there. And if Akira was in a team, then he should think about how to divide the reward and the profit too. Not to mention, when one of the team members was not feeling well, there was a chance that the expedition had to be cancelled too. Akira always turned to Alpha and asked for her opinion before making any decision, and of course, he could not use that reason if he had to explain his decision to other people. If he worked with someone for a long time, it was almost completely guaranteed that he would be treated as a troublesome team member who always made sudden random decisions on his own. Carol tried to guess Akira's way of thinking from his answer. Akira is the type of hunter who focuses more on the downsides of working together in a team rather than the advantages that he can get from doing that. He's one of those who get suspicious of people who stay together with them for long rather than feeling safe. Back then in the Saranthal building, he also seriously thought of moving separately from me. given that I know the layout of the building well, and that we were in such a dangerous situation. He might be thinking that I'm planning to kill him since he knows about the back door now. But on the other hand, if it's out of a request, he would even shield me using his own body. This boy is broken. Or more like, seriously, what kind of moral value is this boy following? Carol had experienced spending a night together with some hunters with distorted personalities. Because of that, she knew how to handle these kinds of people very well. But the Akira in front of her was unlike any other hunters that she had dealt with. So, in order to look for the right way to handle Akira, she made a friendly smile and asked him a question. So you're that kind of hunter, huh? Well, I tend to work alone too, so I can understand your argument. But were you always working alone until now? Not really. It's just that I never really worked together as a team. I've explored ruins together with other hunters too. I also accept requests that need me to work in a team. Is that not the case for you too? Me? Well, I did a lot of stuff in the past. I've formed a team together with the other hunters. There were also times when I joined an already established team of hunters. But at the moment, I'm working alone. There were a few things that happened with my last team which caused the team to break down, you see. Carol said it, as if it was none of her business. But in reality, the reason why that team broke up was because of her. The guys who got roped into her side job did a lot of bad stuff in order to get the money to buy her. Some of them even sacrificed their equipment and ammo budget and became nothing but a burden to the team. Some of them would cause a fight when dividing the reward money. Eventually, the mood in that team became so bad that they broke up in the middle of exploring a ruin. It was not like Carol intentionally did that, but she also did not try to stop the situation from getting worse. She thought that it was all their own responsibilities. Even if I want to make another team, it's not like I can do that with just any hunters. After all, they're hunters who are only interested in forming a team because of my side job. That in itself is fine though. The real problem is when they demand a discount or even demand it for free just because we're on the same team. I just don't want to work together with those kinds of people, neither for my real job, nor for my side job. That sounds rough. Oh, this one is also really tasty. Akira was at least properly listening to Carol's story, but his attention was more focused on the food in front of him. Carol was indirectly saying that she was interested in forming a team with Akira because she evaluated his skill highly. But since his attention was all on his tongue and stomach, it was rather vague whether Akira got it or not. Carol smiled in resignation as she mumbled, "He's really just a little boy." Akira, who was still gobbling the food in a good mood, flatly replied, "HM? Isn't it obvious that I'm just a boy?" "Oh, this one is not bad at all." "Well, you're not wrong about that." Carol regretfully mumbled as she thought that if only Akira was more of an adult and his interest in food was shifted towards girls, he might have given a different answer there. Chapter 109. Words Without Lies. Carol had already finished her meal. She was only sitting there sipping her after-meal tea. While on the other hand, Akira was still enjoying the meal in front of him. It was simply because he took his time to enjoy each and every meal that he ordered, and he did order quite a lot of meals. Carol had also already transferred the 40 million Orum compensation money that she had promised for the relics that Akira had lost. Akira then casually confirmed it, said his thanks, and returned back to eating. Normally, the amount of money that a hunter earned regularly was proportional to his or her skill. So it was not strange that it did not faze Akira when he received that amount of money, since he was strong enough to kill the automatic weapons. But compared to that, it was completely different from when Akira was lamenting over the relics that he lost when he shielded Carol. Carol had no idea how in the world Akira killed the autonomous weapons. The more she thought about it, the more she was confused, and the more she was interested in the young boy in front of her. Alpha then said to Akira, "Akira, you got a message from the Hunter office." "A message?" Akira pulled out his information terminal and checked the notification message from the Hunter office. It was an emergency SOS request from the Drankum. To be more precise, it was a request to join the rescue team sent to rescue the hunters trapped in the Saranthal building. The situation inside the restaurant started to get agitated. When Akira glanced at Carol, she was also focusing on her own information terminal. And it was not only Carol, but all the hunters inside that restaurant were also checking their own information terminals. It seemed that the notification message was sent to all the hunters in the area. Akira could hear some hunters around him talking. They're asking me to go inside that gold building? It's that building that would eat anything that goes inside it, no matter whether it's a hunter or a monster, you know? I have no plans to go there myself. Is that so? I don't mind taking it though. Hearing what their friend said, the other hunter snorted and said, "Whoa there, what are you talking about? It's the Saranthal building, you know? It's one of the 7 great mystery of Miyazono ruin. It's exactly because Drankum knows that they can't challenge that building even after they prepare themselves. That's why they're issuing this request. And looking at the details of the request, the corpses of the monsters will be owned by the Drankum, the ammo expense is paid by ourselves, and the basic reward is small. So, is there any reason why we have to take this request? I bet that SOS request was sent by one of those hunters through the insurance company contracted with Drankum, and I'm sure even Drankum only sends their hunters although they don't want to because they're in a contract with that insurance company. Some of those insurance companies usually have contracts with private security companies or hunter gangs to make sure that they would definitely take the SOS request issued by that insurance company. After all, normally, no one would want to take on such a dangerous request. Like, seriously, who would want to take this dangerous request with such small reward? The other hunter just smiled and shook his head before replying. Well, it's true that it's not a profitable request. But let's think carefully here. If we look at it as a request from Drankum that would give us a boost in our hunter rank, it's actually not that bad. After all, nothing bad can come from raising our hunter rank. Moreover, we can get this SOS request participation written in our hunter record. I heard that you get a big hunter rank boost if you take an emergency request issued by the Hunter Office due to the Hunter Ethics Improvement Program from the corporate government. I also heard that some corporations, which is mindful of its public standing, tend to choose hunters who participated in such emergency requests. And to top it off, although it's not like it's my aim, for those hunters who want to form a connection with Drankum, this might be a good chance for them. After hearing his friend's opinion, the other hunter then interjected. Drankum, huh? It has grown into a rather big gang, and I heard that it has a good standing with the city management at the moment after completing those bounty requests. So, I guess it's understandable that some hunters want to join that gang. But I heard that it focuses only on accepting young hunters lately, and it rejects application by most of the common veterans. I see. So those hunters who got rejected might take this request as a chance to prove their skill. Huh. It seems that Drankum is deepening their relationship with the Kagomayama City Management and the Hunter Office. So for those who want to hop on the bandwagon, this might be a good chance. Drankum itself has its reputation to uphold, so I'm sure they'll also properly prepare their hunters for this request. It's indeed, as you said, for hunters who want to improve their track record and get a boost in their hunter rank, this is actually a perfect chance to do just that. So you're planning to take this request, huh? It's as you said, it's a dangerous place that it has even become an urban legend. So, if only someone would accompany me there. That hunter then smiled bitterly at what his friend said. All right, I get it, but you'll pay for the ammo, okay? I'm glad that I have a partner who would understand. After those hunters finished their meals, they took a short rest there before leaving the restaurant. They were close enough for Akira to hear their conversation, so basically, they were paying more or less the same expensive meal as Akira, which meant that they were powerful hunters able to afford such a luxury. After listening to those hunters, Akira said with interest, "It seems that people react differently to this kind of request, huh?" Alpha at least tried to confirm it with Akira. "It seems that I need to educate you about that too. So then, what's your plan? Are you planning to take that request?" Akira then answered back with the exact answer that Alpha had predicted.
No.
I'm done for today. I've gathered enough money for the day, and I'm already tired right now. Akira then returned back to his information terminal to refuse the request. Carol suddenly asked Akira a question. "It seems that you got that message too." "I'm refusing that request though. How about you, Akira?" "I'm refusing it too." Carol smiled since Akira gave the same answer as her. "Thought so. I have no plans to go anywhere near that building for the time being." As Akira placed his information terminal aside and was about to take another bite of the meal in front of him, suddenly a notification reached his information terminal. It was a call from Shirori. Akira here. I'm sorry, but I'm in the middle of eating right now. If it's not an emergency, can you call me again later? I'm really sorry, this is an emergency. I'll keep it short, so can you please give me some of your time? Alright, what is it? Akira-sama, I want to make a request to you to escort Milady. As for the period of the request, if it's possible, I want you to start from right now, and it'll be until we can guarantee Milady's safety. At most, it'll take the whole day today. And since we don't have much time right now, if it's possible, I wish you're okay with postponing the negotiation about the reward to later. But please don't worry, I swear on my loyalty for Milady that I would definitely pay you with a suitable reward. This has something to do with that emergency request to the Saranthal building, doesn't it? It seems that you've heard it as well. Yes, Milady decided to accept that emergency request. So, I want to ask you to protect Milady during that request dash. Akira immediately interjected. I'm sorry, but I can't take that request. Shirori went silent for a few seconds. Is it okay if I ask why? If it's because we don't agree on the reward beforehand, we can quickly decide on the advance payment, and I'll immediately transfer it right now. And if it's hard for you to meet up with us right now, I don't mind if you meet up with us later. If it's something that we can help with, we're willing to make compromises. The answer is still a no. I won't take that request, and I don't plan to negotiate about it. Akira could feel that Shirori was a bit surprised and bewildered on the other end of the call as he continued. It's not like I refuse because I don't like you or anything. The reason why I won't take that request is simple. It's because I don't want to go anywhere close to that Saranthal building. I don't want to die after all.
So, sorry about that.
Shirori sounded very serious as she carefully asked Akira a question. Is the Saranthal building so dangerous even Akira-sama would say something like that? Well, it's at least dangerous enough for me to refuse any request that doesn't promise me enough money. Of course, it might be just me being a coward though. I can't tell you the details, but something happened that causes me to hesitate to go anywhere near that building. That's why I won't accept that request. I'm sure you have your own reason as to why you need to go there, which in that case make sure to be extra careful. It's in the middle of an old world ruin after all, so anything can happen. For example, your information gathering device might lose sensitivity inside that building, and you might suddenly not be able to use your information terminal there. Or, if you're not careful enough, you might get surrounded by mechanical monsters without you realizing it, or you might even find the monsters using the facilities inside that building. So yeah, I won't accept it later then. Akira only said that, and ended the call. He then put his information terminal aside one more time before returning back to eating again. Carol was curious about what that call was for. But it might annoy him if she needlessly butted into his business there, so she was putting on a smile indicating that she was not bothered at all. After Akira cut the call, Shirori looked at her information terminal with a grim face. Kane approached her and asked a question. We're ready to go. Ain-san, how is it? You're trying to invite that young boy Akira, right? I got rejected. That's really unfortunate. I actually wanted to see that boy's skill from up close. So then, what is with that face? You look grimmer than usual for someone who just got her request rejected. The real problem is the reason why he rejected it. He rejected it without giving me any chance to negotiate, saying that he doesn't want to die, so he would refuse to get anywhere close to the Saranthal building. Unlike Shirori, who looked really concerned, Kane was smiling amusedly. I don't know why exactly Akira would say that, but if someone as strong as Ain-san would even go that far to say something like that about that place, then it seems that this will be interesting. Shirori glared at Kane. That I'll at least go and recommend Milady not to take the request. As for you, go and recheck our equipment. No, redo the preparation. Make sure that we have enough equipment to survive a ruin exploration in a ruin with 0 survivors. Kane smiled and said, Roger that. But isn't it impossible to change Milady's mind at this point? This request is basically a compulsory request. If Milady won't participate, she might get kicked out of the gang. After all, some people from the Katsuya faction hate Milady since they think Milady abandoned Katsuya back then. That's also exactly the reason why Milady could not participate in the bounty hunting too, remember? But well, I guess that was a good thing from Ain-san and Milady's point of view though. Among the young hunters in Drankum, Reina was actually keeping herself in a delicate neutral position in between the Katsuya faction and the anti-Katsuya faction. That was also the reason she came to Mihazono Ruin only with Kane and Shirori. The Katsuya faction treated her as if she was from the anti-Katsuya faction while the anti-Katsuya faction treated her as if she was from Katsuya faction. Because of that, she was having trouble making friends in Drankum. One of the requirements for Milady to be allowed to work as a hunter is that she must be a member of Drankum. So Milady might take it as telling her to stop working as a hunter if Ain-san tries telling Milady to change her mind, right? Kane said those words as if it was none of her business. Shirori was still glaring at Kane as she said to her, "That I know, but I'll still recommend Milady not to go there. It'll at least let Milady know that we're going to a very dangerous location." "Alright then. I'll go and redo the preparation. I'll reorganize the prepared equipment with the assumption that we'll end up in the red this time. It has been quite a while since the last time I fought without worrying about the expense. I can't help but look forward to this." Kane smiled happily when she said that. Reina was about to head over to a location that would even make Akira refuse Shiori's request without further discussion. While on the other hand, Kane seemed to be looking forward to it. Shirori was fed up with Kane. Shirori instantly grabbed the sword dangling on her hip, and Kane quickly reacted to that by keeping her distance from Shirori. Shirori killed the emotion inside her and was exuding an ominous aura. She then said in a low voice while oozing out the anger within her heart, "There's a limit on how much I can bear with your behavior." Kane kept smiling. "It's so like you not to pull out that sword here, you know, Ain-san." "Ah, that's a compliment by the way. It's good that you stay calm. That's why they trust Milady to you, and that's also why Milady really trusts you." Kane stared back at Shirori while smiling. If Shirori really pulled out her blade and tried to kill Kane there, it would lower their fighting power for protecting Reina. But Shirori knew well that Kane was smiling at her not because of that. Kane was actually smiling because she did not mind either way whether Shirori would pull out her blade and try to kill Kane there, or that she would not pull out her blade there, which meant that she would get to go and fight monsters later. Kane would not make any provocation if the latter were to happen. It was because it was her principle and courtesy toward the people who employed her. It was her attitude toward her own job. But if that came from Shirori, then she would be happy to respond. Shirori let go of her blade and said to Kane,
Go."
"Roger that." Kane just smiled and went to reorganize their equipment. Shirori took a few deep breaths, reminding her of her loyalty to Reina, and finally regained her composure. She made sure that she could put on her usual smile to her master before going to try convincing Reina. Akira returned all the way back to the Kagomiyama city, together with Carol. Due to Carol's request, he dropped her near the red light district of the lower district. Carol, who just stepped off from Akira's vehicle, invited him. "Since this is a good chance, how about coming with me to get some drinks?" Akira shook his head and said, "Sorry, but no thanks. I keep myself away from alcohols since they lower my decision-making skill and reaction speed." After all, there were many occasions where drunk people came into the slum city and ended up as dead corpses. Akira had seen something like that happen in front of his eyes numerous times before, so he had no wish to put in even a drop of alcohol inside his body. And now, after knowing that a disruption in his consciousness would also affect Alpha's support in controlling his augmented suit, he was actively avoiding alcohol even more. Although there was a type of drug sold in the Eastern District which would instantaneously snap someone out from a drunken state, Akira had no plans to drink any alcohol to the point that he would need that kind of drug. Alcohol and women, these two things were the gate to ruin a man, and Carol was really familiar with both of them, but both gates were shut closed in case of Akira. Carol could not help but to smile bitterly and said, "So you don't drink alcohol and don't play with girls, huh? That's a pretty healthy lifestyle you're having." Akira looked slightly irritated as he said, "A hunter's biggest asset is their body, so it's a good thing to have a healthy body." But then Carol smiled seductively and said, I don't think it's wise to abandon worldly leisure though. If you change your mind, you can give me a call anytime. I'll be waiting for you. I don't mind if it's about my main job or my side job. See you then. After saying that, Carol went and vanished into the red light district. Akira realized that Alpha was watching him with a big smile, so he awkwardly said to her,
What?
Alpha kept her big smile. It's nothing. Seriously, what is it? Do you want to know? Do you really want to know? Akira hesitated, but this time, it sounded like Alpha was teasing him and that she actually wanted him to ask her.
So he went and said,
Yeah, I really want to know. Alpha smiled happily and answered Akira's question. I'm happy that it seems my anti-honey trap training works really well. Even with a beautiful girl tempting you with her body right in front of you, you barely gave any reaction at all. But actually that might be a problem in itself though, I see. Akira only gave that short reaction and turned his vehicle back on. But he was not heading back to his home. Oh, are we not going back home? I want to replenish my ammo and medicines first. I did use quite a lot of them today after all. First, Akira went to Katsuraji's trailer, and in order to reach it, he had to go out to the wasteland again. In the middle of traversing the wasteland, Alpha was still smiling at him. Akira was bothered by it, so he decided to ask her again. What now? Is there anything more you want to say? Do you want to know? Yes, I do want to know. Akira thought that it must be another unimportant thing. Alpha then said with still a big smile on her face. Today, you really expressed your trust in me with your body. Akira was so surprised that it interrupted his driving. I'm really happy, you know. After all, there's no way you can jump off a building and run on its wall if you don't trust me. As Akira somehow regained control of his vehicle, Alpha continued. It's not like I doubted you when you said that you trust me, but still, it really gives a strong impression when you actually show it with your body. After all, there are a lot of people out there who, although they don't lie when they speak, would lose their bravado when they have to prove it with real action. Akira stopped his vehicle to check if his vehicle was okay. It's great that we deepen our trust for each other. It would allow me to provide you with more support. So yes, let's keep working hard together from here and on. I'll be in your care, Akira. Akira restarted his vehicle and slowly drove it forward. He then kept her eyes forward as he said to Alpha, who was smiling happily next to him. I see. As I thought, it was the right choice to talk about this when Carol is not around. As Alpha was still smiling next to him, Akira snapped at her as if he was trying to hide his embarrassment. Yeah, you can say that again. Akira replied loudly to hide his embarrassment, and he kept doing that in the middle of his ride to Katsuraji's trailer. After he finished buying medicines from Katsuraji, Akira headed next to Shizuka's shop to replenish his ammo. In the middle of his way, Akira remembered what Katsuraji said to him. Destructive force, huh? Akira bought quite a lot of expensive medicines. It showed that he was wounded badly enough for him to use that much medicine. Since it would be bad for Katsuraji if he lost one of his regulars, he suggested to Akira a set of equipment with high destructive power. Kill before getting killed. That was the basics of fighting monsters. Katsuraji told Akira that what he currently lacked was the destructive power to do that. Akira's main firepower was his CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun. Although he was able to defeat the autonomous weapons with those guns, it was true that he had some problems fighting the mechanical monsters inside and outside the Saranthal building. Akira was heading to Shizuka's shop while thinking of asking for Shizuka's opinion about it. Moreover, it seemed that Akira also had no plans to pay Katsuraji more money, although he was the one who made that suggestion to Akira in the first place. It was just simply a matter of trust. When Akira arrived at Shizuka's shop, it was right when Shizuka was about to close her shop. The sky had already darkened, save for the shops that were only open at night. Normal shops would already be closed at that time. Akira stopped his vehicle in front of Shizuka's shop. Shizuka-san, are you already done for the day? Akira, well, yes, but it's fine, come in. Is it really okay? Shizuka smiled at Akira and said, Of course. After all, I want to increase the chance of you getting promoted from being a regular candidate to a real regular to my shop. Thank you very much. Akira parked his vehicle in the shop's parking lot and went inside the shop. After he went in, Shizuka flipped the signboard of the front door and went inside too. Because the sun had already set, she could not notice that Akira brought a different vehicle than the one that he bought from her shop just the other day. After listening to the ammo that Akira ordered, Shizuka then asked a question. Akira, you're ordering nothing but extended magazines though? Are you sure about this? It might get a little expensive, you know? It's okay. Even it might get a bit expensive, I want to carry more extended magazines. For hunters who often fought powerful monsters, running out of ammo in the middle of a fight was fatal. And there was a limit on how much ammo they could bring with them when they were exploring a ruin far away from the city. So in order to solve this issue, there were all kinds of extended magazines sold in the Eastern District. One of them was a magazine filled with hair-sized bullets that would change into a normal-sized bullet when shot. These kinds of bullets, which were created by using technology extracted from analyzing old-world technology, allowed hunters to pack way more bullets into a single round. And thanks to the old-world technology, this kind of modification did not lower the firepower of those bullets. This technology was often used for guns that consumed a lot of bullets, like a minigun. And, of course, that kind of magazine was more expensive than the usual magazine. Some of them cost 2 to 3 times more than a usual magazine, and depending on its quality, some of them even cost 10 times more. So if they had no plans to go somewhere dangerous where they had to use those kinds of extended magazines, it would be much more profitable to buy normal magazines. Shizuka stared at Akira. There was no mistaking that Akira had a reason as to why he would pick extended magazines in place of normal magazines, even if it would need him to spend more money. Shizuka smiled at him. She was putting extra pressure on Akira with that smile as she asked, "So then, what kind of dangerous stuff did you do through this time?" Akira got flustered a bit. "Well, it's not exactly like I did something dangerous intentionally. It's just that I encountered a lot of monsters, so I had to run away and used a lot of ammo to get away from them. I could get my reserve ammo if I was in my vehicle, but I was inside a building at that time. So, yes, this isn't insurance, it's just to be safe." Akira was somehow able to say his excuse, and it was not like he made any lies there. According to Shizuka's intuition, Akira was actually carefully picking his words so as not to make her worry. But she also knew that he did not lie at all. So basically, Akira did meet powerful monsters that he could not defeat, or he ventured to a dangerous place that he could not handle, and when that happened, he properly did his best to run away instead of fighting back. Shizuka's expression loosened as she gently smiled at him.
I see.
Well, it's fine then if that's the case. It's better to abandon your relics and save your own life rather than dying with relics on your back. As long as you return back alive, you'll get another chance. So I'm glad that you're okay. Akira made an invisible sigh. It seemed that he did not have to explain the fact that he did crazy things like jumping off a tall building and running on its wall. And, of course, even Shizuka's sharp intuition could not notice that far. Akira then decided to change the subject while he had the chance. "Shizuka-san, do you think that I'm lacking destructive power?" Shizuka looked surprised. "Destructive power?
What do you mean by that?"
"Well, it's just that one of my acquaintances told me that I'm lacking firepower. Fighting monsters is basically boiled down to killing those monsters before getting killed. And it seems that if I have trouble fighting monsters, that means I lack sufficient firepower. Honestly speaking, since I'm carrying 2 guns that I won't be able to use without the help of my augmented suit, I thought that these 2 guns would be enough. But am I really lacking firepower?" After hearing what Akira said, Shizuka thought for a bit before answering back. "Let's see. I think it depends on your line of thinking. It's true that if you fight a swarm of monsters, you would need more firepower no matter how much firepower you already have. There are also cases where areas that were originally relatively safe suddenly get filled with powerful monsters. But of course, it's not like you need to prepare yourself for something like that all the time. After all, it might hurt your wallet if you do that. If it's okay for me to say something for my own benefit, I would say that you indeed lack of firepower, and I would suggest you buy more equipment from me, though." Shizuka smiled mischievously. Akira thought about it seriously and made his decision. All right, I understand. I'll buy more equipment. Shizuka was surprised. She then looked a bit troubled. There's no need to force yourself, you know? I don't mind, after all. I'm buying new equipment so that I won't have a hard time fighting monsters. Well, it's true that I don't have so much money that I can carelessly spend, but rather than putting my life in danger, I would rather put my wallet in danger. So, I'll take a gun that you would recommend me. Now that Akira had gone and said it, it was not like Shizuka could back out and not recommend him anything. So in order to answer his trust, she smiled and said, All right, let's see if it's for the current you. Wait here for a bit. Shizuka went to the warehouse after saying that. Not too long after that, she returned with a rifle that she picked for Akira. It's a 4WM automatic grenade launcher. Since it shoots out grenades, you don't need to aim precisely at your target. It packs quite a lot of punch that would work against monsters with strong armor. And you can use it for indirect fire too. Depending on the type of grenades that you load, you can bounce the grenades off the wall and shoot the monsters on the other side of a corner. If you're looking for an addition to your current equipment, I think this is the perfect choice for you. Its only downside is the ammo expense though. After all, it shoots out grenades. I see. So, how much does it cost? About that though. Give me a sec. Shizuka went to the warehouse one more time. She then returned back with grenade launcher magazines and other extra equipment. I think you already understand this, but you can't use it without ammo, and there are a lot of grenade magazine types that you can use. I'll sell the gun and the ammo as a set, so listen to my explanation first about the characteristics and the power of each type of grenades magazine and their respective price before deciding which one to take, okay? Even after listening to Shizuka's explanation, Akira was not sure which one to buy. So he ended up deciding based on the firepower and the size of the grenades as he picked the most expensive set. Akira then loaded his new equipment and his reserve ammo into his vehicle. After that, he said his goodbye to Shizuka, who was seeing him off outside the shop. Thank you very much for today. I'm sorry for coming here after you closed the shop. It's fine. Not to mention, you also bought some equipment for me. So don't worry about it. Be careful on your way back, okay? Shizuka waved her hand. Akira lightly bowed and turned his vehicle on. As she saw Akira off, she mumbled. Like I said, in the end, he did buy some of the equipment that I'm selling, so this is fine. Shizuka was answering her own question there. Although she might have missed a business opportunity there because she was concerned about Akira's wallet, result-wise, there should not be any problem. In the end, she was still a merchant and Akira was still her customer. As Shizuka's merchant side made that excuse, her other side just exasperatedly let it slide with that excuse. She then changed gear and returned back to her shop to properly close it. This time, she took more time than usual closing her shop. Chapter 110 of A Knockoff Rich Lady's Envoy. Cheryl went to a high-class-looking building in the lower district of Kagamayama City. For the sake of her gang's business, there was some stuff that she had to do in the Hunter office's main branch. Cheryl took off her wasteland coat and handed it over to Ario. When she did that, everyone around her was amazed by her appearance. She was clad in a high-class old-world dress that was refitted just for her, which had cost 1,500,000 orum. With Cheryl's dress even giving a sense of dignity, it would be expected for the people who saw her to mistake her as someone from the inner wall. It was extremely difficult to see through that disguise and notice that she was from the slum city. Cheryl moved so naturally as if the mood around her did not affect her at all. With that amazing dress boosting her already attractive body, Cheryl looked like a rich lady. The armed young boy and the armed man next to her only served to deepen that misunderstanding since they looked like Cheryl's bodyguards. Those two were Ario and Darius. Ario could not completely hide his nervousness. The nuance of the Hunter office's main branch overwhelmed him as he looked around nervously while breaking into a cold sweat. Cheryl then said to Ario to calm him down. Ario, take a deep breath and try to calm down. It's not like this place is dangerous. As a matter of fact, this place is way safer than the back alley of the slum city. So, there's no need to be afraid.
All right.
But still, I'm sure you can understand it, right? Or more like, how can you be this calm? Ariel looked at Cheryl, who did not give off any nervous vibe, and he could feel a sense of admiration and amazement. Cheryl was also a slum city child, just like him. Judging from that point of view, both of them were not supposed to be there. It was common for slum children to be kicked out from a building by some armed guards. Well, Cheryl became the boss of the gang after she negotiated with Akira. That in itself is amazingly brave. It reminds me again that she's unlike those common slum children. But now that I think about it, those common slum children won't even think of striking a deal with the hunter who destroyed their own gang, huh? The girl who was once just a common slum city girl in the past had become a beautiful girl clad in a beautiful dress, as if they were living in completely different worlds. Seeing that girl in front of her, Ariel somehow felt a bit complicated. Cheryl then warned him, "If you stay like that, there's no mistaking that someone would call the guard to kick you out. So try to act casual." I know, but take some deep breaths until you can calm down." Darius smiled bitterly and said, "Can I go now? I know you guys are having a hard time here, but I'm busy, you know." Cheryl replied,
Sure.
"Thank you very much for taking us here. All right, later then. I'll still be somewhere inside the building. If anything happens, you guys can just call me, and if you can't reach me, just call Katsuragi. We'll meet up again when it's time to head back." Okay. Darius glanced at Cheryl, smiled, and said, "Well, as long as you have that dress and stay here, I bet no one would cause you any trouble. This place is the Hunter office after all, so I'm sure no one here is foolish enough to cause a ruckus. But still, women are scary. They can completely transform. Had I not known you in the past, I would have been fooled too. Geez, scary, scary." Cheryl smiled gracefully. "I'll take that as a compliment. It's a dress that I received as a present from Akira, after all." Darius smiled bitterly and waved his hand at Cheryl before leaving. Although he took her there due to Katsuragi's order, he had no plans to accompany her doing the troublesome administration work. So, he was planning to pass time in the shops upstairs. A strong-looking bodyguard had left that knockoff rich lady's envoy. While the weak-looking bodyguard still looked quite nervous, everyone's attention in that area focused on Cheryl and Ario. The main branch of the Hunter office was often visited by people from both outside and inside the wall. Sometimes there were even people from companies too. As such, even if Cheryl was indeed a rich lady, it was not a rare sight at all. Cheryl looked at Ario and said, "Do you want to talk about something for a little while until you can calm down? If you are this nervous, people won't believe that you're my bodyguard. And if that's impossible for you, I still need you to do your job properly to protect me. That's exactly why I brought you here with me, you know?" "Yeah, I know." Ario was there to protect Cheryl. At a glance, he seemed to be using a pretty good armor, and he was carrying a powerful gun which could be used even without an augmented suit. Cheryl got that equipment by making a deal with Katsuragi. So, looking at Ario, most of the hunters in that area would think that he was a pretty well-equipped young hunter. But it was all just a disguise. His armor was needlessly heavy with almost no worth as protection. The aim on his gun was defective and his gun was broken that it might explode when used. Katsuragi even warned them not to try using it since that would be extremely dangerous. Going out to the wasteland with that equipment was simply suicidal. Ario himself had no skills to protect Cheryl in the first place, but it was still safer than coming alone. Although it was only for putting up an appearance, it was still way better than having nothing. And of course, inside that Hunter office building, there was no one foolish enough to think of testing Ario's skill. After all, causing trouble inside that building was the same as picking a fight against the Hunter office. Ario tried to think of a subject to talk about to help him calm down, but he ended up thinking about why they were there in the first place. "By the way, I wonder what Akira-san is busy with. If he would accompany you, you won't even need me here." Cheryl calmly replied back, "It's for a hunter job." "Well, I already know that much. But I wonder if it's that important to even turn down your request. It's not like I pleaded with him to accompany me. Moreover, I can't just keep asking him to come with me every time I want to go to the lower district, right? Although I asked Katsuragi-san to have Dara-san accompany us this time, I eventually would rely on you and the other gang members. So you better get used to it while you still have the chance. Of course, but still. Hunter job, huh? Ario thought that it was perfectly understandable for a hunter to be busy doing his or her hunter job. But it could not be something that important, at least. It would not be enough for a reason to refuse a request from Cheryl, Akira's lover, to accompany her for a bit and to make sure that she was safe. If Alicia asks me the same thing, I would definitely prioritize her as long as I don't have anything too important. As Ario thought, if it was him and her girlfriend, he looked a bit confused. His expression was saying that he found something weird. Right at that moment, Cheryl suddenly stopped smiling and whispered to Ario. Ario, are you, by any chance, suspecting my relation with Akira? Her calm voice hid her anger. The usual sparkle in her eyes that would mesmerize any boys had disappeared. She sent a cold and dark gaze to Ario. Ario flusteredly refuted.
No.
Of course not. It's a misunderstanding. It's the opposite. I just thought that although both of you are so close, it was rather unexpected that you would give up. I mean, it is a reason to go on a date with him. But well, I guess that's understandable. After all, it might be best to stop bothering him all the time. I mean, it must have been a sudden request to Akira, and he was busy, right? Ario was being desperate. It was rather unclear whether there was a need to change his wordings like that or it was just simply because he was trying to come up with an excuse on the fly. Cheryl herself understood that her gang could not survive had Akira not supported her. That's why Ario was trying his best to readjust his wordings since he thought that he might worsen the relation between Akira and Cheryl. Cheryl understood that very well, but that was not enough to abate her irritation. Cheryl did try to push a request when she asked Akira, but she was coldly rejected. Akira did not even consider her request. He had no intention to change his current plans just because Cheryl and her gang asked him something. So, he flatly rejected Cheryl's request. But her current irritation actually stemmed from her uneasiness. She was feeling uneasy about whether she could become someone important to Akira before he changed his mind. She was doing her best to do that, but she did not know whether she would even make it or that she was even already too late. She had no idea if that was the reason why her request was rejected this time. Cheryl somehow returned her expression back to normal. She then smiled and said to Ario, "Well, I guess that's fine. If that's the case, just so you know, unnecessary misunderstanding tends to cause trouble later." "Why, yeah, I'm glad that I can clear up that misunderstanding. I'll be more careful next time." Ario sighed in relief. His nervousness coming from being inside the Hunter office had also disappeared. Cheryl had finished half of the administration work beforehand. She just needed to wait for the Hunter office to finish their part of the work. Cheryl and Ario were sitting on a bench on the first floor of that building while waiting for the Hunter office to finish. Cheryl was spending her time thinking about her plans for the future. To be more precise, she was thinking about what to do to sell the relics that Akira asked her to. She was working on her information terminal to reevaluate, revise, and refine that plan. If she could make that plan successful, she might be able to be someone not worth abandoning to Akira. It might also be a chance to deepen their relationship even more. Cheryl thought so as she put her best efforts working on her plan. As Cheryl was extremely focused working on her information terminal, somebody suddenly called her. "Dado, as I thought, that's really Cheryl." "Cheryl." A group of 3 hunters walked toward Cheryl. It was Katsuya, who looked rather happy, Yamaina, who just smiled bitterly, and the as expressionless as always Eri. When Cheryl noticed them, she stood up from her bench. She then smiled and greeted Katsuya, who came all the way next to her. "Long time no see. I'm glad that everyone seems to be doing well." Katsuya looked at Cheryl's smile and blushed. That dazzling smile decorating her pretty face was the result of Cheryl's hard work training herself. Katsuya stood in front of Cheryl and happily said, "I didn't expect to see you here. I'm really happy to be able to see you again." After he said that, Katsuya noticed Ario next to Cheryl. Who's that guy?" Ario got flustered when Katsuya looked at him. It might be just him, but for some reason, Ario felt that Katsuya's gaze at him was not a friendly one. Ario's equipment and appearance was the epitome of what most hunters usually mocked Katsuya and his team for. Just an inexperienced young hunter using good equipment, or a stupid young hunter misunderstanding the power of his own equipment as his own skill. Or at least that was what Katsuya thought, and that might be unconsciously irritating him. Or it might be simply because he did not like the fact that a guy he did not think suitable for Cheryl was standing next to her. Whichever it was, Katsuya could not give a friendly gaze to Ario. They then introduced themselves to Ario. I'm Katsuya, a Drankum hunter. My hunter rank is 36. I'm Yamaina. I'm also a Drankum hunter just like Katsuya. Ari same. Ario panicked even more. The people standing in front of him were not just hunters by appearance, they were real hunters. Moreover, it seemed that Katsuya was putting some kind of pressure on him. Although there was no way he would kill him, it was still scary for Ario. Ario tried his best to make a calm expression as he nervously said the line he had previously decided with Cheryl beforehand.
That I was told not to speak.
Ario only said that and looked away from Katsuya's group. It might be because he was too nervous that he sounded rather rude. Katsuya got even more irritated by Ario's answer. He might have thought that it sounded like an answer that someone would give to mock other people. Cheryl apologetically said to Katsuya, "My apologies, he's my bodyguard. He was told not to talk with other people unless it's absolutely necessary since it might disrupt his duty as my bodyguard. So please let me apologize in his stead." Cheryl bowed to Katsuya and his friends. Katsuya flusteredly replied,
No.
"If that's the case, it can't be helped then, right?" Katsuya looked at Eri and Yamaina, asking for their support. "Yep, it can't be helped if that's the case. We're sorry too. Duty is important, it can't be helped." Yamaina and Eri returned back to their usual self as they saw Cheryl bowing to apologize to them. Cheryl raised her head and smiled while thanking them. "Thank you very much. As for him, well, it might be rude to say this, but please don't interact too much with him. He's not used to his job yet, that's why he's high-strung right now. It's alright, you don't need to feel bad about it." Katsuya blushed when he said that. Well, Cheryl did say that if I annoy her acquaintance, it might cause her to hate me too.
So, let's be careful about that.
Alright then. If he left a bad impression on Cheryl's acquaintance, it might also leave a bad impression on Cheryl too, and vice versa. Katsuya then threw a friendly smile at Ario. Seeing how Cheryl was smiling at Katsuya's group and how Katsuya's group's behavior changed in a snap, Ario sighed out in relief while also feeling slightly scared at the same time. But that fear was not of Katsuya's group. That fear was of Cheryl. I bet Cheryl is planning to trick them too, right? People don't usually treat slum children like that, so I'm sure they at least think that we're from the lower district. In the worst-case scenario, they might be even thinking that we're from the inner wall. Seriously though, is it really that easy to trick people? Now that he thought about it, Cheryl actually also did the same thing to the hunters that she met in the Higuraka residence ruin. Back then, Ario did not notice it since he was too nervous being in the middle of the wasteland. But now that he looked back, Cheryl actually did the exact same thing. Ario knew Cheryl for quite a long time. He already knew her since the days when they were together in Sibia's gang. Because of that, he knew her very well. But he could not say that with confidence now. Ario noticed that the current Cheryl was completely different from the past Cheryl. When Ario was kicked out from the gang, Cheryl was actually thinking of a way to let Ario return back to the gang. He knew that from Alicia. It might be out of Cheryl's pity towards someone who she had known well for a long time. But if Ario got kicked out from the gang now, he was sure that the current Cheryl would just forget about him. Even if Alicia pleaded, Ario bet that Cheryl would not accept him back to the gang as long as he did not directly ask Akira to vouch for him. Ario could not afford to make any mistake there, so he decided to keep his mouth shut to make sure that he would not leak any important information. Katsuya smiled at Cheryl and asked her a question. "By the way, what are you doing here? Are you waiting for someone?"
No.
"I came here to complete some administration work. Right now I'm just waiting until they process their side of work." "So, you're free right now? In that case, do you want to hang out with us?" Cheryl was surprised, but she quickly returned to her usual smile. "Are you trying to hit on me?" Katsuya flusteredly replied.
Eh.
No. It's not like I'm hitting on you or anything. Katsuya casually invited Cheryl. He did that almost purely out of habit. Cheryl smiled bitterly as she apologetically said, Katsuya-san, I understand that you invited me without any ulterior motives. But honestly speaking, I don't think it's something that you should do when you're already accompanying another girl, you know? That would be rude, very rude. Not to me, but to the girl whom you're accompanying. Cheryl shifted her gaze towards Eri and Yamaina. Katsuya followed Cheryl's gaze to them too. Yamaina somehow looked exasperated as she sighed. While for Eri, she looked slightly conflicted. Yamaina smiled bitterly and said to Cheryl, Don't worry, this guy is just like that. You can say that it's his habit, humans can really get used to anything. Eri vague mumbling somehow sounded pretty convincing. Cheryl then replied with a bitter smile to both of them. Katsuya could feel a slight pressure coming from the girls. He then flusteredly tried to defend himself, but instead, he sounded like he was only making excuses. No, well, it seems that I offended you this time, so I just thought that if you're free, I could make up for it. Not to mention that we could not talk to each other that much the last time we met, right? That's all there's to it. Yamaina looked at Katsuya. Although it was only an excuse, Katsuya was not lying. Moreover, he did feel sorry for what happened too. Yamaina could read that far since she had been together with him for quite some time. Yamaina was not sure what to do, but she eventually decided to go along with Katsuya's plan. In the first place, they were actually out in the city that day to cheer up Katsuya. So she decided to just let him do what he wanted to do. Well, I guess it's fine, huh? It might cheer him up for a bit talking with someone else who's not working in Drinkum. Yamaina then cautiously asked Cheryl, Well, it's not really that comfortable talking while standing like this. So, do you have time to hang out with us for a bit? We're actually thinking of taking a short rest too. Cheryl looked surprised. Is that really okay? I might be a bother to both of you. It's fine. We're the one who's inviting you anyway. Cheryl thought for a bit. It was an easy thing to refuse that offer. Ario also felt uneasy about their offer. But since it might cause them to doubt Cheryl's identity, he decided to not say anything there. While on the other hand, if Cheryl refused that offer, she might be missing a good chance to gather valuable information. If she could get some valuable information from Katsuya and his friends, she might get some insight to help her plan to sell her relics. Not to mention, Akira was quite happy with the information that she gathered last time. Thus, Cheryl reached a conclusion. Cheryl smiled gracefully and said, In that case, please let me accompany you. Katsuya smiled happily when he heard Cheryl's answer. They then moved to a cafe inside that building. After all, for the sake of the administration work that she was planning to finish that day, she could not afford to leave that building. They found an empty table and took a seat on that table. Ario was the only one who was not sitting. He was just standing by next to Cheryl, without saying anything. Since lunchtime was getting closer, Katsuya, Eri, and Yamaina ordered some meals for their lunch, while Cheryl only ordered a cup of coffee. Leaving Ario, who was standing there as Cheryl's bodyguard, aside, Cheryl was the only one not ordering a meal, so then Katsuya casually asked her a question. Are you sure you're okay not ordering anything else? Just a cup of coffee. Yes. Please don't let it bother you. Cheryl was smiling like usual when she said that, but Katsuya somehow felt there was a slight disturbance in that smile. So, he inadvertently asked her a question. I actually chose this place since it's pretty cheap considering the quality of the meal they serve here. Do you, by any chance, not find it to your liking? Cheryl's dress was obviously a high-class dress. It was an old-world relic fitted exactly for her, so of course, she was giving off a different vibe compared to the other people with common dresses. Even Katsuya could not imagine how much the dress would cost him if he tried to buy one. So considering the usual expense of the people who would casually use such a dress, Katsuya was worried if he had picked a cafe that was too cheap for Cheryl's standard. Cheryl lightly shook her head. She looked slightly embarrassed as she said, No, that's not it. The reason as to why I didn't order any meal is not because I don't like the food in this cafe. It's, to keep my body's proportion under control, so. Katsuya could not catch what Cheryl was implying, so he just tilted his head and asked further. Your body's proportion. Yamaina and Eri immediately jabbed at him. Katsuya, shut up. Katsuya, you should think before you speak. As Yamaina and Eri were glaring at Katsuya, he finally noticed it. He immediately flusteredly tried to come up with an excuse. No, I don't think you're fat, you know. And I do think it's rather healthy not to be too skinny. Geez, Katsuya, just shut up, will you? Katsuya, you should really put more thought before you speak. Yamaina and Eri once again immediately shut Katsuya up. Thanks to that, Katsuya realized that he only made it worse, so he decided to just shut up as not to make it even worse. Yamaina smiled bitterly and apologized to Cheryl.
I'm sorry.
I know that I've been saying this again and again, but that's just his habit. I know it sounds like an excuse, but he did not mean to offend you at all. He just, what can I say, tend to go too far? Well, I know that it's not good at all. I wonder if the effect from the last scolding has worn off. Yamaina glared at him. Katsuya somehow understood what she wanted to say, so he then apologetically said, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry, Cheryl. Cheryl tried to show that she was not angry as she smiled at Katsuya and his friends.
Please don't worry about it.
It's also partly my fault for doing something that might cause a misunderstanding. Since we're here, let's not worry too much about it and enjoy ourselves. Katsuya and Yamaina smiled and blushed when they saw Cheryl smile. Yamaina then tried to hide her embarrassment by changing the topic. Very well then, let's talk about something else. After that, meals and drinks were delivered to their table. They then started talking to each other while enjoying their meals and drinks. Cheryl slurped her coffee as she sighed in relief since she was able to keep her image. It seems that it somehow leaked on my face, huh? I'm glad I was able to dodge it. But still, we're really living in a different world, huh? For them, this cafe is a rather cheap cafe. I wonder how much I need to earn to be able to feel the same. The coffee that Cheryl ordered cost her 1,500 orum per cup. Seeing from the perspective of someone who used to live in the slum city, it was an extremely expensive cup of coffee. But even so, it was actually the cheapest thing on the menu of that cafe, and of course it was not like she could just order water and leave. So after a lot of thinking, Cheryl decided to just order a cup of coffee in the end. Inside that small cup that Cheryl could easily fit her hand into, it was only 70% filled with coffee. She spent 1,500 orum for that cup of coffee. Honestly speaking, she had a lot to complain about that cup of coffee as she put a lot of the free sugar and milk inside that coffee and mixed them together. After putting so much sugar and milk inside her coffee, which would definitely cause a certain group of coffee lovers to rage, Cheryl's coffee turned into a very sweet liquid. When she took a slurp, the sweetness quickly spread through her tongue and softened her expression. Her brain might have been seeking sugar to help clear her mind. Up until now, Cheryl had never ever been in a situation where she could use sugar without worrying about the cost, and since she had spent 1,500 orum for her coffee, she used so much sugar as if she was trying to make up for that price. Thus her coffee turned into a very sweet liquid. Katsuya and Yamaina were so surprised when they looked at Cheryl, who used a lot of sugar on her coffee, and how her expression turned softer when she took a slurp of that coffee. But on the other hand, they could understand why Cheryl would do that. It might be something that she had to do so that she could keep her body shape under control. Cheryl noticed Katsuya and Yumina's expression. Is there any problem? Yamaina carefully asked. Isn't that too sweet for you? Cheryl looked a bit confused.
Yeah.
It's sweet. No, that's not what I meant. Sorry, it's nothing. Yamaina was about to ask if it was not too sweet, but she realized that there was not even any need to ask that question as she stopped herself. Cheryl still looked a bit confused as she shifted her gaze from Yamaina to Katsuya. Katsuya noticed that and flusteredly asked, do you like sweet things? Yes, I love them. Cheryl smiled. There was no lie in her smile. Although it was a dazzling smile, Katsuya somehow felt pressured by that smile. It must be because he was overwhelmed by how Cheryl could smile like that after drinking a coffee with that much sugar without showing any difficulty. I see. Well, I can totally get that. A lot of my hunter friends are girls, and all of them like sweet things. Well, we move around a lot as hunters, so I guess it helps with recovering their energy and healing the wounds. That's why I think there's nothing wrong with eating a lot of calories. I know some girls who always eat a lot. Katsuya then kept on talking while trying not to touch the subject about Cheryl's palate and hoping that he was not making a weird face. Yamina and Eri did not seem to plan on stopping him anytime soon. When they thought about that cup of coffee, they knew that it must be extremely sweet and could not help but to imagine how it would taste if they took a slurp of that coffee. Thus, they were trying not to look at Cheryl's cup in order to avoid thinking about it. Chapter 111: A Shackle That Binds Down the Heroes. As they continued talking to each other, the subject slowly shifted to Katsuya's group's work as hunters. It was because Yamina and Cheryl intentionally pushed the conversation in that direction. Katsuya's story started from when he was having a hard time just after joining Drinkum. He already showed a glimpse of his talent right after he joined. The veteran skilled hunters of the gang noticed that rare talent, so they sent Katsuya with the other hunters to explore ruins and fight monsters. Then eventually, he grew strong enough to be recognized as one of the Drinkum officers. Katsuya and his friends had also formed a rather influential faction inside Drinkum. Recently, he had even gotten to command a hunter team to hunt for the bounty monsters. Katsuya took the command, and his team was able to successfully hunt a bounty monster. It was a rather amazing track record that showed his talent as a hunter. Cheryl exaggerated her surprise before asking more questions to Katsuya. In the middle of their conversation, she praised, complimented, and applauded him frequently. She applauded Katsuya's ability to make decisions in a hard situation, or how he fought bravely in a dangerous battlefield, or how he tried to save his friends without caring for his own safety. Cheryl listened closely with full interest. She showed a worried face when he talked about how he faced a dangerous situation, and she showed a happy face and praised him when he talked about how he and his friends made a big achievement. Cheryl realized that Yamina kept bringing up subjects that would make it easier to praise Katsuya. Although she did not know the reason, she decided to jump wagon that subject and kept praising him. Although Cheryl's compliments were all intentional, they neither felt out of place nor weird at all. They did not feel forced either. Cheryl's speech skills was so high that there was no flaw in it. But the response from Katsuya was rather dull. At first, Katsuya started talking with full vigor as if he was boasting about his story, and when Cheryl praised him, he would blush and smile. But as his story went on, his expression started getting cloudy and he started to sound less and less excited. And when he talked about his hunt for the bounty monster, even when Cheryl complimented him, he just awkwardly laughed. Cheryl thought that she might have complimented him too much and annoyed him instead, but when she looked at Eri and Yumina's expression, she noticed that it was not the case. Both of them looked worriedly at Katsuya. Basically, both of them knew why Katsuya looked so down, and Cheryl thought that must be the case. Cheryl showed a puzzled face. She looked a bit at loss and worried at Katsuya's reaction as she was considering her options. She might have to wait for some time before her business there was finished, but she could say that it was about time for her to leave and withdraw from Katsuya's group. Although that would mean she would leave in the middle of a bad mood, it was still a choice that she could pick to leave before the mood got even worse. But it seemed that Katsuya was starting to climb the ranks in Drinkum, so she decided that it might be a good idea to stay there longer and use that chance to deepen their relationship and gather more information from him. Cheryl sounded apologetic as she asked Katsuya, Katsuya-san, I'm really sorry, but did I say something that offended you? If that's the case, my apologies. Katsuya became flustered when Cheryl suddenly apologized to him. That's not it. Is that so? It seemed that your mood got worse every time I said something. Cheryl replied while lowering her voice. She hung her head as if she was down. Katsuya looked at Yamina, asking for help. Since Yamina was worried about Katsuya, she made a serious face and changed the subject. Katsuya, if that's not the case, I think it's better if you properly explain it to Cheryl. You're right. Katsuya was stumbling over his words while Yamina just kept staring at him. Katsuya also reacted in a similar way the last time Yamina asked him what's wrong when she saw him looked so down. But when that happened, he always apologized for making her worry and said he was alright without telling her anything. Yamina herself actually had a guess as to why Katsuya was feeling down. But she could not say that herself. After Cheryl checked with them, she was relieved that it was not her fault that Katsuya seemed depressed. She then smiled awkwardly and both intentionally and naturally looked worried for Katsuya and said, "I won't force you to tell me. It's enough for me to know that it's not because of me. But if there's anything that bothers you, I'm all ears. I will listen if you want to share it with me. I heard that it might help you feel at ease if you share your problem with someone else. Although I might not be able to support you like Yumina-san and Eri-san, I can at least listen to your worries and complaints. So, if you're okay with it, I'm willing to listen." Katsuya glanced timidly at Cheryl. Cheryl locked her gaze at Katsuya, while smiling at him. Katsuya was not sure what to do. It was obvious that he was hesitating from telling about his worry to anyone else. He looked conflicted as his gaze wandered around. Then eventually, his gaze returned back to Cheryl. The moment he looked at her gentle smile one more time, Katsuya opened his mouth. "Cheryl, do you think that I'm a great hunter?" "Yes, are you sure?" "I'm sure different people would have different indicators to decide whether someone is a great hunter or not. But from my point of view, and from what I heard from your story just now, as long as it was not a lie, I do think that you're a great hunter. Did I see?" Katsuya paused for a bit. He then looked dispirited as he said with a voice that expressed his distress, "That I don't really know anymore if I'm that great of a hunter." He then slowly continued talking. Katsuya had admired hunters for a long time. He had heard stories about hunters, and when he imagined that scene, his heart would flutter. They worked so hard to get stronger, and went to explore the dangerous, but more than that, wondrous old-world ruin together with their comrades that they trusted. They then fought against swarms of monsters that were way out of their leagues, and explored undiscovered ruin without any guides. They had to go through a lot of ups and downs together with their comrades to be able to return back alive with valuable relics in their hands. Sometimes, they splurged on their reward money to throw a big celebration, or when they discussed how to use their reward money to step up their power as hunters. Those were the common stories of all those successful hunters in the Eastern District. Katsuya imagined himself going through all of those things. He promised to himself that he would be one of those successful hunters one day. Fortunately enough, he was blessed with a suitable talent to reach that, and he was blessed with friends that he could trust and good luck. His luck, comrades, and talent pushed him further up. He quickly climbed the ladder into a great hunter and distinguished himself from all the other common hunters. Then finally, Katsuya, who had become one of those successful hunter stories in the Eastern District, had to face the darkness behind all of those glorious stories. It was the reason why people did not even try to accomplish it, although they would be able to attain great wealth if they succeeded. That at first, wait no, it's not exactly at first, Basically, the moment when I realized it was when we took that request to face the monster swarm flooding out from the Kusasora ruin heading to Kagomayama City. Some of my friends died back then. I've known them well. We've eaten together in the same cafeteria in the past. We've gone through hard training together. We've worked together to explore ruins and hunt monsters. Some of them were blown into small pieces by cannons, some of them eaten alive by monsters, some of them ran out of medicines and died from non-fatal wounds. They died and I couldn't save them. Hunter's job was indeed an extremely dangerous job. It was a common thing for them to get killed on duty, so there was nothing strange about it at all. The stories of those successful hunters were basically the stories of those hunters who survived. Due to his rare talent, Katsuya and his friends had forgotten that truth. But it was only a matter of time before they had to face it. At that time, I thought that it would be alright as long as I can be strong enough. It would be fine as long as I can be powerful enough. So I tried my best, and I thought that I'd become the great hunter that I aspired to be back then. Then, they gave me the responsibility to command a team to hunt for the bounty monster, and we successfully hunted the bounty monster. I'm sure a lot of people think that I'm a great hunter, but it was no use. I lost a lot of my friends. I couldn't save them too. I do feel happy when you say that I'm a great hunter. But when you call me a great hunter, it also makes me feel conflicted. That's all. Yamaina looked at Katsuya, who was speaking as if he was confessing his sin. Her guess was correct. Katsuya was lamenting the friends that he had lost. He was lamenting the fact that he could not save them. But Yamaina could not think of any words to cheer him up. Getting killed was an occupational hazard for hunters. Thus, it was better for those hunters to stop mourning for their dead friends, forget about it, and move on. At least that's what Yamaina thought, but she could not say that to Katsuya. After all, she was also one of his friends, and she might be one of his friends that would get killed too. Yamaina could not say those words since it might cause him to just forget about her and move on when she got killed. Eri also guessed the reason why Katsuya was depressed, but she thought that it was just a common problem. That was why she did not say anything. In the first place, she did not lament the death of her friends as much as Yamaina and Katsuya. It was a common thing for people to die, especially in their line of work. So, there was nothing to be surprised about. Even if they were her friends that they just laughed together yesterday, after all, it was a common scene in the world where she was raised. Eri looked up to Katsuya, since he was the one who saved her from such a world. Moreover, she did want him to lament her if she got killed. She did not want Katsuya to just quickly forget about her when she died or think that she might have died just because he did not see her for some time. That was why she could not tell him to get used to losing friends. From the outside, it looked like Cheryl was sympathizing with Katsuya, but she was actually organizing that new information in the back of her head and thinking of how she should react to a story. Katsuya thought that everything would be fine as long as he worked hard enough. After all, he had the rare talent to accomplish that. He had done that in the past, he experienced that firsthand, and he was likely to do that again in the future. Although Cheryl had no proof, she was sure that it must be the case. No matter where and when he was born, it was very likely that Katsuya would work himself hard and reach success and happiness. Then loving him and getting loved by him would mean getting a share of his success and happiness. Cheryl then thought that there must be two kinds of people around him. Either those that accepted him and cared for him, or those that rejected him and hated him to death. Either way, it showed that they were interested in him. There must be something in him that caused people around him to not be able to just ignore him. Leaving aside those sociopathic people who did not care about other people, normal people would not be able to just ignore Katsuya's existence. Cheryl then smiled bitterly, but she kept it inside her heart and did not let it show on her face. I wonder if he's one of those people who are too talented and have to face hardship because of their talents. Honestly speaking, I can't sympathize at all, but let's leave that aside for now and think about how I should react. Well, I can just pretend that I can't find any words to say and just keep quiet, but after a lot of thinking, she finally decided on what to do. Then she made a rather serious face and said to Katsuya in a strong tone, "Katsuya-san, I'll tell you what I think after listening to your story. If it's wrong or if I say something that I should not, I hope that you can just let it slide or just mock me and laugh it off." Katsuya, who was hanging his head low and looking down, raised his head and looked straight to Cheryl with a serious expression. He felt a bit overwhelmed with her staring at him as he was waiting for her to continue. Cheryl was staring straight at Katsuya with a serious face, but she then smiled and bowed deeply to him. "Thank you very much for protecting the city. I can only give you and your comrades, as well as all of your friends that you lost, my deepest gratitude for protecting the city. Thank you very much." Katsuya, Eri, and Yamaina were extremely surprised when Cheryl suddenly thanked them. Cheryl then raised her head and stared at Katsuya before continuing. "Had that swarm of monsters from the Kazushihara ruin not been stopped, I bet the city would have suffered extensive damage. And if those bounty monsters were left alone, they would have slowly killed the city. I'm sure each hunter has his or her reason to fight for protecting the city. Some of them might have done it for the sake of money, some of them might have done it for the sake of renown, or it might be just because it was one of their jobs. Some of them might even have done that because they had no other choice. But it did not change the fact that they had put their lives at stake, and some of them even lost their lives in that fight. Thus, I feel greatly indebted to them." Katsuya realized that he was really moved by Cheryl's reply, but he did not know the reason why. As long as you work as a hunter, there's a risk for you to get killed. It could even be said that it's their own responsibility for taking that occupation. I bet the hunters need to resolve themselves to take that risk when they decide to be hunters. But with that being said, not everyone is blessed enough to work as a hunter. I'm sure there are people who don't have the skills and get killed in no time. Then, even for those hunters with proper skill and equipment, they might also get killed simply because of bad luck. And I believe for those hunters who died because you couldn't save them, it was simply because they were not lucky enough to get saved by you. Katsuya realized that he felt as if a burden was lifted off his shoulder.
But he did not know the reason why.
I don't know the detail of your relationship with the friends that you have lost. But if you feel proud that you have risked your life together with them, if you feel proud that you were able to fight alongside them, please never forget about them. But if that's not the case, if their deaths only chain you down, then please forget about them this instant. The moment Katsuya heard Cheryl telling him to just forget about his dead friends, he immediately shouted in anger. Are you seriously saying that I should just forget about them? But it did not faze Cheryl at all. She kept staring at Katsuya's eyes with a serious face as she continued. If you're proud of them, then it should be fine. I'm sure that it would even help you down the road. It would give you the courage to push through difficult situations. It would help you stand up again in a hopeless situation. But if it only serves as a burden to you, it would eventually kill you one day. It would one day trip you when you have to step forward and get you killed. It would drag you down when you have to retreat and get you killed.
So, just forget about them.
You can go ahead and scream as much as you want, then just forget about them. You can go ahead and curse me as much as you want, then just forget about them. Katsuya did not say anything back while listening to what Cheryl was saying. He was still feeling sad for the friends that he had lost. But the thing that was born from that sadness was no longer something that was blaming him. Cheryl relaxed her expression and said, "That I won't tell you to keep on living for the sake of dead people. But I'll tell you to keep on living for the sake of the other people who are still alive. The other two are really worried about you, you know?" Katsuya felt a bit at a loss as he looked at Yamaina and Eri. It had been such a long time since the last time he saw Eri and Yamaina making those faces, indicating that they were truly worried about him. Katsuya then turned to Cheryl again. He then made a smile, filled with resolve and optimism as he said, "I won't forget about them. I'll always remember them." Katsuya somehow looked like he was finally able to move on. Cheryl then replied with a smile, "You're a nice person. Honestly speaking, I was expecting you to get angry at me and tell me to just shut up since I'm only a stranger to you." Katsuya looked surprised as he said, "Then why would you say something like that?" Cheryl just smiled and answered back casually, "It's because I thought that it would at least make you feel better once you get angry and vented everything that you've been keeping to yourself until now. And if you vent to a stranger like me, it at least won't affect your relationship with the people who are close to you. But it seems that there was no need for me to worry about that." It left a big impression on Katsuya. Cheryl helped him to move on from all of his accumulated grief that he had kept inside his heart since the day he lost his friends. She prioritized helping him in moving out of worry, even though the words that she said there might anger him, a hunter who had even successfully hunted a bounty monster, a hunter who was strong enough to easily kill a common civilian. Katsuya felt slight amazement as he stared at Cheryl. Cheryl then stood up from her seat. "Unfortunately, it seems that it's about time for me to leave, so please excuse me." Cheryl lightly said her goodbye. Seeing Cheryl was about to leave that place, Katsuya inadvertently tried to stop her, but he himself did not know the reason why he did that. Can we meet again some other day?" Cheryl looked a bit surprised, but she then smiled smugly and teasingly said, "Are you trying to hit on me?" Katsuya was so flustered that he could not give any concrete reply to that. Cheryl then mischievously smiled and said, "I'm just joking. We should be able to meet again, if we're fated to. Yumina-san and Eri-san too. Please be careful out there, and until we meet again." Cheryl once again said goodbye and left that place together with Ario. Katsuya, Eri, and Yamaina, who were left, continued eating their lunch. Yamaina and Eri glanced a few times at Katsuya. Is there anything wrong?" "No, it's nothing. I'm just glad that you cheered up. After hearing Yumina's answer, Katsuya then apologized to her and Eri. I'm really sorry to have worried both of you. I should have talked about it to both of you sooner. We're teammates, after all. There's no need to hold back. You can tell us sooner next time. Of course. Katsuya gave a firm nod. The shadow that plagued him lately had completely vanished. Yamina sighed. The girl who she met only twice was able to easily clear Katsuya's worry. Yamina was amazed by that. Although she did not show it on her face, she actually felt discouraged by it too. But that was not the most important point here. Yamina was focused on something else. I guess that was a mistake, huh? No, I should not think like that. Katsuya was cheered up, so it should be fine. Yamina kept telling herself that at least Cheryl was not looking at Katsuya as her love interest. That was why it should be fine. After finishing the rest of the administrative work, Cheryl walked through the streets of the lower district and headed back to her base. She had met up with Darius beforehand, but after telling Darius what happened, she decided to take a detour to avoid meeting Katsuya again. Cheryl realized that Ario was looking at her. Ever since she finished her business in the Hunter office, he had been glancing at her with a conflicted expression. Cheryl was weirded out by that as she lightly snapped at him. Ario, what is it? You've been glancing at me. Do you have anything you want to say to me or something? But Ario then replied as if he was trying to run away.
No, it's nothing.
Half of the reason as to why he kept glancing at Cheryl was out of fear. He was fearful of how she was able to completely trick Katsuya and his friends. It was because he noticed how much the person that he knew well had changed. But he did not have the courage to say that in front of Cheryl. But then, Cheryl sounded irritated as she replied back to Ario. It might be because she did not like the fact that he was not being honest there. You won't behave like that if it was nothing, right? So just tell me already, what is it? Ario understood well that it would be a bad idea if he kept trying to say that it was nothing. Thus, he decided to ask Cheryl something that had been bothering him. Back then, you said all of those things to that hunter. Katsuya, was it again? So how much of them were your true feelings? My true feelings. Cheryl looked flabbergasted after hearing Ario's question. Her face was saying that she did not understand the meaning behind that question. But after she had that expression on her face for a few seconds, she suddenly seemed to have realized something and said, I see. By any chance, do you think that I was really worried about Katsuya and sympathized with him? That's why I tried to cheer him up? Don't be stupid. I don't care about his story at all. As a matter of fact, the main point that I was actually saying to him was for him to stop moping around and move on, you know? Although I did overly dramatize it though. You got hooked to his story too much, you know. Were you so bored just standing next to me that you could not help but to listen closely to our conversation? Ario was rather surprised by her answer as he said, Is that so? But well, I do feel sad when I lose my friends too. So, when I realized that even a strong hunter felt the same, I sympathized with him for a bit though. Cheryl frowned.
Ariel.
Get a better grip of yourself, will you? We're not in a position to feel pity for them, you know? Seriously though, sympathy? Do you really think that such a thing could exist between slum children like us and a successful hunter who had even hunted a bounty monster? I bet you're just mistaking it for your feeling of wanting to be like him. Well, now that you mention it, that might be true? No, but still, don't you think that it might be a good idea to get close to them and get them to support us, just like Akira? So then what? Will you be satisfied if he mourns when you, me, Alicia, and the other children get killed? That's obviously not the case for me, though. Neither for me as well. In the first place, what do you think we can give back to them if we get them to support us? It's already a miracle to have Akira supporting us, you know? Even right now, I'm at loss on what we can give back to him. Cheryl was about to say that she still could not repay for everything that Akira had done for the gang, and she had no idea how long Akira would keep helping the gang, but she somehow was able to change her wordings. When he heard that, Ario hung his head low. It was because the hope that he was unconsciously having was crushed with no mercy at all by Cheryl. You're right, I'm sorry. I just thought that it would be great if they could do that. But I guess the reality is not that kind, huh? It's all good that you understand now. And if you really understand it now, you should be more thankful to Akira. It's all thanks to his support that we're not dead now, you know? Well, of course, except for that fool. That fool even dared to be so rude to Akira and tried taking me hostage. That's why he's dead now. You got spared once, so you should be extra careful. I know, I don't want to die after all. Cheryl nodded in satisfaction after hearing Ario's response. She then added an extra warning. Ario, I'll give you one other warning besides that one just now. In case if you never break up with Alicia, you should never let her get close to that Kitsuya. Ario's face stiffened. He then asked Cheryl in panic. W, what do you mean by that? It's just my intuition. Since both of you are officers in my gang, I'm sure there'll be a lot of occasions where both of you accompany me. It would be bad if Alicia gets to meet Kitsuya by pure coincidence. There is a chance that she will fall for him, you know. Judging from what I heard back then, it seems that Kitsuya has a habit of saying things that invite misunderstanding to girls. After all, he's a kind, young, handsome, powerful hunter with a lot of money and talent. Even though it seems there are a lot of girls around him, if he treats Alicia kindly, I'm not sure if she can just give up on him, you know? After saying that, Cheryl sent a deep, meaningful gaze to Ario. Ario's face turned pale. He must be imagining what she just said. After she confirmed that, she then made a serious face and thought. It seems that Ario was really pulled to Kitsuya's side, although he was only listening to our conversation from behind me. Well, it's true that it's a rather amazing story of successful hunter, so it's no surprise that Ario admired him, but I wonder if that's all there is to it. Or maybe he felt that weird feeling that I also felt back then. In the worst-case scenario, he might even propose a crazy idea like kicking Akira out and hiding behind Kitsuya and his friends for protection. I brought Alicia into the conversation to prevent him from getting too close to Kitsuya, but looking at his reaction, I guess that was unnecessary, huh? As Cheryl kept on thinking about it and Ario kept making a pale face, Darius, who heard their conversation, thought about something else. I don't know just how strong that Kitsuya guy is, but leaving him aside, Akira himself is pretty crazy. He fought a swarm of monsters twice on the same day. I didn't think about it much since he saved us, but back then, he was not using an augmented suit and was able to fight a swarm of monsters with just his flimsy rifle. He was even able to save us in the end. Well, it's true that back then, we had a machine gun as our main firepower. Then Elena and Sarah saved us on our second encounter with the monster swarm that day, but there's no mistaking that Akira did very well in both fights. As I thought, it's really weird. Katsuragi is also bothered by that sudden change in Cheryl's behavior, but Cheryl is indeed a competent person and there's nothing strange about it. As for Akira, it's true that he's a powerful hunter, but there's just something not right about him. All of them had their own thoughts as they walked back to their base. On the night of that day, Kitsuya was lying on the bed of his personal room as he remembered what Cheryl said to him. That time when he had only met her once, he yearned to meet her again. And on their second encounter, she was able to clear his worry. Lately, Kitsuya could not get a good sleep since he always had nightmares where his dead friends blamed him. His regret for not being able to save them, his feeling of guilt, they unconsciously turned his dead friends into ghosts. But after listening to what Cheryl said to him, they had been turned back to his important friends that he was proud of. He was sure that he would not see those nightmares anymore. Kitsuya's heart was gnawed by his regret and guilt. Although it pushed him to get stronger as fast as he could, it only chained and bound him down, thus preventing him from showing the true value of his talent. But now it had completely disappeared. It left a big hole in his heart, and the feeling for a certain someone was slowly filling that hole. We didn't exchange contact numbers, but I wonder if we can meet again one day. Kitsuya lightly smiled and closed his eyes. He was then peacefully lulled to sleep. That night, Cheryl was lying on the bed in her private room and recollecting what happened that day. She looked back at everything that she said that day, analyzed them to find any flaws that she should fix next time. Then she remembered how much Kitsuya grieved for his dead friends. It might be due to the creeping sleepiness that she started to think about unnecessary things. As questions welled up inside her head, they were quickly followed by her own answers. Although she was answering her own question, there was a good chance that her answers were correct. Cheryl's face then twitched. Her question was short and simple. If she got killed, would Akira mourn for her death? And the answer was an obvious, resounding no. She then immediately stopped herself from thinking of any reasoning or assumptions that she could think of to refute that, since it felt like she could spend eternity just thinking about those things. Let's think about something else. There are still so many other things that I need to worry about. If she kept thinking about that, there was no mistaking it that she would get a nightmare that night. As Cheryl thought so, she immediately tried to think about something else. She tried her best to fight back against the sleepiness to think about other subjects, and in the end, she fell asleep without thinking about anything. Inside that white world, she heard a voice. Stop thinking about unnecessary things. And then, that voice vanished. Chapter 112. A Guide. In the middle of the night, when the morning was still hours away, Alpha was trying to wake up Akira, who was sleeping on the bed of his house. Akira, wake up. Alpha's voice was transferred directly into Akira's head. Although her voice was gentle, it was pretty loud. After all, it was not like she could wake Akira up by shaking him. Akira was still groggy as he scanned his surroundings. It did not take long for him to notice that it was still in the middle of the night. Although he went to sleep earlier than usual last night, it was still way too early for him to naturally wake up. He still had not gotten enough sleep. Looking at Alpha, he understood that he was not in immediate danger. He then sounded slightly irritated as he asked Alpha, "What now? It's still night, you know? What's wrong?" "There's a text message from Elena. I don't mind if you want to ignore it for now, since it's still in the middle of the night, and I don't mind ignoring the other messages coming after this too, but don't blame me since I've properly woken you up, okay?" Akira tilted his head, confused. He thought that Alpha must have checked the message first before deciding that it was better to wake him up. Or at least, she must have thought that he might get angry if she waited until morning before telling him about that message. Akira yawned while reaching for his information terminal that he left not too far from him. He was still sleepy as he operated his information terminal. In short, the subject of Elena's message was a request. There was a big battle going on in Mihizono Ruin, so the Hunter office was issuing requests to assist, support, and to save the hunters who were on the battlefield. It seemed that Elena and Sarah accepted a good deal for that request through the mediator company that they were registered under. The message was basically an invitation for Akira if he wanted to join in that request too. The body of the message said that Akira was allowed to either move alone or move together with Elena and Sarah. Of course, he was free to refuse if he had some other things to do. So if he was interested, he could give them a call. Akira read that message a few times. He thought about a lot of things as his expression turned stern. "Alpha, do you think Elena-san and Sarah-san are going to Saranthal Building?" "I don't know. After all, it seems that the situation in the Mihizono Ruin has greatly changed. But I do think that there's a good chance this huge battle is taking place near the Saranthal Building. You still remember that short notice from the Hunter office yesterday, right? So, I'm sure some of the hunters headed to the Saranthal Building. Then that request might be to help those hunters who couldn't retreat from the battlefield." Akira remembered what happened back then. Indeed, it was true that when he was stuck inside the Saranthal Building, he could not make a call outside. Can they contact the outside after they went inside that building? They might be able to do that now. Either that, or that request was issued beforehand to help them retreat in case they don't return back after some time. Basically, it's one of those time-based emergency requests. And, of course, it might also have nothing to do about that at all. Akira did not say anything as he stepped off from his bed and started making preparations to head out. Alpha at least asked for a confirmation. "So, you're taking that invitation from Elena and Sarah, right?"
Yeah.
"Although we had to go through all of those things yesterday, this and that are two different matters." Alpha sighed exaggeratedly, but Akira just ignored that as he continued with his preparation. Akira's reaction was within Alpha's range of expectations. It was proof that she had a better understanding of his behavioral pattern. She was happy that all of the information that she had collected to control and manipulate Akira combined together with her computing power was able to give an accurate prediction of his action. But her prediction also gave one more notable result. Even if she tried to stop him, there was a good chance that Akira would still decide to meet up with Elena and Sarah. And even if she refused to give her support, there was still a good chance that he would still go. Back then, Akira saved Elena and Sarah in Kuzusahara Ruin. Then not too long after that, Elena and Sarah saved Akira when he was attacked by a swarm of monsters when he was together with Katsuragi. From Alpha's opinion, that made them even. But for some reason, from Akira's perspective, he was still carrying two debts to Sarah and Elena. If Alpha could precisely understand the reason why he decided so, she would be able to more easily manipulate Akira. But for now, she had not even the slightest guess. As long as Akira was still thinking that he had not returned that debt yet, Elena and Sarah would still sit on the top of his priority list. Alpha kept staring at Akira. In the back of her head, she was thinking that she had to do something about it. Akira put on his augmented suit as he asked Alpha to operate his information terminal. Alpha, call Elena-san for me. Sure. It's not getting connected. She's outside the reachable area. But her message reached me, right? There's no guarantee that the message reached you the moment it was sent, you know. It might have been delayed due to the route that it took or the load on the device. It might also be coming from how calls are treated differently compared to text messages. It can't be helped then, at least send a message to them that I'm accepting their request. It should be possible to at least do that, right? Akira thought of his message and sent it to Alpha through telepathy. After all, it was faster than saying it out loud. Got it, it's already sent. I'll also frequently check if I can get a connection with their information terminal too. I'm counting on you. After Akira put on his augmented suit, he grabbed his information terminal and his rifles before heading to his vehicle. He then checked the medicines and ammo reserve left on his vehicle before grabbing extra medicine or ammo that he needed. Since he did not know what he would be facing, Akira decided to bring a lot of extra ammo. After checking everything, Akira sat on the driver's seat and was about to turn on the vehicle, but he suddenly stopped. Alpha, who was sitting on the driver assistant's seat, looked at Akira with a questioning expression. What's wrong? Did you change your mind? No, I just thought of something right before heading out. Akira then pulled out his information terminal and operated it. Alpha, who knew well what he was doing, looked slightly surprised. Akira was making a call. It took 10 seconds before the person that he was calling picked up the call. The sound of the person that he was calling could be heard from Akira's information terminal. It's Carol here. I never thought that you would call me this soon. Well, it's true, I'm happy that you did, but it's rather rude calling me this early, unless it's not about my side job, you know? So it's okay to take it that it's about that, right? Carol began with a sweet voice as if she was tempting Akira. But Akira casually answered, Sorry, but it's about your main job. Carol then mischievously replied back, Oh my, is that so? In that case then, is it okay if I close the call here? Well, I can understand that. Sorry for calling you this early. Later then. Akira then ended the call. Alpha, who was next to him, just smiled amusedly. Akira then put aside his information terminal and turned on his vehicle. Right when Akira just drove out from the garage, a call from Carol reached his information terminal. Alpha smiled as she pointed at Akira's information terminal and said, I'll do the driving. You sure? I'll leave it to you then. Akira trusted the driving to Alpha as he let go of the wheel and picked up his information terminal to answer the call. It's Akira. Carol sounded a bit annoyed. That there's no need to suddenly cut your call like that, you know. Can you at least try being kinder? I'm in a hurry here, so I don't have the time to negotiate at all. So basically, it's about your main job. I take it that you're willing to listen then, right? Of course. Since you just ended the call like that, I can't help but get curious. So, what is it? Carol, you have knowledge about Mihazono Ruin, including the Saranthal building, right? I want to buy some information from you. If you're willing to sell some, just tell me the price. If you're okay with a bank transfer, I'll immediately transfer the payment to your bank account. But if you prefer cash, I don't have any with me and I don't have the time to get some right now, so I'll be paying you later.
There's no need to worry about that.
So, what kind of information are you looking for exactly? Your description just now is way too vague. It seems that there's an ongoing big battle in Mihizono Ruin, and there's a good chance that the Saranthal building is in the center of that battle. I need any information that might help me fight battles, search around that area, and save people who might be stuck there, which includes escape routes or any other things that might also help me survive that place. I know that it's still rather vague, but I can't make it more detailed than this. Although I'm heading to Mihizono Ruin right now, it's not like I have any particular destination at the moment after all. After listening to everything that Akira just said, which did not make much sense, Carol thought for a bit and said, "Well, even if you tell me so, I have no plans to get into trouble with you. After all, we need to decide a lot of things too, like how am I going to send that information to you, or how accurate it is, or how are we going to decide on the price of the information, right? I can sell you the map of Mihizono Ruin that I have right now, but it might not be in a format that you can open. I've also added some notes to that map, and some part of it is even encrypted. In the first place, I never make a copy of any important information like the one that I taught you yesterday, except inside my brain." Akira was convinced by what Carol said to him. As a matter of fact, now that he thought about it, it was completely understandable. The reason why he did not think about putting that in his explanation was because Alpha and Shizuka always interpreted his vague questions or requests, so he did not have to explain everything. Alpha always stayed beside Akira and understood what he was trying to say, while Shizuka always came up with a good rifle that was close to what he was looking for, although he only gave Shizuka a vague description. Akira thought that he might have gotten too used to it, as he reflected on that, and felt thankful to Alpha and Shizuka. Akira had no time to slowly talk about it with Carol, thus he immediately gave up on that idea and said, "You're right. Just forget what I said. Sorry to have called you so early." Later then, when Akira was about to close the call, Carol suddenly interjected. "Wait for a sec. Are you really going to just end the call? Just wait for a bit." "What?" "Let me get this straight. You're going to Mihizono Ruin again, which means you might have to go to a dangerous place. As a matter of fact, there's a good chance that you'll have to go to the Saranthal building again. That's why you're looking for any information about Mihizono Ruin that would help you survive that place, right?"
"Yes."
Carol sounded slightly amused as she made a suggestion. "In that case then, how about hiring me? Let's say, how about 10 million Orum? If you end up having to use information that is worth more than that, we can talk about the price later."
"So, what do you think?"
"I think it's a pretty good offer." Akira was a little bit surprised by that unexpected offer from Carol, but he immediately questioned back without showing any confusion nor hesitation. "I'm driving my vehicle through the Kagomiyama City Lower District right now. Can we meet up in a few minutes?" "Sure, I'm also in the Lower District right now. As for the preparation, can you give me 40 minutes? I'm not going to be your bodyguard this time. I'm not expecting you to help in fights either, but I'll still have you at least protect yourself. So don't expect me to cover you like yesterday." "That's fine. Although, I would be really happy if you would protect me. But if something like that happened again, you can just subtract from my reward money. Are you okay with that?" Akira immediately replied, "I understand. I'll hire you then. Send me where to meet up, and make sure that I can reach that place with my vehicle. If you don't have any ride to go to Mihizono Ruin, I'll give you a ride." "I'll take that offer then. I'll immediately send you where to pick me up after this, later then." Carol's voice sounded extremely inviting before she closed the call. Alpha then asked Akira, "Are you sure it's okay to do that before asking for Elena and Sarah's permission? I'm hiring Carol myself, so I'm sure that it'll be okay. But well, if Elena-san and Sarah-san are angry because of that, I'll just keep my distance away from them while making sure that I can immediately meet up with them when they ask me to." Alpha was wondering if that was even the problem, but she decided not to pursue that question. After all, if this hurts Akira's relationship with Sarah and Elena, then it was a rather good turn of event for her. "I see. Well, it doesn't really matter. By the way, Carol has sent you the meetup place. I'll take the wheel until we reach that place." Akira then headed to their meeting place. Carol was taking a shower inside one of the rooms in a mansion located in the lower district. She had a nanomachine-augmented body, Not only it enhanced her physical abilities oriented for fighting, but it also enhanced her figure to the point that it would attract the attention of any men. And since she had spent a lot of effort and money on it, as expected, her figure was extremely seductive. The warm water that she was showering with was not just warm water, it was even mixed with medicines that were adjusted for her body. Those medicines would heal even the smallest wound that she got from her usual lifestyle and left her with flawless glowing skin. Carol then stepped outside the shower room and stood in front of a wall equipped with blowers which blew a strong wind to remove any water droplets left on her body. After that, she went to another room where she stored all of her clothes. After she entered that room, Carol put on a bodysuit that stuck tight to her skin prior to putting on an augmented suit on top of it. It was an old-world augmented suit designed for women. Although it covered all of her skin from her neck down, it had a seductive design comparable to being naked. After all, the design of her augmented suit left almost nothing to imagine about what was under it. As she was putting on her armors, fasteners, belts, and any other accessories, she also holstered her huge gun and put on her information-gathering device. She then stuffed ammo into her rucksack and carried it on her back. After she was done putting on everything, she checked her own reflection on a mirror and smiled bewitchingly. The reflection on her mirror showed a girl who could effectively work her way against both monsters and men. This will do. Only 10 minutes left, huh? I guess I'll hurry up. I feel like Akira would just leave me behind if I'm late even for a bit. Carol, who more or less understood a bit of Akira's personality, smiled bitterly. Akira was waiting for Carol in their meeting place. The meeting place sent by Carol was located near a relatively small area in the lower district, so in short, it was a place with expensive rent. The safety in that area was maintained by a private security company that regularly patrolled the area. They checked any suspicious person in the area and disposed of them when needed. It did not even matter if that suspicious person was armed to the teeth like a hunter. It was an area filled with people who had no problem paying for such a service. One of the guards also asked Akira why he was there. When Akira said that he was waiting for another hunter, the guard glanced at Akira's vehicle and equipment before leaving him alone. It reminded Akira how much he had changed as he said to Alpha, "If I looked like a new hunter, I bet that guard would have shooed me, huh? Well, that shows just how much you've grown as a hunter. So, let's keep this up, and for that sake, let's make sure to only take actions that would bring you profit." Alpha there was actually warning Akira. Right, of course. Akira sounded as if he was caught off guard for a sec, but immediately returned back to his usual self. He then continued, as if he was trying to dodge that subject. "I'm sure it's not like Elena-san is offering a request that might cause me loss instead of profit, so don't worry about that." "Well, that's fine if you think so. But just in case if you forget about it, you're already in red for hiring Carol for the sake of your safety, you know?" Akira nodded and firmly replied back, "Of course." Although he said so, Akira was actually placing profit in a pretty low place in his priority list. Akira unconsciously looked away from Alpha. Of course, Alpha noticed that he was not really prioritizing profit this time. Honestly speaking, Alpha actually had no problem with losing money. Her real qualm was with the fact that he decided to take action knowing that it would cause him a loss. It showed just how much Elena and Sarah's existence affected Akira's course of action. But of course, if working together with Elena and Sarah caused Akira a huge enough loss for him to start keeping his distance away from them, then Alpha would not have anything to complain about. But Elena invited Akira believing that it would be a profitable request. Having a hunter that Akira thought he was indebted to offering him a profitable request, in which he would get properly rewarded for it, Akira felt thankful and slightly delighted as it also strengthened Elena's presence in Akira's priority list. Not too long after that, Carol showed up. When Alpha saw Carol, she thought that Carol might bring some good change to the relationship between Akira and Elena and Sarah that she could look forward to. Carol smiled at Akira and said, "Sorry, did you wait long? You're 5 minutes early, so it's all good." Carol smiled bitterly seeing how Akira replied casually, as if he was not really waiting for a girl. "Geez, although you're meeting up with a beautiful girl like me, can you get a bit more excited and give me a more normal reply?" "I'm sorry, I'm bad with common sense. I'm still working on that one though. Well, just hop on. Carol put her rucksack on the back of Akira's vehicle and sat on the driver assistant seat. Akira then immediately turned on his vehicle and stepped on the gas. Akira and Carol once again headed to Miyazono Ruin. Although Akira did try to contact Elena and Sarah while he was still within the reception area of Kagomiyama City, he could not get any connection at all. Since there was nothing he could do about it, he just sent a text message saying that he hired a hunter who knew well about Miyazono Ruin before driving outside the city's reception area. Akira was driving his vehicle toward Miyazono Ruin at a high speed through the dark wasteland. At that rate, he would be able to reach Miyazono Ruin before the sun rose. On their way, Akira explained the current situation to Carol. After understanding what was going on, Carol looked a bit surprised as she said, "I get what's going on here, but are you sure you're okay bringing me along?" Akira then replied, "That would be for Elena-san and Sarah-san to decide. If they don't want me to bring along someone that they don't know, we'll be moving separately. And since I can't get in contact with them, we haven't decided on how to divide the reward." I have no plans to make you work more than as a guide, but if you're planning to receive a reward from someone else, you better properly do your work for the reward that you're receiving. Carol smiled bitterly since Akira's answer was not exactly answering her question. Well, it's true that it's also important, but I'm actually asking him if it's okay for him to bring another girl when he's going to meet up with a girl. Well, I guess it's true that being a hunter has nothing to do with gender. Or is that he thinks it's better than bringing another guy with him? Either way, I'm working for Akira this time, so I guess that has nothing to do with my gender. Akira was the one hiring her and bringing her with him, so all the responsibilities lie on him. As a matter of fact, that gave Carol an excuse to just dump the responsibility to Akira in case anything happened. She smiled confidently as she thought so. It's fine, I'm actually used to that kind of negotiation after all. I see. Carol smiled as if there was nothing to worry about. Akira saw that and thought that it should be fine. So then he moved to his next question. But still, after all that happened yesterday, I didn't think you would accept to be my guide. We might have to go to the Saranthal building again, you know? I can say the same to you too, right? After all, it seemed that you two had a hard time yesterday. Akira sounded as if he was trying to evade that question as he said, "About that. Well, isn't it fine? I'm planning to meet up with some powerful hunters today, so I just thought that it should be fine this time." Although he was not lying, that was not his main reason. Moreover, it did not seem like Akira was heading to the Miyazono Ruin against his will. Carol at least noticed that much. Not to mention, this time, Akira was going to meet up with other female hunters. It made her want to make a lot of guesses, but judging from how Akira treated her yesterday, she decided to hold back her imagination. One thing for sure, Akira was someone who did not react that much to seduction. If he was someone with a strong desire, he would not have treated Carol the way he treated her yesterday. Or at least, that was what Carol thought.
I see.
As for me, the reason why I accepted your request to be your guide is because I know I can handle the situation like yesterday as long as I properly prepare my equipment. Yesterday, I only carried equipment designed for stealth and avoided fights. After all, it's a ruin that I know well. But I admit I was careless. Akira looked at Carol and scanned her equipment. The augmented suit that she was using this time looked better and stronger than the one that she was using yesterday. Wouldn't it have been better if you used this augmented suit yesterday too? This one has a pretty high consumption rate, you see. If I use it all the time, it'll definitely affect my profit. If I know that it's a relic that I can just sneakily take out, I would rather carry a lighter set of equipment like yesterday. I know it's important to make sure that you're ready for the unexpected like what happened yesterday. But if you use that as a standard every time you go out, it will cause you a loss. Then it would be meaningless, right? But this time, not only did you say that you would pay me, but you also said that there's a big battle going on in the Miyazono Ruin. That's why I'm bringing these equipment set this time, just to be safe. Akira was convinced by that explanation as he nodded. I see. It's true that it's important to watch out for that kind of expense. Akira looked closely at Carol's equipment. To be more precise, he was looking at her augmented suit. But of course, her beautiful figure also got into his views when he did that. When Carol saw Akira looking closely at her, she changed her pose as if she was showing her body to him. She then smiled seductively as she was watching carefully for any reaction from Akira. If you're interested in my body, feel free to ask about my side job, and I can give you a good taste of it. Akira was at loss for a moment since he did not understand the meaning behind Carol's words, but it did not take long for him to finally realize it. He then asked her a question. No, that's not what I meant. I just thought of something when I saw that augmented suit. Is that augmented suit from the old world? Carol's mood turned sour since it seemed that Akira was actually not interested in her body at all. Nope, it's not. Why do you think it is? I just thought that it has a similar design to an old-world battle suit that I once saw in the past. But I guess I'm mistaken, huh? Well, it's true that the designer of this augmented suit used an old-world design as a base. This kind of image is important in business, after all. Oh, I see. Akira answered back casually. But there was something in that short exchange that caught Carol's interest, so she then asked Akira a question. By the way, Akira, old-world battlesuit can cost way more than a common tank, you know. So, where exactly did you get to see one? Akira was caught off guard. As far as he could remember, it was from the old-world battlesuit that he saw Alpha using multiple times in the past. But of course, he could not say that to Carol. I don't really remember. Maybe it's somewhere in the network. But it sounded as if you saw a real one, and not only from an image though. That's just your imagination. Is that so? Akira thought that he was able to successfully trick Carol, but of course, Carol knew better than that. I'm 100% sure he actually saw a real one. Not to mention that he's that powerful although he's still so young. This boy is a really mysterious boy. I guess I'll try asking the hunters that we're going to meet later. Carol then returned her pose and looked at the wasteland that was still shrouded in darkness. Although she only met Akira yesterday, his skills, power, experience, and that conversation just now made her curious. There was no doubt in her mind that Akira was an intriguing boy. But of course, if she just normally asked him about that, Akira would not tell her anything. I'm sure I can get him to tell me a lot of things on top of a bed, but unfortunately enough, he's not interested at all. Carol slightly smiled when she thought about it. Alpha then warned Akira. Akira, if you think that you were able to evade that question, you're sadly mistaken, okay? Well, it's true that it's not like I've ever seen a real one though. So that excuse should be just fine. It's true that she would not know about my existence from that answer, and I think she won't be able to infer that you can connect to the old world domain from it too. But I can guarantee you that it piqued her interests on you even more. So be sure to be careful not to say anything careless to Carol. Roger that. Alpha smiled satisfied when she got that straight answer from Akira. Leaving that aside, Akira, if you're interested in old-world battlesuits, I can put it on as many times as you want. Maybe something like this. As she said that, Alpha's appearance changed into an old-world battlesuit. The battlesuit that Alpha used was made of a thin material that stuck really close to her skin, and thus pronouncing her body line. There were some strange openings on that battlesuit where Alpha's skin could peek out. Some parts of that augmented suit had a strange-looking material that looked like it was made of metal or rubber. A type of glowing material was mixed into its fabric, which made it look as if Alpha was surrounded by a wall of light. The battlesuit seemed like it was not designed for functionality in the first place. Moreover, unless the one wearing it was already used to old-world design, they would need extra courage to even just put that battlesuit on. But even so, it was obvious that it was far more advanced than the current battlesuit. After all, it was an old-world battlesuit. Alpha was smiling seductively in that battlesuit, which made her look even more charming than being naked. Moreover, her beautiful face and charming figure were the results of reconstructing Akira's preference. Although it was true that Akira had already gotten used to all kinds of attires that Alpha would use, it was all only under certain situations like when they were in the middle of a fight or a training session. In those situations, Akira had built up a level of resistance to the point that he was able to ignore it. But on the other hand, it also meant that unless he was in those particular situations, Akira would still show some level of reaction. Akira looked away from Alpha, who was on the opposite side of where Carol was sitting. His face turned stiff to hide his embarrassment as he returned his eyes to the front. He sounded irritated as he said, "Can you at least do that later?" "Sure, it's for later then." Alpha was smiling mischievously, watching how Akira reacted to her attire. Chapter 113, The Changed Miyazono Ruin. Akira and Carol reached Miyazono Ruin right before the sunrise. There were a lot of vehicles parked near the hunter office. Among the normal vehicles brought by the hunters, there were some trailers owned by weapon merchants, portable clinics, and trailers used by hunter gangs as their temporary base. A traffic officer stopped Akira and said, "All the parking lots near the hunter office branch are controlled under strict regulation to make sure there is smooth traffic. I don't mind if you are just passing through to the ruin, but make sure not to block the way when you do that. And if you want to park your vehicles around here, make sure that it won't block the way too. Do note that the parking lot inside is already full." "Okay. I'll at least tell you this. If you're here to hunt for relics, you might want to pick another day." "I know. I can tell just by looking at it." Akira gazed at the Miyazono ruin when he said that. The loud banging sounds of battles kept resounding endlessly from the Miyazono ruin. There were some places where smoke was rising into the sky. Flashes of lights illuminated the ruin that was veiled in darkness. The Miyazono ruin showed a completely different side compared to the one that Akira saw yesterday. "I guess you're right about that." That officer then left Akira. Carol suddenly asked Akira a question. "So then, what are we going to do from here?" "We'll meet up with Elena's team. The real problem is how exactly are we going to find them? It's not like we can just dive into the ruin looking for them without any clues." Akira made a stern look. He then asked Alpha. "Alpha, we're in Miyazono ruin now. So, we still can't contact Elena-san?" Alpha shook her head. "No, I still can't establish any connection at all. There is still no reply from your last message, and I still can't connect your call. If I have to make a guess, it might be because there are too many signals around this area that interferes with the communication line. Or maybe the comm relay in this area is already turned off. It might be a waste of time if they just waited for Elena and Sarah without doing anything." After a bit of thinking, Akira then turned to Carol. "Carol, if you were looking for a certain hunter inside this ruin, where would you go? Look for them? Can't you call them or something?" "Yeah." "Do you have any clues where they might be?" "Sadly, no." "Have you decided where to meet beforehand?" "I could not manage to contact them even before we made the decision." Carol looked at Akira with a slightly pitiful gaze. "Akira, are you one of those people who tend to decide on a whim and move first and then think later?"
"Yes."
Akira replied back with a feeble voice. He sounded a bit ashamed after Carol pointed that out. Alpha, who was next to him, tried her best to hold back her laughter. Carol looked a bit disappointed as she looked at Akira. She thought that she might have overestimated his strength. But she then decided to just forget about it and started to think for an answer to his question. She was hired as a guide by Akira, so she thought that she should at least do her job properly. "Looking for other hunters, huh? Do you have anything that can uniquely identify both of your positions? For example, if both of you know each other's information terminal's identification code, you can set the local connection to the maximum hoping you can find each other. And if the other hunter notices you, then he can also set the local connection to the maximum and make a call with your information terminal. But there's a good chance that the mechanical monsters roaming around this ruin would notice your location if you do that, though. And since you'll need to set your information terminal to constantly broadcast signals, it'll be pretty dangerous." Some of the monsters in the wasteland could detect the signals broadcasted by the information equipment often carried by the hunters. They could use that to ascertain the locations of those hunters and attack them. The only reason why hunters could send signals across the wasteland was because they were using the comm relays buried under the ground. After a lot of trials and errors, they managed to create comm relays that could withstand monsters' attacks. Unlike in the middle of the wasteland, the ruins had denser monster distribution and fewer escape routes. Thus, broadcasting strong signals inside a ruin was extremely dangerous. The only people who would do that would be fatally wounded hunters who could not get out from the ruin using their own power. But even so, they would only do that for a few seconds just to let the rescue squads know their location. Akira tried to imagine what would happen if he were to do that. Inside his mind, he imagined that he would end up in a situation where he was surrounded by a huge number of monsters. And then, unfortunately enough, Elena tried to contact him in that situation, which caused some of those monsters to head toward her location. Although he might be able to break the encirclement and force his way to Elena's location, it did not change the fact that he would still drag Elena and Sarah into more trouble. Akira then cut his imagination there. That would be too dangerous, so let's not do that. Carol then made another suggestion. In that case, your only choice will be either diving into the ruin and looking for them or wait for them near the Hunter office branch. If they're taking that emergency SOS request, I'm sure they'll be back here after rescuing some hunters. As Akira was still thinking about which option to take, Alpha suddenly pointed her finger toward the parking lot near the Hunter office branch. Akira, look over there. When Akira looked toward the direction that Alpha pointed, he saw a vehicle that looked somehow familiar to him. It was the APC that Shikarabe used when they were hunting for bounty monsters. So,
What do you want me to do with that?
Akira thought that it was the same APC model owned by other hunters. But Alpha knew for a fact that it was Shikarabe's APC. That's Shikarabe's APC. If Shikarabe is inside it, how about you try contacting him? He might be able to help you find Elena and Sarah. Akira pulled out his information terminal and called Shikarabe through the local connection. The call almost immediately got through. Shikarabe speaking. Is this you, Akira? You're calling me through a local connection, though. Does that mean that you're somewhere nearby?
Yeah.
I'm just outside the parking lot near the Hunter office branch. I want to contact Elena-san and Sarah-san, but I can't get any connection at all. Do you know where they might be? Shikarabe sounded exasperated as he said, That's what you get from using a cheap connection line. Wait a sec, I'll connect you. After Akira waited for a bit, Elena's voice suddenly came out from his information terminal that was connected to Shikarabe. It's Elena. Can you tell me where you are now? Akira then explained where he was to Elena. He then told her that he hired Carol, the fact that he tried to contact her but couldn't, and that he had sent a message to her. Wait for a sec there. Yep, I got your message. I see. It seems that the signal priority change also affected the connection line that I'm using, huh? So, basically, you want to meet up with us first, right? Yes, please. All right then. In that case, come here together with Shikarabe. We're actually working in a team with Shikarabe right now. If you follow him, you'll be able to meet up with us. We can talk in more detail later after we group up. We'll be waiting for you. Understood. Shikarabe's voice suddenly interjected. Akira, if you're going to follow me, come and help me carry the wounded hunters. I'm parking my APC in the parking lot near the Hunter office. You already know my location, right? Yep, no problem. We'll be there in a sec. Akira then turned his vehicle back on and drove off. Shikarabe's APC was parked in the parking lot near the Hunter office. The back door of the APC suddenly opened up, and wounded hunters came out from the inside of that APC. Shikarabe could be seen carrying out corpse bags filled with dead hunters. The corpse bags were not closed completely, as it let the face of the hunter inside exposed. The faces peeking out from the corpse bags clearly showed that no life remained in them. When Shikarabe saw Akira's vehicle approaching the APC, he then pointed toward the inside of the APC. You're finally here. Help me carry out the wounded too. There's no need to help those who can still walk on their own. Akira stepped inside the APC and looked around. There were numerous corpse-filled bags exposing the deceased face. Meanwhile, some in the corner, which were folded, empty. Akira then asked Shikarabe a question. Fatally wounded hunters, huh? For now, I just need to carry those who can't walk on their own, right? Yeah, just leave it to the doctors to check if they're already dead or not. We don't know if any of them have suspended state devices installed inside their body. So, just assume that they're all just fatally wounded until the doctors say otherwise. Akira remembered the scene of a clinic in the Kozushihara city that he visited in the past. That time, the doctor in that clinic, Yatsubayashi, treated even hunters who had lost half of their body as only badly wounded. If hunters with such a level of injury could still be saved, there was no way an amateur like him could judge the wounded hunters in the APC. Thus, Akira just thought all of those hunters inside the corpse bags as only fatally wounded and started carrying them out of the APC. Carol, who was behind Akira, followed him inside the APC. When Shikarabe saw her, he suddenly shouted in surprise.
Gay.
Carol smiled mischievously at Shikarabe. Geez, you don't need to be that mean, you know. Long time no see, by the way. Shikarabe, who just realized that he was flustered, tried to contain himself. Alright? So, why are you here? Akira hired me. Don't just stand there, you have bags to carry, right? Carol then left Shikarabe and followed Akira. Shikarabe kept staring at Carol as she walked toward his APC. Why in the world would Akira hire that woman? Shikarabe was still a little bit bothered by that as he returned back to his job carrying the corpse bags. Akira and Shikarabe then handed over the fatally wounded hunters to the hunter office. They had no reason to worry about how many of those hunters were still alive. Even if some of them were already dead, the hunter office would handle them appropriately. One thing for sure, the hunter office would handle them better than just leaving them inside the ruin. Shikarabe then closed the back door of his APC and looked at Akira with a gaze saying that he wanted to say something to Akira. It was not like it was a gaze of hatred or anything, but it was undeniable that he did not appreciate the fact that Akira brought Carol together with him. His gaze was saying that he honestly did not know what to do about the current situation. Although Akira did not notice it, there was also a trace of pity in Shikarabe's gaze. Akira looked at Shikarabe and tilted his head in confusion. He then asked Carol, "Carol, you know him?" "Yep. Well, a lot of things happened between us." "I see." Akira at least understood that Carol and Shikarabe were acquaintances. In reality, Akira was actually trying to find a roundabout way to ask her the reason why Shikarabe looked at her with such a gaze. But Carol only gave a short answer that only confirmed that they knew each other. Akira had no idea if she did not catch his real intention or that she just simply did not want to talk about it, or it was simply that she did not care about it. Akira then shifted his gaze to Shikarabe. His gaze was asking for an explanation from Shikarabe. But Shikarabe did not answer that gaze as he said, "Let's go then, just follow me." Shikarabe still looked a bit bothered as he returned to the driver's seat. Akira returned back to his vehicle and sat on the driver's seat. He then glanced at Carol to check her reaction. It did not seem like he did something that worsened her mood. As a matter of fact, it looked like she was a bit amused by the situation. Akira prioritized grouping up with Elena for now, as he just shelved that subject and followed Shikarabe from behind. Akira, Shikarabe, and Carol went inside Miyazono ruin. There were countless wreckages of dead mechanical monsters scattered around. There were almost no biological monsters inside the Miyazono ruin, so all the blood splatters should be from the hunters. After all, other than those monsters, there were also hunter corpses scattered here and there. But those corpses were already crushed into an unrecognizable mush. The monsters might have trampled over them, or it might be because of the hunters who drove over them. The further they proceeded into the ruin, the more prominent the leftover of fights surrounded them. They were pretty standing out although it was still dark. It would have given a more solemn scene once the sun was up. Alpha then told Akira that there was a monster approaching. "Akira, there's a monster from behind. It's a vehicle with a long-range rifle. They came from the alleys." "Roger that." Akira let go of the wheel and moved to the backside of his vehicle. He then took off the CWH anti-material rifle fixed on his vehicle and aimed it to the back. There were no monsters visible. Carol saw Akira move to the back and aim his rifle. But she could not see any monsters in that direction, and her information-gathering device did not pick up any signal from that direction either. She thought that it might be because the vehicle's information-gathering device caught something, but when she checked it, it also did not show such a signal. So Carol decided to ask Akira if he detected any monsters. Akira, is there dash? Akira suddenly pulled the trigger. Gunshot echoed through the ruin and cut Carol's question short. The bullet from the muzzle flew straight and hit a monster that just came out from behind an alley. It pierced through the monster's torso and threw its body into the air. It then landed and rolled over on the ground with half of its body destroyed. Alpha then warned Akira. A 24 type, huh? Akira, be careful. You don't even need to tell me, but is it okay if I ask you why did you warn me? That monster is designed as a city guard. It's built exactly as the blueprint. Thus, it's a well-equipped monster. How much is it different to the other mechanical monsters that I faced until now? If you compare it to those cannon insects that you fought in the past, those cannon insects are like failed product made by putting a big cannon on a faulty blueprint, while the A24 type is a well-designed and well-equipped monster. Akira inadvertently twitched. That's a huge difference. That's why, keep your guard up. Don't put your guard down just because its size is relatively small or because it looks like the other monsters that you fought before. Roger that. Akira decided to be extra careful this time as he took another aim. His vision was enhanced by Alpha support. Thanks to that, he was able to clearly see and aim at the monsters that were hiding in the alleys, just with his naked eyes. It even showed the time left until those monsters jumped out from the alleys, and the points that he should aim at. Akira followed Alpha's instruction and shot down the A24 type that appeared from the alleys one by one. He was able to deal enough damage to render them unable to fight by leaving them half-destroyed or even completely destroyed in one shot, thus adding more wreckages on the road. It did not take that long for Akira to take care of all the monsters there alone. Alpha smiled and praised Akira.
Good job.
You did well. But Akira, who thought that there was no way he could hit those shots without Alpha support, smiled bitterly and said, I don't have any complaints at all. All of my shots hit their targets. I wonder how long it would take for me to be able to do something like this on my own. I guess I still have a long way to go, huh?
Don't worry.
You're actually getting better. Your aim barely needs any readjustment from me compared to before. I'm sure it won't take long before you can accurately snipe from this range. I see. It's good to hear that all my training are not for vain. Akira then remembered that Carol was about to say something back then. So he lowered his rifle and turned to her. Sorry, what were you saying again? Carol smiled. She was hiding the shock inside her heart as she praised Akira. It's nothing. You're really good at shooting. I didn't know you're that good from yesterday. Well, yesterday we're in a situation where all my shots would hit no matter where I aimed after all. Akira remembered when he was trapped inside a Saranthal building as it was getting flooded by monsters. His face twitched a bit when he remembered that. Carol smiled amusedly and asked Akira a question. That rifle, can I take a look at it? Sure. Akira then handed over his rifle to Carol. Carol checked the rifle that she just received. From the outside, it looked like she was just lightly checking out that rifle, but deep inside, she was actually closely checking that rifle, including its production code, its parts, and its condition. Carol then aimed Akira's CWH anti-material rifle to the back. When she gazed through the aiming device, she could see nothing but the usual information from a normal aiming device. There was nothing in particular that surprised her. She confirmed that it was just a normal rifle. Carol then handed it back to Akira. She smiled at him and said, Thank you, that's a pretty good rifle. I wonder if I can aim as good as you as long as I use this rifle. I think anyone would be able to do that with enough training. Akira did not really think it through when he said that. He only thought that if he would be able to do that with enough training, then everyone should be able to do that with enough training too. Carol then casually replied, Really? Yes, but of course it's assuming that you use an augmented suit that would help you suppress the kickback. Even I too have no plans to use this rifle without an augmented suit. I'm pretty sure that my hand would get ripped off if I do that. Carol then smugly pointed at her augmented suit. If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. Look here, my augmented suit is actually a pretty advanced one after all. Well, it does look like an advanced augmented suit. Akira looked at Carol's augmented suit and nodded. Akira put his CWH anti-material rifle back and returned to the driver's seat. Carol also returned back to her seat. Carol pretended to look casual as she kept observing Akira. That CWH anti-material rifle is a normal rifle, and judging by the information shown in its aiming device works in tandem with his information-gathering device. It has no auto-aim function. Or at least, it's true that it has no support function that would allow him to normally hit all of his shots at the same time those monsters show themselves from behind the alley, even when he's shooting from above a moving vehicle. There were some rifles sold in the Eastern District equipped with auto-aim function to help with aiming. Some of them could automatically move when the user pulled the trigger to ensure that the trajectory of the bullet would hit the target. Or, they would not allow the user to shoot a bullet even if they pulled the trigger when the calculated trajectory of the target will not hit a monster. Carol thought that Akira's accurate sniping was due to the auto-aim function of his rifle. But it did not seem to be the case. It might as well be due to the feature installed in his augmented suit, but Carol judged that it was also unlikely since such a feature usually relied a lot on the feature installed on the rifle, and she should be able to find such a device installed on that rifle, if that was the case. In the first place, how did Akira detect those monsters? I bet he already noticed the monsters even before he let go of the wheel. Although I have a pretty good information-gathering device, I didn't get any signals at all even when he started taking aim. What would he do if the one jumping out from the alleys were not monsters and instead hunters on bikes? Or did he know for sure that they were monsters? Did he notice that they were monsters with long-range weapons? That's why he decided that he needed to take them out as soon as possible? Since when did he know that? Was it right from the start? Detecting enemies was a crucial skill for hunters. If they could discover and ascertain enemies' positions quickly, they would be able to evade having to fight them, and even if they decided to fight those monsters, that would give them the upper hand. Carol was a hunter who preferred to evade fighting as much as possible. Because of that, she invested a lot in her detection ability. The reason why she tried to seduce Akira yesterday was because she knew for sure there were no monsters around. Carol was pretty surprised by Akira's ability to shoot, but more than that, she was very surprised by his ability to detect enemies. When Carol praised Akira's shooting skill and asked if she could borrow his rifle, she was actually checking for his reaction. She was testing if Akira would boast about his skill or his rifle. She was wondering whether he would credit that to his own skill, or to his hard training, or to the features installed on his rifle. There were many hunters who would boast about their talent or skills that they acquired after working hard, or their advanced rifle. After all, it made them feel good talking about their hard work or their advanced equipment with other people. Carol was actually an expert in coaxing those kinds of people into leaking information. If Akira was one of those people, Carol might be able to harvest information from him. But Akira did not show such a sign at all. It did not seem like he wanted to boast about his equipment or his skill at all. Carol then reflected. She admitted that Akira's shooting skill was amazing, but that was all there was to it. In contrast to that, his detection skill was way above amazing. If it was only amazing, she could just use that to praise and coax Akira into telling her any valuable information that he had. But that was not the case when it was more than amazing. In that case, she needed to make sure how he would react to other people who tried to dig for the secrets behind such an ability first. After all, there were people who would go as far as to kill the other people who knew their secret to make sure that it would not leak. If that person was a man, Carol could wait until they were close enough before asking for such information, or she could wait for a situation where she could casually ask that question without any risks. Of course, she would use her side job to help her do that. Carol had the skill and experience to cajole someone. She was confident that she could fight them back in a situation where both of them were naked and unarmed. No matter whether they were a cyborg or a person with enhanced bodies, Carol was confident she could accurately judge their strength after sleeping with them at least once. Carol then sighed. So basically, I can't use that method on Akira. Although it's true that he's still just a boy, strangely enough, he has less interest in women compared to the other boys of his age. Carol glanced at Akira. The current Akira did not show any childish vibe of a young boy that he showed yesterday when he was watching the scene outside with sparkling eyes from inside a flying drone. It could even be said that he gave off the intimidating aura of a skilled hunter. He even looked somehow more mature. Well, it would be troublesome if he won't grow more mature in the more important aspects. Although, honestly, he doesn't seem to be that young to be more interested in food rather than in women. I wonder if it's because he's only interested in a certain type of women. Carol's guess was correct. Akira's interest was completely biased. No matter whether it was a man or a woman, the only thing that interested him was whether they were enemies or not. For now, he saw Carol as not any enemy. For him, that fact took precedence over gender and appearance. Carol did not doubt her charm at all. After all, she was really proud of it, and she had used that charm on a lot of people in the past. But that was exactly why her pride was hurt when Akira showed almost no reaction at all when she tried to use her charm on him. She sounded a bit irritated as she suddenly said to Akira, "Akira, what kind of girl do you like?" Akira was a bit confused by that sudden question as he asked back, "What's with that sudden question?" "It's because it seemed you're not interested at all when I invited you. Normally, that won't happen to most of the people that I invite, you know." "Isn't that because you only invite those people who seem to be likely to accept your invitation? I'm sure those people with girlfriend won't readily take on your invitation." "Well, for the sake of common sense, I won't try inviting people with girlfriends though. But of course, it's a different story if they invite me first. Because of that, I won't take responsibility if they break up with their girlfriend." Carol smiled when she said that. Akira looked a bit disgusted as he said, "You are quite a bad individual. It just shows how charming I am. That's why I'm interested in your fetishes, since you won't even consider my invitation. Stop calling it a fetish. But well, even if you ask me so." Akira himself knew that he was very unfamiliar with that kind of talk. When he was giving a sound, Alpha then suddenly pointed at herself with full of confidence. Akira immediately stopped pondering. "Nope. I don't even have the slightest idea." "But you should, right? After all, you have a perfect example here." Alpha could freely change her appearance, and so she chose to match her appearance with Akira's preference. So in short, her current outlook was the mirror image of his taste. Akira knew that very well as he replied, "Yep, no idea at all." "You're pretty stubborn, aren't you? If you have anything to complain about my appearance, there's no need to hold back. You can just tell me. I can change my appearance as much as you want, you know." Alpha smiled mischievously. Carol frowned as she looked curiously at Akira. "You don't seem to genuinely have no idea at all, though." "Well, that's because I feel like a certain someone would try to match it if I say it here." "Ah, I see. You won't tell me because you don't want to, huh?" "But just so you know, I'm someone who can keep a secret." "Still, no." "I see. That's just too bad. I wonder if it's because it's something that you can't say out loud. But if that's the case, I can help you override it if you would take my invitation even if it's only once, you know. I would recommend you do that if you have a rather peculiar fetish. Like I said, stop making it sound as if I have a weird fetish." Akira looked so annoyed while Carol was smiling amusedly. Chapter 114, Carol's Negotiation. Akira, Carol, and Shikarabe eventually arrived at the meeting site. It was one of the many destroyed buildings inside the Mihizono ruin, but in front of that particular destroyed building, Elena and Sarah were standing guard. Inside that building, there were hunters who Elena and Sarah had saved. They were the remaining hunters who could not fit in Shikarabe's APC in one go. The reason why Shikarabe limited the number of people inside his APC was not based on the open space inside the APC, but it was more based on the number of unknown armed people that he was okay putting inside the same APC with him. So it was more of a matter of his personal safety. As for the reason why Elena and Sarah stayed behind with the remaining hunters, it was simply because those hunters desperately asked them to, since they were afraid of getting abandoned. After a lot of consideration, Elena decided to take their request. It was because of her good nature and how pitiful those hunters were. Furthermore, there was also the detail of her contract, and most importantly, it was because she knew that she could kill them all in case they tried to do anything funny. Those hunters sighed in relief when they spotted Shikarabe's APC. When Shikarabe parked his APC near them and opened the back door, those hunters immediately flooded the back door together with the relics that they carried with them. Shikarabe then stepped off from his APC and asked Elena, "Anyone need the corpse bag?"
Nope.
There's no fatally wounded hunters and no dead bodies.
I see.
If they're really okay, they should just barricade themselves somewhere. Because of them, I had to go back and forth with no escort, you know. Shikarabe looked annoyed, to which Elena responded with a light smile as she said, "They're paying with their money in exchange for safety, and we're receiving that money for our reward. That's all there's to it." Well, you're right about that. Akira and Carol also stepped off from Akira's vehicle and headed towards Elena and Shikarabe. Although Elena and Sarah were planning to welcome Akira with a smile, their expression turned conflicted when they saw the girl next to Akira. It was because Carol was using an augmented suit with a design that was obviously inviting the opposite sex. Elena and Sarah did hear beforehand from Akira that he would be bringing another hunter. But they did not expect him to bring Carol, who was obviously flaunting her charm there. Akira then greeted Elena and Sarah. "Elena-san, Sarah-san, I'll be in your care for today. Is that okay? Although I do want to join the team, if me bringing another hunter is a bad thing, I don't mind moving as a different team. And even if we decide to work as one team, I'll take responsibility if Carol causes any trouble." Elena looked a bit troubled as she said, Wait for a sec, let me calm down for a bit. All right then." Elena knew that she must be making all kinds of faces there. She then told herself that she needed to make decisions with a cool head since she was the team leader. She then looked at Carol. She tried to throw away her preconception, or at least put it aside for now, as she spoke to Carol. "I'm Elena, and this is Sarah, my best friend." Sarah awkwardly smiled. It was obvious that she could not completely move on from the shock. "I'm Sarah. Nice to meet you." Carol smiled and introduced herself. "I'm Carol. Nice to meet you." Elena then continued as Carol was still smiling. "We're working as a team of 3 with Shikarabe at the moment. The team leader is me, so if you want to negotiate about the reward, you should talk to me." "Okay, but please talk about that with Akira. I'm working under Akira at the moment, so I'll prioritize his orders too." "Well, now that we've gathered here, I would like to take command of the whole team though." It's not like we're already formally formed a team, right? Moreover, you haven't even made a deal with Akira on how to share the reward, right? So, I think it's only normal for me to prioritize on the contract that I've made beforehand. Well, you have a point there. Elena and Carol were smiling at each other. For some reason, Akira could feel the awkward mood around them, but he could not tell the reason why. Elena then smiled at Akira and took a step closer. "So then, Akira, let's start the negotiation." "Oh, okay, please be gentle." Akira could feel some kind of pressure coming from Elena as he was questioning if she was standing a little too close. Shikarabe then interjected. "If it seems that it'll take some time. No, even if it does not, how about we go back first? Whichever the case, we need to transport these people after all. No matter whether we'll move as one team or not, I'm sure both of you need to talk it out first before deciding. So both of you can finish that in the middle of our way back. Moreover, it's easier to handle the contract process if we do it near the hunter office." Elena then calmed herself one more time. "You're right. Okay then, Akira, you're okay with that too, right?"
Yeah.
Akira then returned to his vehicle with Carol. Elena and Sarah watched Akira's back with a conflicted face. They then once again drove through the ruin. Akira asked Alpha a question while driving the vehicle. "Alpha, what do you think was that?" Alpha casually replied, "I don't think there's any need for you to worry about that. Even for Elena, there are times when she has a bad mood, and it's normal that there are people who just don't go along well with her." I guess you're right about that. I'm sure both Elena and Carol could differentiate between their jobs and their personal feelings. I'm sure it's just that because they were thinking about what to do with the contract. Don't worry. I think it won't go as far as causing a fight. Moreover, It seems that you really trust them, so I bet you have no plans to complain about the details of the contract and the way they'll share the reward. But for Carol, it's their first time meeting each other. So to get a better deal, and to make sure not to get swindled, it's nothing strange for them to show off a little bit of intimidation like that. Akira was fully convinced by Alpha's explanation. I guess you're right about that too. Let's say there was a certain girl who liked a certain boy, although it was not as far as love. That girl pretty much liked that boy, and she thought that boy also liked her back to some extent. But when they planned to meet up, that boy brought another girl, who was a beauty in a seducing attire. Akira was still so socially inept that he could not imagine what those girls whom he was going to meet might feel. There were a lot of reasons why Akira was socially inept. He grew up in an environment that did not give him the chance to learn such a skill. He originally already had a distorted character, and to top it off, although Alpha knew it, she always came up with another excuse to convince Akira while keeping him unaware about that aforementioned fact. Of course, Alpha did that intentionally. After all, it was better for her if Akira stayed that way. Alpha looked and smiled at Akira, who was successfully tricked by her words. They were driving through the Miyazono ruin toward the Hunter office branch. Midway, they were communicating with each other using the local connection of their information terminal to talk about the details of the request and the current situation. The request that Elena and Sarah took was an emergency request. Basically, it was a request to save the hunters who could not get out from the ruin on their own. The request did not come from those hunters. It came from the individual insurance companies that those hunters were registered in. There were all kinds of insurance for the hunters. Most of them offered a subsidy in case those hunters got badly injured. But in order to get their injuries treated, they needed to return back alive first. Thus, in order for them to return back alive, the insurance companies offered all kinds of service in case those hunters went into a ruin and could not come back on their own. When those hunters sent a request, or when they were out of reach for a certain period of time, the insurance company contracted to those hunters would dispatch a squad to help them. Some of the insurance companies had their own special squad to send, but most of the insurance companies usually either made a request to the private security companies that they were contracted with to send their squads or sent that request to the hunters. And that was how Elena and Sarah received that emergency request. By getting such an insurance before going out to the ruins, in case if they got attacked by monsters and could not return back on their own, these hunters could just barricade themselves somewhere while waiting for a rescue squad. Or, at least, in the worst-case scenario, the rescue squad would retrieve their bodies instead of leaving them in the wasteland. Akira then asked a simple question to Elena through his information terminal. So, basically, this request is made by the insurance company for Drankum, and then Drankum distributed it to us, am I correct? Elena refuted that. No, this one comes from a completely different source. It seems that there was a lot of things going on with Drankum, including that similar request that Drankum made yesterday. But our request this time has nothing to do with them. Akira sounded a little confused. Is that so? But if that's the case, it's weird that Shikarabi is with you. Shikarabi sounded a little irritated as he said. It's true that Drankum also dispatched rescue squads, and it's true that they sent me a request to be added to that squad. But I declined it and decided to join Elena and Sarah's team that has nothing to do with Drankum management. Why did you do that? Shikarabi shouted as if he was venting his anger. The leader of Drankum's rescue squad is Katsuya. Even if it's on name only, I refuse to work under him. I see. Akira flinched back a bit when he heard Shikarabi shout. Shikarabi did not stop there and even started complaining. But after a few minutes of complaining, Carol suddenly interjected and stopped him. Shikarabi, you should stop here. If you want someone to listen to your problems, I can do that for you after we finish our job here. I can even give you extra services depending on how much money you would pay me, you know. No thanks. I have no plans to spend my hard-earned money on you. Isn't it fine? I'll listen to your problem, so you can at least buy me some drinks. I know that you won't stop there. That's why I'm not taking your offer. Elena, you can continue. Shikarabi honestly declined Carol's invitation and asked Elena to continue with her explanation. Elena scanned through the rescue list that she received from the company, which issued the emergency request. As the leader of the team, Elena carefully checked all the requests on that list and picked some of them. She chose the rescue requests based on the location of the targets, the number of the people, and the amount of reward for those requests. They then would head there to retrieve those hunters, it did not matter whether they were dead or alive, and then transported them over to the hunter office. As for the rewards, Shikarabi would receive 50% of the share, then Elena and Sarah would receive the remaining 50%. The reason why Shikarabi received a bigger share was simply because he was the one who prepared the APC to transport the hunters that they rescued. After all, an APC was the perfect vehicle to safely carry those fatally wounded hunters who could not move on their own while they were still alive. Because of that, Elena and Sarah had nothing to complain about their reward distribution. And now, with Akira joining in, they would distribute the reward evenly between Shikarabi, Elena and Sarah, and Akira and Carol. To be more precise, Shikarabi, Elena, and Akira would each receive 33% of the reward. And then from there, Elena would share her reward with Sarah, as well as Akira would share his with Carol. Carol and Elena then discussed the details on how they were going to distribute the reward. Their discussion went very smoothly, since none of them were trying to impose any difficult conditions on each other. As for Akira, he had no interest in how to distribute the reward, thus, he just accepted Elena's suggestion. But since Carol was working under Akira, she started negotiating with Elena. It turned into a rather in-depth negotiation. The thing that surprised Akira was the fact that not only Carol, but even Elena too, was against the fact that he just accepted Elena's suggestion as it was. When they were done with the long and difficult negotiation, they already arrived at the hunter office parking lot. After they disembarked the hunters inside the APC and handed them over to the hunter office, they moved their vehicle to make sure that they would not block the way. After they stepped off from their vehicles, Shikarabi suggested taking a short break. Let's take a break here. 1 hour should be enough. I'll check the APC and replenish ammo reserve during the break. Not to mention, some of the APC's armor is already stripped off too. Elena replied,
Sure.
Let's meet up again here after 1 hour. I'll also shortlist the requests during the break. It was the perfect time since Elena and Sarah were also thinking of taking a short break too. When Shikarabi was about to head back to his APC, Carol followed him. Shikarabi, I'll help too, to no need, go back and leave me alone. Shikarabi answered back almost immediately. Carol smiled and just ignored it. It's fine, isn't it? Akira, let's meet again after 1 hour. Carol lightly waved at Akira. She then put her hands on Shikarabi's shoulders and pushed him into the APC together with her. Akira just watched Shikarabi and Carol go inside the APC. But he then noticed a gaze behind him. It was from Elena and Sarah. When Akira turned around, Elena smiled at him, while Sarah's smile was a little bitter. Elena then said to Akira, while still smiling, Well, I guess we should go too. Elena's smile was gentle. Together with her beautiful face, that smile was a very lovely smile. But for some reason, Akira could feel some kind of pressure coming from that smile. Akira flusteredly shifted his gaze to Sarah. Sarah smiled at him. It was an amused but mischievous smile. At least let's go somewhere else where we can relax first. Are you okay with that? Sure. Akira nodded. After all, he had no reason to decline, and even if he had, it might be not easy to decline that offer. Even in that situation, there were a lot of merchants gathered near the border between Mihizono Ruin and the Wasteland. As a matter of fact, a lot of those merchants came to Mihizono Ruin exactly because of the current situation in the Mihizono Ruin. It was the time where they could reap a lot of profits. Shikarabi brought his APC into one of the supply depots to replenish his ammo reserve and put up new armor plating for his APC. Carol was also there, helping him. The supply depots were shops that specialized in selling consumables for the hunters. And with a huge ongoing battle in the Mihizono Ruin, it was only to be expected that the hunters would consume a lot of expendable goods. So some merchants who sold their goods in the ruins decided to sell expendable goods rather than spending efforts trying to sell rifles that might not sell that well in the ruins. Shikarabi was replenishing his ammo reserve and the armor tile of the APC in one of those supply depots. He just needed to leave those ammo and armor tiles near the supply entrance on the side of the APC, and the APC would automatically load them. It was a very convenient function that saved Shikarabi from the troublesome work. Sadly enough, Akira's vehicle was not equipped with such a function. Carol, who was together with Shikarabi, gathered quite a lot of attention. Not only she already had a beautiful figure, to top it off, she was also wearing a sexy old-world design augmented suit. It was only to be expected for her to attract a lot of attention from the opposite sex. But it would not be the case if they went further to the east. Carol's attire would only attract a small amount of attention. It was because the people to the east were already used to old-world relics. A lot of people would say that Carol's attire was rather too extreme, but that was only the opinion of the people who were from around Kagomayama City. And if she would go to the eastern front line, no one would even be bothered by her attire. After all, just like in the case of Akira, who had gotten used to old-world design from Alpha's attire, the hunters in the eastern front line had also already gotten used to old-world design. Some hunters did try to strike a conversation with Carol, but she refused all of them, saying that she was busy. They left her alone after she gave them her contact number. Those hunters were lucky at the moment since they were able to meet a beautiful hunter. But it was a different story whether that luck would last after that. After all, meeting Carol might be the trigger that would destroy their lives or cause them any other kinds of troubles down the road. Shikarabi frowned. He looked like he had given up. His stiff expression was not caused by annoyance. It was more because he was trying to control his facial expression. After all, he knew very well about Carol's nature. Shikarabi went inside his APC and operated the control device of the APC to execute an automatic system check. He then lightly leaned over while confirming the result. That was when Carol slowly approached him from behind as not to alert him and slowly hugged him. She wrapped her arms over his neck. Shikarabi stopped operating the control device and asked Carol, "What are you doing?" Carol whispered in Shikarabi's ear, "We're done with replenishing the supply, so you have time for small talk now, right? I still have to do the checkup, so don't bother me." "It's fine, isn't it? You just need to wait for the checkup to finish, right? So, it's not like you have anything to do right now." There were leftover blood and the scent of dead bodies left inside the APC. Although the ventilation was on, that scent might as well stick there as long as no one did a thorough cleaning, and even an anti-deodorant could only go as far as to reduce the scent, not completely erasing it. But even so, with Carol getting close enough, the sweet fragrance from her body wafted to Shikarabi. It was a sweet fragrance that would easily melt logic and reasoning. Shikarabi irritatedly said, "What do you want to talk about? Let me tell you this beforehand, though. I'm not the same person that you know in the past." Carol sported a charming smile and said seductively, "Oh my, I did pay my price, though. It's so rude to say that as if I forced you to give me that information. Even you did enjoy it, right?" Carol's hand crawled to Shikarabi's chest. "Moreover, it's not like I'm planning to extract information about Drankum this time. I know that it seems there are a lot of things going on inside Drankum lately, but I have no plans to talk about that this time. So don't worry, okay?" Shikarabi lowered his guard. Carol did not let that go as she faintly smiled. "What is it then?" "I want to ask about Akira. You know him well, right?" "Well, it's true that I know him, but it's not like we're close or anything. We have only done hunter jobs together twice in the past. Unfortunately for you, that's all I know." "That hunter job, did you do it together out of coincidence? Or did you invite him to that job?" "If it's the latter, we're talking about you here, so I'm sure you did some investigation about him." Shikarabi did not say anything back. It was because he wanted to avoid leaking out any information to Carol. But Carol immediately saw through that as she smiled seductively. "So, it's the latter, huh? In that case, there are a lot of things that you can tell me about Akira, right? Don't worry, I'll properly pay you." "I don't mind paying you with money, but if you want, we can finish a quick one before the break is over, you know?" Carol then twirled around and stood in front of Shikarabi, her body blocking his views. Shikarabi shifted his gaze to the monitor showing the result from the APC automatic checkup. The result said that the system was all green. With that, He lost his chance to refuse her, saying that he had to fix the error. He then turned to Carol again. She was smiling seductively and charmingly. It was a hard smile to resist for those who had a taste of her. Carol operated the APC control device. The back door of the APC slowly moved until it was fully closed. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.